This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show. This is it.
This is it. On with the show.
This is it. On with the show. This is it. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast.
Where I'm cold.
Your weekly dose of movie news and movie trivia and two guys who just like to talk about movies. We have a log line now, Jordan. I've decided. This is your weekly dose of pop culture. We're feeding you that pop culture. Nom nom de nom nom. Eat that pop culture.
This is your weekly dose of tomfoolery.
And nom nomming on some nom nom movie news.
Foolery.
I am your host. I am the Justin Spurr. Today's our Halloween episode.
Ooh.
This is our, because we're Halloween's on Friday, so we're not doing Halloween. This is our Halloween special. This is this is the episode. Oh, it's Spooky Jordan. Spooky Jordan's back. He's back. He's Jordan. He's Jordan, and he's vaguely spooky, and also the big twist. I'm Spooky Justin. I'm Justin, but I'm vaguely spooky. I'm Transylvanian Justin.
You have way too much energy. Apparently, shaving off the rest of that beard is just giving you so much energy.
Yeah. Before we jump into it, for those of you, it's cutting off my one ear. It's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. It's only cutting off one ear. It's very strange. A one ear muff. Anyway, yes, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I for reasons that will become apparent in several weeks from now on another YouTube channel, we talked about maybe some mirrors in a mirror universe on a Star Trek podcast. And that's why this. And for those of you who listen on Spotify, the 7 of you that listen on Spotify, thanks for that, by the way. I have a slightly shorter beard.
He shaved down to a goatee.
I shaved it down to a goatee, but it's a very thick goatee.
But it doesn't look very good, and he looks kind of bad.
And
he should be ashamed of himself.
See, Jordan, you're the incorrect one, because at least 3 people at work yesterday told me it looked good and reminded me that I had done it. Because I completely forgot I had done it until I went into the gas station, and the gas station worker was like, "You look different," and I wasn't wearing my hat, and I assumed that she meant because I wasn't wearing a hat, and I was like, "Oh yeah," and then 2 delivery drivers proceeded to tell me that it looked good, and the manager at Walmart. So they disagree with you. I think it looks bad, but that's just me. But I decided that was the joke. Anyway, watch Final Frontier on YouTube. It's coming back. On today's show. Today's gonna be one of those episodes. On today's show, I have some fun comment response time to start the show. But before we do that, let's run down some of the news. They're gonna make a Mitchell vs. Machines 2. Tom Felton's making a bad looking movie. Simu Limu's like Sleeping Dogs. What does Rocky look like? Xbox is irrelevant. Something to do with Spider-Verse. They're making a Terrifier video game. G.I. Joe show, Stranger Things, Star Wars, so much news! And then later, it's the less intense Halloween stuff. I couldn't call it family friendly, because some of mine is PG-13. In fact, a few of mine are PG-13, so like
PG-13 is still family. You can have older family.
This is true. It's not the R-rated stuff is the point. It's stuff you can watch on Halloween with your family. You know, less intense Halloween affairs, if you will. It's not all cartoons, but some of it's cartoons. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. Audience, I've never misled you. I wouldn't mislead you and tell you that some of it is not going to be cartoons, because at least some of it's going to be cartoons.
Yep.
Anyway, starting off the show, I'm in a weird mood today, Jordan. I think it's because I slept really well last night. Let's start off with some comment responses, because I saw some fun ones. And by the way, Jordan, I'm telling you this now because I meant to mention to you earlier. Comment response time from now on, unless I see a really good one on TikTok, will be limited to YouTube comments. So if you want your YouTube comment read on the air, and if you want us to say your name, you could do that too. I am also decided to refrain from using names, because some of these usernames suck, in the sense that they're not fun to pronounce. Um, so I'm no longer reading names unless you specifically ask me to, and all comment response times will be reserved for the YouTube channel from now on. So
Okay.
if you want to comment red, you got to comment on YouTube. You got to go to our YouTube channel. I'm only saying that because you will probably be seeing this video as a TikTok at some point. Not you personally, but the audience. Anyway, I was stalling. Um, because my first comment, a suggestion on our who could be George Jetson. One of them is good. I'm going to say the name for the audience, but Jordan doesn't know who he is. Is Andrew Santino. I don't know if you've ever seen Ricky Stenicki. He's in that. He also hosts a podcast with Bobby Lee. He would make a great George Jetson. But the one I know you know is Jason Sudeikis. Think of how he looked like in We're the Millers.
Okay.
And,
Yeah,
and then
I can see that.
I said throw a little Ted Lasso in there.
I don't know who Ted
You know
Lasso
who
is.
Ted Lasso is? He's really nice. He's really nice. And he has a mustache and he coaches soccer. It's a show on Apple TV that we have family who like. I have family who like. You get my point.
Okay.
It's been recommended to me, but yeah, toss a little Ted Lasso in there, and
I could
then
I could see it.
I could see it, right? I could see it more than Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's kind of my thing is I just Jim Carrey's kind of like one of the worst choices in my opinion for that
I
role.
agree. Oh, I know I wasn't gonna do this, but I am gonna do this. I'm just not gonna say the name, just because this is the first. So we don't, because of a lot of what we say is opinion, and especially me on the internet is opinion. I don't usually get comments that are flat out wrong. It's usually just opinions that agree or disagree with my opinion. Um, but somebody left a comment on our video about the ending of Scream One, and they said that actually Billy and Stu didn't kill Sydney's mom. They were copycats, and the real OG killer has always been out there. And I said, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. And
That's just not correct.
that's just objectively not correct. And then yeah, he said that they didn't frame Cotton, which they very much did. Again, this is all dialogue in the movie. Maybe you haven't seen the movie in a while, but yeah, that was objectively you're just incorrect. They very much did kill Sydney's mom. It's kind of the whole deal. Until the fifth one, or the third one, where they retcon it that they came up with it on their own, and they introduce a guy who made them or convinced them to do it, but they did it. They done did it. If you want to argue the technicalities of whether or not they're accomplices or whatever, they done did it. That's the whole point. And
They
then
did done it.
they did done did it. And then the final comments I wanted to talk about, because I thought they were funny. I'm just trying to find them. Again, YouTube does not have a good system for finding comments.
Almost like you shouldn't read them.
There you are. Okay. On our video about whether or not a 3-hour movie is too long, I asked for people to give me examples of 3-hour movies they felt were not too long, and I would tell them they're wrong. And so, number one comment says, well, I wish certain movies were 4 or 5 hours long. Give me Interstellar with another 2 hours added to it, and I will watch. You're wrong. That movie is already too long. That movie could probably be 30 minutes shorter. It's already too long. I'm only forgiving of it because it's Christopher Nolan. You're wrong. I just genuinely, and okay, no. But the thing is, when people hear watching a 4-hour, 5-hour movie, they think of it like at home, where you can get up or pause it. Sit there and tell me you're going to watch a 4-hour movie in the theater without getting up to go to the bathroom. At least once. And missing part of the movie to go to the bathroom. You're not. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And then the second comment says, Lord of the Rings disagrees. And I responded with, nah, those movies are too long. And the person was like, they were universally regarded as the best movies of all time. I said, that may be true. But Jordan?
Okay, so
They're still too long.
in terms of a movie, I would say they're too long. In terms of the story, like the actual like what it's taking from, it's impressive that he managed to shrink it down as much as he
I
did
don't disagree.
because he cuts a lot. But for me, in terms of a movie, it's too long.
It's too
I
long.
I would say I would be interested on a side tangent. I would be interested in seeing the original Lord of the Rings books done like as a streaming show where you can absolutely have it be as long as it needs to be
But it
and get
wouldn't.
that and get that Tom Bombadil scene in there that everybody's yearning for.
I mean, Tom Bombadil showed up in Rings of Power, but it wouldn't. They would cut it down to 5 episodes, still cut out a bunch of shit anyway, and it would also be unsatisfying and still bad.
That's not what I said though.
I know, but they would never do your thing.
Well, I'm not sure, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what I want them to do,
Money.
and that's what I would want them to do.
There's no money. There's no money. But I said
Again, sure, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
and I said two things can be true at once. A movie can be really well made, and the one thing that's wrong with it is that it's too long.
Yeah, you're right. Two things can be true at once.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Also, yeah, they tried to make a Lord of the Rings streaming show, and apparently it's bad. Is what I
You know,
hear.
but from what I understand, though, that's a prequel. Rings of
Oh,
Power.
I don't. The thing is, it's the same thing with the Harry Potter show, which we've talked to death about, which is just like taking something that was already you have two options when it comes to adaptation, in my opinion. You either make it a show or you make it a movie, because if you do one or the other, it's always going to be unfavorably compared to the latter. So if you were to make it's the same thing with the Harry Potter show, where everyone's just being like, it just looks like the movie. What's the point? And I just sort of feel like it'd be a similar situation with Lord of the Rings, where everyone would be like, it just doesn't look as good as the movies.
So
And
my in response to the Harry Potter, my response would be yes, it looks like it looks like the original movie because the original movie was very faithful and very true to what the books were. It doesn't really cut anything out. The thing like where you will notice it in terms of that show specifically, I'm mostly playing devil's advocate here,
I know
but
is
where you'll notice it and like for that show is later on down the line where you see things that weren't in the movie. But in terms of Lord of the Rings, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they cut from those books that if you made it into, and I'm not talking like a prequel show like Rings of Power
yeah,
or
I
like
just
a thing that takes place at the same. I'm talking in terms of doing the full actual story of Lord of the Rings. There are some pretty major differences between. I don't offhand remember them, but I do remember when I listened to the books.
the
There are pretty major differences between the movies and the books.
that would
So.
involve, yeah, that would involve Warner Brothers wanting to spend money, which they don't.
Oh no, you're right. In practicality, it would never
It's
happen. I'm just saying
never going to
there is
happen.
a lot that you can do that would make it, and especially with Lord of the Rings, that
Um,
would make it very different from the movies.
uh, um,
Even just in terms of like if you had a different director and who wasn't, it was Peter Jackson who did the originals, right?
yeah,
So like if you had a different director, I mean, a different director can make all the difference in the world in case of like differences.
that's comment response time. We responded to some comments. Leave more comments. I like responding to comments. Those are fun. Anyway,
Test. Okay, that's better.
moving right along into a little bit of the news, Jordan.
Do 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 do
We
do
gotta
do
talk about
do
we
do
gotta
do
talk
do
about the
do 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 do
news.
do do
Um,
do.
so first news story. This isn't really news, but I kept it because I thought this was fun. Jordan, John Boyega, who played Finn in the sequel trilogy, admits that Star Trek does one thing
It's
better than
this
Star Wars.
sequel Star Wars trilogy.
Yes, he
Okay,
admits
yeah.
that Star Trek does one thing better than Star Wars. What do you think that is?
Story consistency.
Interesting. I don't. I'm not. I'm not familiar enough. I'm still a layman when it comes to Star Trek. That'd be more of a question to
I'm
Jake for
just
Jake.
shooting in the dark because just the movies that I've seen, they have like the modern ones. They have a plot, they have a follow through. Like it's one through line and it's one kind of idea. Whereas with the I'm mostly going off of his experience with Star Wars, which would have been
Bad
well, I was gonna yes, but I was gonna say would have been the sequel trilogy, which were inconsistent
and bad.
and bad and
Um.
inconsistent.
So what he says. I mean, no, no. Fundamentally, no. You're no. That's not it. He says he admires how. I, okay, I'm gonna say this as the guy who does the Star Trek podcast, and as the guy who has taken a great deal of shit from Star Trek fans. Like they always seem to go for me specifically. I don't know why, but that's not fair. They did go for Jake's uniform once, but anyway, Star Trek. I'm gonna say this sentence and be like, I don't necessarily agree with this, but I'm too much of a layman to hard disagree with it. This would be a question for Jake, but he admires how Star Trek allows its fans time to have discussions, which like I don't really know what that means. Um, Oh, okay. So I'm an old school Star Wars fan, and if you're a Trekkie and you've met me at a booth, you would find that I would mention that I don't like Star Trek. I just think that on the Trekkie side, they like to talk about it. On the Star Wars side, we just get active. With Star Wars, you've got to talk while the war is going on. So if he's talking about like in the universe itself, no, that's not true. Again, as the person who's doing the Star Trek podcast and watching the original show, the big thing is it's a show from the 1960s and it's budget restrained. So obviously there isn't and Star Wars are movies. So like obviously there aren't laser fights in every single episode, but that's not to say like characters don't punch each other. Like we just watched because of the beard, we just watched the Mirror episode, and there's a great sequence where Kirk slides across the table and kicks Mirror Kirk in the head or Mirror Spock in the head, and it's a great little bit of action. So it's like it's not to say that Star Trek is devoid of action. Like
I
as a
mean, it also, in terms of old school stuff, I don't need to have seen a lot of Star Trek just to know this. It's the different, like when both the original trilogy and Star Trek were both at the same time, it's the difference between a television budget and a movie
Yeah,
budget. Like,
exactly. But like if you're talking like in a philosophical sense, like the Star Trek crew just stands around and discusses the ethical implications of doing a thing, whereas the Star Wars guys just do a thing, that's not really true because in Star Wars, there's lots of moments where the plot slows down, and depending on the Star Wars, but where they talk about the ethical implications of doing a thing that happens in most of the prequels, right? They and Kirk in the original timeline or the original show is very much a jump into action kind of character. So like, not really. Star Trek and Star Wars are more similar than they are different. But like, I would say that like, when I was younger, my perspective of Star Trek used to be that yeah, it's a show where characters stand around and talk a lot. So like, I think it just depends on how much you know about the thing.
fair. I mean, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Star Trek, so I don't really have a leg in this fight. And as for Star Wars, uh, my opinions when it comes to Star Wars are
It
kind
sucks
of
now.
just that. Well, I was gonna say more just it's lost its way. It's no longer, it's forgotten its identity.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
um,
yeah.
as a children's thing.
Yeah, you know what? We'll screw it. We're gonna do this now. I didn't bother organizing my stories this week because I was lazy, but we might as well do this. So
How dare you be lazy?
they,
Unforgivable.
I don't know if they announced it. I don't know how it came out. Oh, I guess I think it was maybe Adam Driver, but apparently, uh, Disney passed on a movie. Lucasfilm wanted to make it really really badly. Um,
Make what?
it was a Star Wars movie, and it was going to be directed by uh, David Fincher, allegedly. Anyway, that's the guy who David Fincher, Fight Club, Social Network.
Okay.
Yeah, he was going to direct a Ben or a Kylo Ren solo movie called The Hunt for Ben Solo,
Huh.
and
So
I'm
like
like,
a prequel?
I
Or because he died, didn't he?
yeah, I'm guessing either a prequel or like a maybe a midquel. I'm not sure. I didn't find too much information on it, and there wasn't really. Um, but yeah, apparently it's one of the coolest scripts they'd ever done. I'm guessing it probably would have been like a either a midquel or a prequel or a just yeah. Considering it's called The Hunt for Ben Solo, I'm guessing it would have been establishing the background of that character. But like yeah, man, that character suffered like that like the number one thing about Kylo Ren, I will never not well. A moment for me for Kylo Ren was when I was playing Battlefront 2, and I was doing a level where I was just like slicing down guys, and I was like, "This is really cool. Why isn't he this cool in the movies?" Like, it just feels like Disney thinks these characters are, and to be fair, they are popular. Like people shit on Daisy Ridley all the time, but amongst girls, that character is unbelievably popular. But like, there's nothing in those movies that makes Kylo Ren cool, like all
No,
that cool.
those movies kind of just make him a whiny bitch.
The worst mistake they ever made was taking off that mask that made him cool. Like, yeah, when I'm in Battlefront 2 and I'm using the cross saber and I'm killing guys and he doesn't take off the mask, I'm like, yeah, Kylo Ren is cool. The guy underneath the mask isn't, and I think that's why the original Star Wars knew that. Like, the more you
Well,
tell
yeah, I
about a
mean,
character's background, the less scary, the less interesting he becomes.
well, there's also just in the original, it's yeah, you have all these characters who are human, and you have the one guy who's in the scary mask, who has the scary music, who
Yeah.
has a scary presence, and yeah, as soon as you take that mask, and so the sequel ones very much want him to be Darth Vader. That's the presence they set up. But as soon as you take the mask off, he's no
It
longer Darth Vader. He's
becomes
Anakin.
it becomes Anakin, and I don't know. You're either gonna love Anakin or you're not gonna love Anakin, depending on
Well,
how
I
old you
mean,
are.
the thing is that um, Kylo Ren is no Anakin.
Hmm. No, no, but he's not set up to be. But they don't do it. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, um,
That's a wild tangent.
that's a wild tangent. Yeah, no, I absolutely would have loved to see a Forget who the movie was about. You tell me you wouldn't want to watch a David Fincher Star Wars movie? I mean, that sounds rad.
I mean, my one sticking point is that it would have been about Kylo Ren, and Kylo Ren was lame.
Well,
But
it depends. It depends. Like if when this comes out, I don't. It just doesn't say when it comes out. But like if it comes out after Force Awakens, the goodwill's still there. So I think it would have been successful.
yeah,
If
yeah.
you do it after the Last Jedi and it's
I
in
guess
that
I
nebulous, like
should
we're
say,
making everything and anything.
like, I'm looking at it through my current eyes. But yeah, if this takes place after that first one, before the second one comes out and ruins Star Wars,
I don't
um,
think that I don't think that to me that second one doesn't. That's maybe the start of what ruined Star Wars, but like
no, it ruins Star Wars.
I don't know. To me, the television shows ruined Star Wars.
Yeah, but that comes after.
That yeah. But I don't think. Well, honestly and truly, what ruined Star Wars, if you want to get technical, it is Han Solo, because Han Solo bombed, and that's what caused them to run to television. But ultimately, if I had to lay the blame at any of it, it's the television. It's why they stopped making movies, because the television shows were wildly successful. They use all the cheating, cheap techniques, the lame backgrounds, the bad cycling things, so everything looks like it's on a terrible looking set, and it looks cheap because it is. That all comes from television. So I don't think anything in
See,
that.
see, the reason why I say that the second one, whose name I can't even remember, is that the Last
Yeah, the
Jedi?
Last Jedi. Yeah.
Um, yeah, the reason why I say that that one kills it is because people hated that one, which means that they were willing to give Solo less of a chance because the last one was so bad,
No, but that's not
and then it just all snowballs from there.
right. But no, but then none of that's true. That's not like if anything.
But it is true. Everybody hated that second one, Justin.
No. That's also not true. That movie is divided very 50-50. There's lots of people love that movie.
Sure, but you say that it's divided 50-50. That means that they lost half of the people that loved
Right,
Star Wars
but
because of
that's
that movie, which means that when it came to Solo, people
no.
were
But
not willing to give it a
but
chance.
that's not why that movie failed. That movie failed for a number of other reasons. But no, it had nothing to do with the Last Jedi. The
Agree to disagree.
only because the Rise of Skywalker went on to make a shit ton of money. Like, as much as we hate Rise of Skywalker, that was an incredibly financial successful movie. So no, like in
Agree to
terms,
disagree, my friend.
again, it's agreeing to disagree or not. It's just not what happened.
Agree to disagree, my friend.
But yeah,
Agree to disagree, my friend.
yeah. Not an opinion thing though.
It is.
Um, because yeah, no, it's really, it all goes back to it's the television. It really, what ruined Star Wars like just firmly ruin Star Wars. Because like Last Jedi, yeah, there's some not great story stuff in there, but it's still a technically fine movie. Um, it's the television.
No, the televisions are technically fine. All of it is technically fine. It looks like Star
But
Wars.
my point
It's
is,
the bad writing that makes it bad, and the bad writing
yeah,
starts with that one.
but that has nothing to do with it making money. That's the thing. Is your
That's
opinions
not
on
what I
the
said. I said that it ruins Star Wars. It can make money and still be ruined.
no, but they made too many successful things afterwards to make the bad forgettable Star Wars stuff comes. Well, I would say that's the start, not the cause. Like I don't think it's the cause. The cause again.
I think that that's when this
No,
I think that that's when the snowball starts rolling down the hill. Now
absolutely
you
not.
can say that the snowball doesn't start killing until something further down, but it starts there.
Well, yeah, I mean that sure because ultimately they that would whether or not you like or dislike the story choices in that movie, everything else was a reaction to that movie. So I guess in that sense, sure, but like in the technical craft sense, not really. Again, the Star Wars doesn't technically get again. All the stuff that technically
I
makes
don't
modern
think
Star
it's
Wars bad is because of the Mandalorian. It all goes back to the Mandalorian. To me, that's where Star Wars gets bad. Is the Mandalorian?
that's where it dies. That's where it dies, but it doesn't start dying before. Like
No,
it
because
starts dying before then.
no, I don't think it. I don't think it does.
As far as I'm concerned, current Star Wars is kind of dead. I haven't watched a Star Wars thing in forever, and the
No.
only times I did was for this.
Well, I don't
So
have an interest in sitting down and watching.
it's it's dead for me essentially.
I want
The only way
movies.
that Star Wars limps on is through video games.
No, see, that's the thing is the main thing that prohibits me from watching is movie television shows are bad. They're not good. Like Obi-Wan mini series they call them, but they're never very good. Mandal or the one Star Wars show that people actually like drastically misunderstands that franchise that we're not in a way that we're not going to get into again, but it does. Um, the other stuff is too short to be interesting and like too long to want to spend time on, or is in a place of the universe where it doesn't make any sense for it to, or requires you to do so much homework that I'm not gonna like. Yeah, okay, Ahsoka looks all right, but I don't want to watch Rebels, and I don't want to watch Clone Wars, and I don't want to watch 4, 5, 6, 10 seasons of a television show to enjoy one television show. Like, say what you will about The Last Jedi, you can go watch that movie unencumbered. I don't need to have done any research to watch it. I don't
Isn't
need
that
to
the one
have.
that has the isn't that the one that has C-3PO's red arm where he just has a random red arm?
No, that's a
Isn't that the one where
that's the first one. Yes, it has the purple haired
isn't
chick,
that
but in terms of its like yeah, you're like okay, who is this chick? But still, the functionality of the story still works. It's not like Ahsoka where you go into the first episode and it's literally the continuation of a show I didn't watch. That's what I'm saying. Like you could watch it. It wouldn't be easy, but you could watch it. Whereas a lot of these television, it's the same thing. To be fair, it's the same thing with Marvel. Marvel has the same problem, where it's like just go back to making movies. Just go
I
back
mean,
to
really,
making movies.
ultimately, it's a Disney problem.
Yeah, it is a Disney problem. It's they're trying to slop out as much content as they possibly can. And it's diluting the brands, making them has nothing to do with quality. Like again, you could disagree with writing choices in any of these things, but what's wrong with these properties is a dilution of product. It's no, I don't want to watch 50 billion Star Wars shows. I want to watch one movie that I can knock out in an afternoon. I don't want to spend 2 days watching The Acolyte, no matter how much I like that show. I don't want to spend 2 days. You know what I mean? Like I want to watch movies. I want Star Wars movies, or at the very least, I want the Star Wars movies to look expensive and the television shows to be animated or look cheap. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
you want a Clone Wars, the
Yeah,
animated Clone
an
Wars.
animated Clone Wars where it's like, oh, this looks like shit, but it's pretty well written. Like that's what I want. It's the same thing with Marvel. Like I don't want to have to watch Hawkeye's 6 episode show to
I want a
understand who his
Spider-Man
character is.
animated show.
Yeah, which then to be fair they've made, but I'm just saying, like
I'm
I
just
feel,
saying as a comparison.
yeah, and to be fair, Marvel is learning this lesson, right? And Star Wars kind of is because they are putting out a movie. It's a movie nobody really seems to want, but it's a movie nonetheless. Honestly, the thing I'm excited the most for from Star Wars
Oh,
right
I mean,
now.
see, I've done this show long enough with you to become as cynical and bitter and jaded as you are. So I'm fully aware this Mandalorian Grogu movie is them testing the film market with a character that has done
Oh,
wildly successful
absolutely.
on their shitty television
Absolutely,
shows.
because they're still scared to do movies. Like that's the thing is,
Yeah.
I
So
don't
they're
I
like, okay, well, we'll do a movie, but we'll throw in our most profitable
I,
television character
I
into the movie.
think well I think it was because yeah Han Solo didn't do well, not as well as they thought it would. I think which killed because they were gonna do another. There was another one of those spin-off movies. They were I don't remember which character it was, but
They were gonna do that. I mean, that Obi-Wan show was gonna be
it
a
was gonna.
movie.
That's what it was. Was the Obi-Wan show was gonna be a movie, and then Han Solo bombed horribly, so it became a show. The poor critical reception. It still did well, but it didn't do as well as they thought it would, and it had very poor critical reception. Scared Lucasfilms into doing movies, and then Mandalorian did incredibly well, which is why they made all those shows. So yeah, you're right. Like they're trying, they're like tepidly putting their baby toes into the water to test for movies, and they're like, let's put our most popular character in, so that then a year later they can do the Ryan Gosling nobody knows who this character is movie, which is the movie I am actually excited to see, or at the very least interested in watching, because yeah, it's not shit it's not just shit it takes place after a time where all the shit I mean, I guess there's a potential that Finn or like one of those characters could show up, but still, like, it's not in a period of time we all know. Anyway,
Yeah, it's not in the Skywalker saga.
um,
It's post Skywalker
it's
saga.
post Skywalker saga. Anyway,
Theoretically, anyways. I
um,
mean, technically, depending on when it takes place, you could have Rey Skywalker show up, but
I gotta move on. We talked too much about Star Wars. Um, After the success of K-pop Demon Hunters, which is a movie I quite liked, they announced that they're making Mitchell's versus the Machines, which I'm really stoked for. That movie is severely underrated. You all need to go watch it.
oh, they're making a sequel, you mean?
Yes, they're making a
Oh,
sequel.
cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, I like that movie.
I like that movie quite a lot. I don't know what they would do for it other than do another apocalypse. I kind of hope they do like a thing where I mean, this is always my go-to for sequels for a movie like that. He's grandpa, she has kids, and the kids hate her.
I don't remember how the last one ends,
It ends
but
with her going off to college and getting a girlfriend.
I don't know how the last one ends. But what I would do for Mitchell versus the Machines too, because you mentioned another apocalypse, I would just kind of have it make a joke or a fun parody of like the Terminator and have it be where like a machine comes from the future and like they
That'd
have
also be
to
kind of fun. But yeah, no,
they have to stop the robot. Basically do Terminator.
the first one ends with because the whole point of the first one was they were doing the road trip to take her to college for film school. She was a film
I've
person.
only watched it once and it's been a while.
And it ends with she's now in film school and the family's all happy with each other and they're all getting along and the kid still loves dinosaurs. And yeah, I was just my thing is always just time skip. She now has kids. He's a grandpa. He's an awesome grandpa. Like it's just the easiest
I
place to
mean that's
go.
that's a really, really long time skip though.
I mean, not really. She is just
She
going
was
into
in
college.
college and now
Do like a 5 year time skip.
I don't know.
She's now 26, 27. She's having
That's
kids.
really that's young to be having kids.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
Um, or have it.
Especially in this day and age, that's really young.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that 27. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. You do that 10 year time skip. I don't. Yeah.
I mean,
Um.
if anything, I could see it where it's like she's getting a dog.
I mean, that would also be funny. Or I mean, you could just
And
do it where it's
and
5 years
like
later and she's
and like that's where you could have the joke where like the parents, the mom or the dad or whatever is like, when are we gonna get grandkids? And she's like, you do have a grandkid. He's right
nah. She's
here.
not that kind of character. I no, yeah. To me, the most. I mean, obviously, the response that it is a lazy and hacky kind of idea, but to me, that's always when you have a movie where in the first one the dad's difficult. The logical place writing wise is for me is always to go. You do a sequel, and now she has her own like 5 year old, 6 year old kid, and she is now the difficult one, and the character arc is the dad has to teach her to not be difficult. Like that,
Eh,
like
I don't know.
that to me is just the most obvious place you go with that, where it's like now she's the adult in the situation and she has to be made to understand blah 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 blah. But hey, like I love that movie, and that movie's creative and fun, so they will probably do something completely different that will blow my mind. Jordan, Tom Felton is in a really terrible looking science fiction movie.
Terrible is a
What
strong
is the
word.
what is no 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 we're not
Generic.
no what the fuck is his accent? Like what is that accent? I don't even what is he doing? What is that voice? It's awful. The special effects look terrible. It's ripping off so many things. He's the most famous person in it. It looks like it was film like it looks like a student film. Like it looks
I mean,
atrocious.
I mean,
You were in
I don't
Harry
know. It
Potter, my
doesn't.
guy.
It doesn't look as bad as one of like some of the movies I watched this week, and it looks mediocre,
Like, yeah,
but
but that's
that
my point.
doesn't look terrible. I don't
if the
know.
most enthusiasm you can muster to say about it is that it looks mediocre, and I'm like it looks bad, it looks terrible, meet in the middle, that means it still looks bad. That means that you're just trying to be nice for some reason. Like, oh, poor Tom Felton, he needs the leg up. He's doing really pathetic appearances on Broadway as a character he played when he was 10. It's really sad, and we feel bad for him.
I
Jordan,
don't know.
he didn't even
It's
play
not. It's not.
Lucius.
It's
He was
not.
playing Draco. Dude, let it go.
It's not so much that like I am trying to be nice. It's more just I'm apathetic and I can't work up. I care even less than you. I care so little that I can't even work up the energy to say that it's bad.
I mean, like just yeah, yeah. Very rarely do you get me being like this movie looks bad. Like not even just like it looks like it's badly written. It's just all of it looks bad. Like it looks like it looks like a if we were still in our teens, it looks straight to DVD. It's got straight to streaming written all over it. The CGI looks bad. Like it looks atrocious.
I don't know. I guess for me it's just there's been a lot of bad movies lately. It doesn't really eh eh. Like you sent me the trailer, I watched it and I don't feel any strong feelings towards it. I just kind of feel
I
indifference.
would it just he looks too famous to be in it. I guess is
Like
my point.
extreme. Yeah, but like I watched Spirit Halloween and it had the guy from Back to the Future in it. So
Um,
like
I mean, he was also too famous to be in that.
Christopher Lloyd,
Join, we're gonna do a quick rapid. Then we saw images of the guy who's playing Sylvester Stallone in that Sylvester Stallone biopic. Boy, howdy, does he look like Sylvester Stallone? Moving on. Um,
I mean, yeah, he looks
it's
enough like him
it
that
looks
I
like it looks like
he's
him.
he's definitely playing him.
They're making or at the very least they want to make a oh that's funny. My time to shine. Hello. I recognize that name. They're making a Sleeping Dogs movie, and I don't have much to say about it other than Simu Limu is apparently in it, and the only thing I know
Sleeping
about
Dogs, that's that video game, right? The one with isn't it in like China or Japan or something?
oh I think I'm confusing it with Watch Dogs. Yes, it is. It does. It takes place in Japan, which makes sense. That's why he's in it because he's Asian. That makes sense.
Um,
Um,
yeah, I think I remember playing the first one a little bit, and I think it's essentially like how there's like those GTA clones, like there was
yeah. It was
Mafia,
a,
there's
essentially a GTA clone, right? Yes.
this was
I
yeah.
got that. I got completely confused. I was thinking of Watch Dogs because I know they're making a movie about that
Oh,
too.
Watch Dogs, that's the one where he does the technological takeover stuff, right? Hacker
Yeah.
stuff.
The
Yeah,
hacker
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this one I believe Sleeping Dogs is like he's part of the Yakuza or something.
Yes. I think that sounds right. Um.
Something like that. I haven't I'm it's one of those ones where it's like I'm aware of it, but I'm not like super familiar with it.
Yeah. I don't
So they're making a
know.
movie of that, eh?
Yes,
Cool.
they are. Sorry.
I guess my question in terms of like
What?
stylistic choices is do you think it's going to be one where they release it like the language is entirely in Japanese and it's like a subtitled film, or do you
No.
think they're going to do like a made for America like we hear it in English but they're actually speaking Japanese kind of situation?
I feel like that from what I recall of the game, they all speak English, so I think it's going to be an English thing.
Interesting. Interesting.
From what I recall.
I mean, that might be the case with the game. I'm just saying, in terms of making a movie, it's your opportunity to be stylistic and uh quote unquote artistic.
You're not wrong. We're cutting that, Jordan. Um,
What?
oh, I just cut a story because I was like, nah, it's not very interesting. Jordan, guess who just became irrelevant? Xbox is now irrelevant
It's
with
Xbox.
Halo coming to PlayStation 5, and I'm just like, that's hilarious.
Yeah, apparently
Console war is
Halo.
officially over, according to EV or GameStop. Apparently,
Apparently it's not just like a re-release, it's like a full-on remake of that game.
yeah, and it's got new levels and everything. I saw,
Like a bunch of new stuff and it
which
looks
like
pretty and
I mean, I was never Xbox. I played whatever video game you put in my hand, right? I was never like particularly like loyal to any one brand, but
oh no, 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 no.
um,
I was a PlayStation boy.
I like Halo. I like Halo, and I'm not gonna
I mean
lie.
I yeah,
I will totally play it if it goes free free to PlayStation Plus or something. Like I'm not gonna pay
I
money for it, but I'll definitely play it.
oh, I mean,
Why are you
if it ever
like this?
drops if it ever drops to like $30 or 20 bucks or something, I'll pay for that. I remember back in the day we had Halo 1 on PC
We did have Halo 1 on PC, and it was really fun.
and it was
Like, there's a
really
reason that
fun.
franchise is popular.
Like I'm not gonna. I had a friend who every time I would go over to his house, he would have. I was the friend that he would have come over and help him do the co-op mode so that he could get those achievements. And so I remember playing all the way up to Halo 3. Because I'd go over there and we'd do the co-op mode so that he could get the achievements that you get when you do the co-op mode.
Yup.
Um, so no, yeah, I absolutely like. I like Halo,
I like
but
Halo.
when it comes to the console war, no, I've been a PlayStation boy like all my life. I've owned, I think, like every PlayStation console at one point or another. So no, it would be disingenuous of me to not say that I'm a PlayStation fan over the other consoles. But I like it was always one of those like if I could get an Xbox for free, I would have taken it.
Yeah, right? I'm not gonna say no to a free
I'm not
Xbox.
gonna say no to a free Xbox.
Um,
Um, but
I'm certainly not gonna
no,
spend money on it.
I was definitely a PlayStation boy.
Xbox. Jordan, James Gunn has announced they were gonna do a spin-off show for the Batman that was gonna be a okay. It was this article is kind of misleading because it was two shows. It wasn't just one. There was two shows that they were gonna make, and one of them was a it was basically Gotham because I remember ever being like it's just Gotham, but it was Gotham. It was a procedural cop show in Gotham. It took place in the Gotham PD, and supposedly Batman was gonna like cameo in it, and he was gonna be in it. And then there was another show that they were gonna do that was gonna be about Arkham. This article insists that it was the same show, but my chronically online knowing movie news knows that that's not true.
So
Um, but
the idea of a I don't know what Gotham was like, but
bad,
the I because I think that takes place before Batman exists.
yes.
But the idea of a procedural cop show in a world where Batman is already established and it's just like it's not like Jim Gordon, the police court like commissioner,
Do
not
we just
following
leave this
him,
for
but
Batman?
but it's just like you're following like Tim, the
Yeah,
beat cop.
yeah, I'd be down
Is
for that.
that is absolutely funny to me because it's like you have like there's the rumor of the Batman that's like talked about.
But
You don't ever have to actually show it. Like all you have to do to make me have it work is have it where like he goes up to have a like a cigarette on the roof or something on one of his coffee breaks and he looks over and he sees the bat signal sitting there. That's enough for me.
that's just it. Like, well, no, number one, they canceled these shows, and good because Batman shows need to be discouraged, actively discouraged. But
But they can be
but
done.
they can be done. Yes, they know. No, we should not encourage them or ask for
No.
them, but they can be done
There
because
are
you're right.
ways to
You're right.
do
That would
them.
be funny. That would be funny where like he turns around and you never actually see Batman. You just see like the billowing of a cape as it goes by. Like yeah, that would be. But that's the thing is these Batman-less Batman shows never do that. Like Gotham was awful because it was an origin show that featured bad guys whose origins were dependent on Batman. Like
Like Because yeah, like the idea
Penguin
of
was
like
frustrating because Batman exists and none of them reference him. So yeah, if you're gonna do a show that like a cop, I don't mind doing a cop show where it's like Law and Order, a Law and Order SVU, and they're solving crimes and Batman just happens to be there. Like that's
yeah,
fun. That's a fun show,
yeah.
but you would need to have Batman be involved in order for it to work.
To a certain degree. Like he doesn't need to be in every episode, but like yeah, to have things there that reference him,
I mean,
like have it be like where one episode where like the entire time this detective is working on this case, and then like the last episode or the last like 10 minutes of the episode or whatever, the commissioner goes to him and is like, yeah, no, I can have you move on to the next case because Batman solved it,
oh
and
yeah.
like the detective gets frustrated
Oh, that was
at
my
how
case, man.
like that was my case. I spent so much time working on
Yeah,
that.
you're not
That to
wrong.
me is
That would be funny. That
hilarious.
would be so funny. Like, the thing is, I kind of want an episode where it's like, because even Law and Order has levity, where you have like the levity character like solving a case, and then yeah, it just cuts to Commissioner Gordon and Batman on the roof just having a coffee and yeah, a cigarette and just chatting about the case. Like that. You're
Yeah.
right. That like yeah, he doesn't need to be in every episode. Like the thing about Batman shows that's
You just
so
need to feel his
frustrating. You
presence.
just need to feel his presence that he exists in that world.
Yeah.
Like in Peacemaker, like they reference like Superman, Lex Luthor shows up in that show. It makes the world feel lived in. It makes it feel
Yeah.
and even if you do it like the thing that's always frustrating me about Batman is why can't Batman appear on television? Like flat out, why can't he appear
Is
on
there
television?
like a law or something? Not a
I
law,
don't
but like a
know. I don't know, but like for example in Gotham, he shows up in like the last episode for like one shot and you barely see him. Like for whatever
huh.
reason, Warner Brothers just has this thing about Batman on television, where like Superman, they have no issue putting Superman on television. Like Tyler, oh, I always fuck up his last name, but Tyler Hoechlin is one of the best Superman. He gets put up there on the Mount Rushmore of Superman. Like people love him. Like people say he's one of the best Superman in existence,
Hmm.
and he's on TV. He's the CW Superman.
No, yeah, I'm just wondering why. I mean, maybe
Why? I don't know.
yeah, I don't know what reason there would be.
Right?
But I think you and I need to sit down and we need to make this procedural cop show. This
I also kind of think
this
um,
Batman it's this Gotham PD
Batman Light. We're
procedural.
gonna call it Batman Light. Like
Yeah,
Batman Less is not okay. Like, but it's like up there with the like. But also it went on for like multiple seasons. Who gives a shit about Alfred? Why is there an Alfred show but not a Batman show? It makes
because
no
like
sense.
I also see like and this is where it could be cool is because like some of the episodes could be like a a funny they're around the office kind of thing, and then some like one of the episodes I see is like they're out hunting this like this terrible murderer or something, and it's from the point of view of the police officer's body cam as you see like Batman like from above, and you like how like normal people see Batman.
Yeah.
Like you don't see it from Batman's perspective, but like you see Batmaning from a regular cop's perspective from his body cam and how terrifying he is.
Right. Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, though, I also would kind of want Brooklyn Nine, but with Batman. Like
That's
Brooklyn
kind of
Nine
what
Nine.
that's kind
That
of
would be
what I'm
kind of
picturing.
fun.
I'm picturing like a combination between Brooklyn Nine-Nine, you've never really seen it, but The Rookie,
Oh yeah. Okay,
like
yeah.
so like that kind of show,
Yeah, where it has its moments
with
of being
Batman
serious, but it does.
theming.
Yes, I'm familiar enough with the rookie to get what you're saying. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see
Where it's
that.
like you have moments of levity, but there's definitely some like serious
Well, they
moments.
did a show. I don't know if it was connected to DC, but the basic premise of it was the people who cleaned up after the superheroes after they left. It's kind of what informed me and Jake's joke
Interesting.
about the Star Trek Night Shift. But yeah, that wasn't. I think it only lasted like not maybe a season, half a season. Like it wasn't super
Interesting.
popular. But we're weird. We think shit like that's funny. Like there's other people like
I mean, I think there's a world for it. I think there's an audience for a show like what we're
But like
describing.
in season one of Gotham, when that show came out, I kept saying, "Who gives a fuck about a Batmanless Batman show?" And then that show went on for like 6 seasons, and people love it and tell me I'm wrong all the time. So like, perhaps I'm the asshole in the
Well, I
situation.
mean, that's where I say I think there's a world for it, but for it to work to me, for it to make sense, there has to be a presence of Batman. And like I said, he doesn't need to be in every
No,
episode. You can have an episode where, like I said, like two regular cops are having an argument on the roof, and in the
just
background
see
you
his
see the
cape.
bat
Yeah,
symbol.
yeah, yeah. Just see his
Like
cape go by. Yeah.
you see the spotlight with the bat symbol on it, right?
Or
Like
like a
there's
criminal just gets his
ways.
head taken out by like a batarang. That'd be fun.
Yeah, or like even like you see like there's a part where like they're doing processing or whatever, and like one of the people is like, oh, where'd this guy come from? Like, what's his story? And one of the other guys like, oh, it's another Batman. Like they have a
Yeah, there's
term
like
for it.
I
Like
was
it's
just gonna say there's two lines. There's the criminals taken out by Batman, and then the rest.
yeah, like or some reference to it like that, right? Like they have a specific code name for it. Like, oh, these are Batmaners or something like that.
That would be funny.
You just that to me that you just
Warner
need to
Brothers,
have the
pay
occasional
us.
thing like
James
that.
Gunn, James Gunn, pay us. No, you don't get it for
He-
free. If I see
I'm
this
just
idea on television, I have no money. I can't do anything. But I'm gonna
but
pretend I'm gonna sue you.
you know what, Justin? We should write a pilot, like a ghost episode, and try and sell it to James
God,
Gunn.
that would involve us either of us being able to write dialogue.
I mean, we've read enough comic books. Comic books don't have real dialogue. I think we could do it.
Maybe, maybe. I'll have my people call your people.
You are my people.
I'm probably not gonna call you.
Justin!
Um,
I called you.
Jordan. The news is taking too long, but I've got three more stories.
That's because we have awesome show ideas which the internet has now
And
heard
just apparently,
and we'll run with.
apparently entirely too much energy.
Well, one of us does.
They announced, Jordan, that they're making They announced an animated show, and I need you to. You're gonna be like, okay, and every time you say okay, I'm gonna get you to point out the part where and it's the same point I went. All right, and it's became slightly less okay with it. It's gonna make it sense in a moment. Okay, Jordan, they've announced that they're gonna make a new animated series that's a GI Joe and Transformer crossover show.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be on Amazon.
Okay.
It's based on a comic book written by Robert Kirkman, who you would know as having written both The Walking Dead and Invincible.
Okay. So
And
we're gonna get like 6 episodes, and then it's gonna take 12 months to get another 6 episodes.
and the show is
That's the
being
point. That's the point where you've lost me.
no. There's one more. The show is. I don't actually know if it's going to be for Amazon. I just assumed it was. That part I can't confirm as being true. But I can confirm that the show is being described as being broad and is said to be in the vein of Kirkman's gritty adult animated series Invincible.
Okay, so we're gonna get 6 episodes, and then we're gonna spend 12 months getting another six
See,
episodes.
no, actually, no. They've been coming out yearly for the past 2 seasons. So I will concede that they've been coming. They've been putting shit out. Now, a lot of people have been bitching about the animation, which I think looks fine, but neither here nor there. Really, the bit where they're like, it's gonna be like Invincible. So I'm like, oh, so Optimus is gonna say his famous catchphrase. Jordan?
Transform and I'll kill you.
Transform and I'll kill you! As he blows. Oh shit! I don't. Damn it! I don't know. Hold on. Let's redo that. What's his name? The name of the main guy. Duke. Okay, there we go. He's gonna say his famous catchphrase, "Transform and I'll kill you," as he blows off Duke's head.
Use take two.
Use take two. Take two's better. I just, as soon as you're like, it's gonna be like Invincible, I'm like, in what way?
Violent.
The violent way, right? But I'm like, but it's Transform. Why do people insist on taking beloved childhood thing I like and make it violent? Like, why can't we make a beautifully animated G.I. Joe Transformers crossover show that isn't bloody and violent? I mean, to be fair, I'm just assuming it's gonna be violent. But why else would you compare it to Invincible?
I mean, the only other reason you compare it to Invincible, and this is the thing that I hope they're pointing towards, and not the violence, but Invincible is bright and colorful.
Maybe. I mean, in terms of art style, I wouldn't say no. I love Invincible's art style. To be fair, that's not fair. I love Invincible. I've liked every
Oh, I
season. I
love
think
it. I
the
love Invincible and I enjoy it, but if you're gonna say that this thing is gonna be incredibly violent, then that's not what those things
no, I just
necessarily need
think
to be.
that I'm just like you're right. I guess it being bright and colorful and being fluidly animated, like it is. I maintain season three is their best season, other than maybe season one. But season three is definitely better than season two. That much I can say. Um,
So, if I'm looking to be hopeful, that's what I think
I
they're
mean, yeah.
pointing
I guess
towards.
if I want a Transformers fight between Optimus Prime and Megatron, I guess I do kind of want it to look like the Conquest fight from season three, or the home not Homelander, the Omni Man fight from season one.
Yeah, like that's the thing is
It's
like
like really
it's not
destructive, but not bloody. All right, I'm into it.
there's ways to do it is I guess what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
I just was like, the only reason why I could think the comparison because apparently it's based on a
Like I
particular.
just don't need to have there be a scene where Optimus reaches his hand out, covers one of the GI Joe's heads and squishes and it pops like a grape.
I was gonna say grabs his head and rips his spine out, Mortal Kombat style, but yeah, that too. I don't need that
Oh,
either.
no, 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 Justin. That's too, but that would be too over the line for Optimus. They couldn't get away with it. He would be like the I want to end your suffering as quick as I can, and he'd pop their head like a grape.
That is fair. No, that is true. It's just the only other
Megatron
reason
would
I could
grab
think
their
to
Megatron would grab their head, rip their spine out, and use it
that is
to
valid.
floss his metal teeth.
That
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 that would be Megatron's
that
thing.
that is valid. Yeah, no, if the Decepticons are bloody and violent and they kill humans bloody and violently, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. If it's sick, like if it's awesome, if it's badass, I'm gonna be like, you know what?
It's a
Fine,
pass.
it gets a pass. But actually, the only other reason I could think to compare it to Invincible is because it's via the comic run it's based on is written by the guy who wrote it. So that's the only
Oh
reason why.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only reason why I could think to compare the two. But I mean, look, if that's what it takes to finally get that GI Joe Transformers crossover they've been threatening for decades, I'm
It
okay with
gets a
that.
shot.
And Jordan, being that it
I mean,
is
my thing, sorry, before we move on, my thing is all it has to do is be better than Marvel and have it be longer than 7 episodes and be an actual show.
no, it's if it's going, yeah, I mean, there's a chance, but considering they've compared it to Invincible, I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's all it has to do to be better than
It's
Marvel.
true. It's a low bar.
A very,
Um.
very, very low bar.
So since it's Halloween and it's spooky, we're gonna end it on two spooky Halloweenish.
Ooh,
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 Spooky Jordan, he's come back. Spooky Jordan.
ooh.
This is when he's most active at our in our Halloween episode. But no, being that I only felt yeah. Well, we're gonna end on two vaguely Halloween. So Terrifier 4's insane ending and origin story is teased by clown or Art the Clown actor, and like I'm like here's the thing. Apparently, he hasn't read it yet, according to this article, so he doesn't know where it's going. But and the guy who created, who's Damien Leone, the guy who's created and writes Terrifier, says this is the last one, but then he said it wasn't the last one. I know I always make reference to it, but what he says is not untrue. That episode of Rick and Morty where it's the cat and he's like, no answer I could give to my backstory would possibly be satisfying. I just kind of feel like that's what's gonna happen if you give away Art the Clown's backstory. As much as I'm not uninterested in his backstory, I just don't know of a version of it. My theory has always been based on the Clown Cafe, and all the dreams of the Clown Cafe that he was a children's entertainer who snapped. Like he worked for a children's show, like a children's Saturday
Yeah, I mean
morning
that makes the most sense to me.
Barney style show.
I have to be honest. It's one of those things where I don't think it really matters.
No, that's kind of not the
Um,
point to Art the Clown. It really doesn't
he's
matter,
he's a psychopathic clown who killed people, and then after the first one, he's a demon who kills people.
right? Like after
Doesn't
after the first
really
after the
what
first one, he's not really Art the Clown anymore. Not
I don't
really. He's
really
a
I
demon
don't
that's been brought back to life.
like what are we looking for here? What do we
Do you need to know why he
but
doesn't speak? Is that what you're wondering? Like why he doesn't
I
talk?
just
It's part of the
like
mime,
when you say we're gonna go into his origins, I just what origins? He's not a character. He's not a character that really has if that makes sense. Like he's not like a Freddy
Yeah.
or like
Well,
a
I mean, I guess
Jason.
he has the potential. He's a real blank slate of a character for me. That's why I enjoy him. But like, yeah, I suppose like in the first one, you see him putting on the clown makeup, so he very in the opening credits, so he very much is a person outside of being Art the
Well,
Clown.
he
He
was.
was. He isn't. That's the thing. In Terrifier 2 and 3, he's a demon now. He died in Terrifier 1 and he got brought back to life. So the guy he was in Terrifier 1, you can find, but it just kind of seemed like he was just a random killer and he just killed people. Anything that he does that's out of the ordinary from that point on. It's like, yeah, when he gets stabbed or shot and he doesn't make any noise, well, he's a demon. It's magic, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can't remember if in the first one he gets attacked and doesn't scream, but like, yeah, okay, you want to ask why doesn't he speak? Because it's part of being a mime. Like, yeah, I suppose there's questions you could ask, but like you said, there really isn't the point. Apparently, the first like 15 minutes of the fourth movie is his backstory. Which, like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not curious. Like, who isn't
Eh,
curious? But like,
I'm not.
that's not the point. No, I mean, but
Like
from a storytelling perspective, obviously,
even from a story perspective, I'm not. Like it's that's not those movies aren't ones that I watch and go like I need to know why this clown is killing people. The clown is killing people because he's a killer clown.
yeah,
To
that's
me,
fair. That's not unfair.
like to me,
But I mean, you're
it's
always at least you
it's
gotta
a
admit you're always at least a little interested in a character's origin story, a little bit.
no, not really, not in this instance. He's just a clown who kills people. He doesn't they don't present him with enough of like enough of a character that I'm like I need to know his background. He's the
No, but I never
force
said
in the
need to know. I was just like
he's the
curious.
he's the for no, not
Like
really.
why
He's
why
the
does he?
force he's the force in the movie that exists just to be the force in the movie. He doesn't have a character that makes me go like I need to know why he does
But
what
yeah,
he does.
but you're confl- I never said need to know. I said like
Want
curious.
to, need to, curious, whatever synonym you want to use.
Like
That
like
it doesn't evoke that in me.
fair enough. Because I'm like yeah, obviously yeah, I want to know why. Or I'm reasonably curious as to why Spider-Man puts on the mask and you know what I mean? Or in the case of Freddy
Yeah,
Krueger,
well,
I'm curious if Freddy
you want to
Krueger
know
or
why the clown put on the makeup and decided to kill people? It's because he's a psychopath.
True. I
You
mean,
know, you know.
I don't. I'm mostly playing devil's advocate. I don't disagree with you. I think he's the more you explain who or what. It's the same thing with the demon. The more you explain what the demon is, like when you like when you give a demon a
Like,
name, like it's an Abaddon. You're like, okay, so he's just a demon and that's his name now. It's
yeah,
not
or
very
so yeah.
interesting.
Then let's look at it from that route. Like, okay, is this prequel going to be about like the demon side of things? And it's like, it's a demon. Who cares? It's a demon.
Right.
I
Like
don't need to
I
know
do
its
I do I
background.
need to
It's just
know
it's a
that
demon.
Art the Clown is really Tim Frankenballs, and
Like
he really loved being a clown until he got pushed around a little too much, and then he snapped and murdered a bunch of kids.
like
That
it just kind of sounds like like they're going to turn him into the Joker.
kinda, which I that
Like,
like that's what I saw people say that they were afraid of that. They're afraid that Art the Clown is gonna open his mouth and talk in the next one, and he's gonna sound like the Joker. And I'm like, as
uh,
much as I want David Howard Thornton to be the Joker, I
yeah,
don't
not
want
like
Art
that.
the Clown to be the Joker. He doesn't need to speak. Like I don't need him to
Uh,
speak.
so like my thing, I guess, is when you say that to me, my thing, and you've said this so many times, it's a hat on a hat.
Yeah.
Like I don't,
But like
it's
also there is a version of it where I'm like, okay, this does like I would be interested to know like not necessarily why he kills people or like if he was just a regular guy beforehand. Like it would be kind of interesting to be like, oh yeah, he takes off the makeup in his original incarnation and he goes and he's just David Howard Thornton and he's a regular guy and he like yeah, is he? There are elements of him, not himself, but his place in the world prior to like I'm like, oh, is he like is he like a John Wayne Gacy? Does he have a regular like everyday life that he went to? Like that kind of stuff does kind of that part of it like not
I
a
mean,
dissertation on why he like as much as you find out that like Freddy Krueger kills is killing the kids because I guess I would not be interested in finding out if perhaps there was a bit more to him than is but also I agree with you it's not necessary to to
It
that
just,
character.
yeah,
I
for me,
don't
I
want him to
just,
open his mouth and speak like the Joker. I don't need that.
yeah,
Don't need it.
I hear that and I'm like, eh, how do I word this? I think why it bothers me, bothers isn't the right word, but why I can't get on board with it, I guess is how I would word it, is because it it's not being creative, like, being created, and not really out of a sense of like creativity or like wanting to do any of the things that you're talking about, or it exists so that it can be the next Freddy, the next Jason, the next it has to continue the franchise so that it can
Yeah, pretty much. It's
become the
doing the
next
thing.
iconic.
I get what you sounds like what you're sorry, I should say. It sounds like what you're saying is it's just doing the thing that the horror movie has to do because it's at that point in the horror. It's revealing a
Yeah,
backstory because that's the next step you take when you're doing a
in order
character
to
like
stay
this.
relevant.
You
Yes.
have to give him a backstory. They're doing it because they
Yes.
have to. But according to this article, he insists that he my thing is like if you come at me in a way that makes me go, okay, this was always how you saw the character, like this was always this way, like if it lines that's what I was gonna say. If you manage to make it where his origin ends with him at the beginning of Terrifier 1, and that's the origin, and like there isn't like a dissertation on his psychology, then I'm like, all right, okay, that's kind of fun. Where because the thing about the Terrifier movies is they've always been full circle, right? The beginning is like the middle, or like the first one, the beginning of the movie is the ending of the movie. Like so to do it where that sequence is like a full circle sequence where it ends with him going into the cafe in the first one and seeing the girl that inevitably like if it maybe indicates why he chose her. That is an
Now,
origin that doesn't explain his character or give him character and is a bit different.
now, what would be kind of cool, it wouldn't, but this is me trying to make this more creative than it is if in this fourth one where it's the origin, we find out that Demon Art the Clown goes back in time and like is hunting Art before he's Art and drives him crazy so that he can become the Art the Clown that's in the first one.
That's way too creative. That's fun. That would be funny. I
Then
think probably more what it's gonna be because like I
and
do.
and in this one, pre crazy Art the Clown is just like a friendly mime, like he's
Well,
just like a friendly guy or
yeah,
whatever.
my suspicion is
That could be interesting.
I don't think we're gonna see Art the Clown like as a regular person. I don't think he's gonna talk, and I don't think we're gonna see him without the makeup. I think what we will see is he'll look like regular Art the Clown, and he'll be a happy clown on this show, and he'll be still be silent. He won't speak. He won't talk, and he'll be a mime, and he'll for whatever reason snap on that show. And then that's what will turn him into Art the Clown as you know it. But he won't actually speak. You'll just see him as Art the Clown the whole time. That's my theory.
I'm just saying though, time travel.
Time travel would be fun, though. I mean, it's certainly possible within the confines of
Well,
that universe.
it's a
Magic
demon,
exists. It's a
right?
demon. It
So
can
like
happen.
it's not out of the realm of possibility.
The Victoria whatever character demon character takes him back in time to pick her so that he kills her or disfigures her so that the demon can take her over. I mean, it would totally work.
It
Everyone
makes
would fans
sense.
of that franchise would hate it, but it would work.
I mean, I'm just saying.
And then Jordan finally,
Have it, to have it be a self-fulfilling prophecy where
that would
he
be
makes himself.
it would be fun. Um, Finally,
And to be
Jordan,
fair, I did say I would hate it and it would be so bad, but like
it would be terrible.
I'm trying to make it fun.
It would be absolutely terrible. But Jordan, finally, we need to update a story from last week. I'm going to do this at the top of the show. This is an update from last week where we said that Netflix wasn't going to put Stranger Things in theaters, as if to make me a liar. Literally the next day, they were like, "Well,
Yeah, I saw that.
actually, we are gonna put it in theaters after all, but like select theaters, and that's probably so that they can get it nominated for an Oscar. I guarantee you." But I was like, "Good,
Yeah,
they should. They should. I stand by that that take."
at least make it like make a point out of it.
Well, no, it's just if that's one of the conditions of because that's how Netflix has Oscar nominated like Amelia Perez
I know. I'm
was it?
saying
Yeah.
like if you're gonna make it into this whole thing, like at least try and get it into the Oscars. Make it like make
Oh,
do it for a purpose is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you do it for a purpose. You do it for money. Like I don't know a single person who likes that show. I should say, who wouldn't go watch that in theaters. Like it would make a boatload of money on top of the money it's already gonna make. It made nothing but sense to put it in theaters. Doing it, but no, I guarantee you, someone convinced an executive there. They went, hey, just like Dead Man, the Knives Out movies, Amelia Perez, a bunch of them. They have to be in theaters for like a certain amount of time in order to qualify for an Oscar. So yeah, I guarantee you
Yeah,
somebody's like, oh, we could submit it for we could submit the show for an Oscar if we put it in theaters. Call it a movie because it's feature length.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the cast members went to the Netflix execs and were like, "Hey, you should do this," and then the Netflix execs went to the Duffer Brothers and were like, "Hey, do it."
No, I no, it would have been the other way around. The Duffer Brothers were the ones trying to convince Netflix. Netflix was the one who was saying no. It wasn't the Duffer
I,
Brothers.
I thought you said last week that the Duffer Brothers were not
No, they said
wanting it
it.
in
They said
theaters.
it probably wouldn't happen because Netflix didn't want it.
Oh,
Because
oh,
they
I
because
see.
they were like Netflix was like it's always been a streaming thing. People like having the convenience of watching it at home. They're never going to go out to the theaters, and Netflix finally agreed and it was like, well, yeah, maybe they'll do both. You put it in theaters, I guess, because they think of the money they'd have to waste to rent theater space is the idea. That's why they don't want to do it because it costs money to do a theatrical run. But like I'm guessing somebody went to them. Maybe it was the cast, but somebody went to Netflix and went, you could get this thing nominated for an Oscar if you put it in the theaters, right? I guarantee you. Do not be surprised. Do not be surprised when people talk Oscar nominations for that for a 4 year because like just to prove how ridiculous 4 year consideration campaigns have gotten. Apparently, they submitted Jack Black for Best Actor for Minecraft.
Okay.
No, don't. No, no,
I mean,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No,
I
I'm
mean,
not
I
even.
think
No, no, no. We're not doing this.
I think
No, we're doing this.
more mainstream movies should be in
No,
Oscars.
absolutely not. No, I will not entertain Jack
I don't
Black riding
know.
on Jason Momoa like he's a majestic beast, getting
Well,
nominated for Best Actor. Absolutely fucking not.
I was gonna say, I don't know that I would choose Minecraft.
No,
That's to me like the same as picking Five Nights at Freddy's.
absolutely not.
Um, like I wouldn't do that, but I guess I'm more like, like a Marvel movie should be allowed
No.
to be there.
No, I'm firmly against mainstream movies like getting nominated or winning Oscars because that's not the point of the Oscars. The point of the Oscars is to sell you like know nothing you've heard of movies so that they make money so that you go to watch
I
them
mean,
because you've heard that they've won
the
Oscars. That's the point of the Oscars.
the point of the Oscars is also to be racist, so
I mean, you said it, not me.
so
That's
I'm just saying maybe it's time that the Oscars changed,
Jordan.
grew with the times.
That's it for the news. The news. The news is almost its own podcast this week. Too long, Jordan. Too
Hey,
long
that's your fault.
is my fault.
I blame
I
you.
brought up
You
Star Wars, which as we all
you're
know,
you're the problem.
I'm not the problem. I make other
You,
people in. I've discovered, Joe. We discovered it this week. We discovered it. I turn other people into the problem. You see,
which means that you are a problem.
I'm a symptom, not the disease, Jordan. No, I'm the disease and it's a symptom. Anyway, um, the news. That was the news.
This episode is brought to you by.
I don't know why it's not letting me open up the
This
chat. Oh,
episode
there
is
it is.
brought to you by.
There we go. There's the chat.
Justin, what is this episode brought to you
Well,
by?
as always, is once again we're shouting out our favorite cause every single week. That's Wild Education. They still need help. Still go check out their GoFundMe, and I think they have a haunted house this week that you can go check out and go see ghosts and creatures and goblins and what have you. But
Think of the animal.
think of the animals. But that's not what this is about right now, Jordan. Jordan, for Halloween. For Halloween, we have a very special Halloween-related announcement. Jordan,
Ooh.
Spooky Jordan, he's here to announce. Jordan, you know what? You know what? You know what? You know what,
Ooh.
Jordan? You know what? Cue the overly intense trailer. Hello everybody. This what you're watching currently is not our regular podcast Spur of the Moment. We wanted a platform, a format to talk to people we find interesting. In a maybe more condensed, less intense version of what we normally do. So we're calling this Spur of the Moment Conversations. And Riley is very kind. We have to thank her tremendously for being the first one to come chat with us. That's a local bridge where we live. So we're really grateful. You're the first. I'm gonna call you an influencer because you certainly have influenced me. So
I would say the first brave soul.
First brave soul.
They're gonna teach you a lot of formal that you don't even use a lot.
That makes
Actually, by the way, the farthest person we've ever spoken to.
True.
Yeah, you are on the other side of the world. One way to begin a discussion about Scream, and that's to ask, what's your favorite scary movie?
That's really hard.
Correct. I'm so bad for this. My other friend, I'm affectionately known as the problem on her podcast for this exact thing.
Can I say if you have to bleep this out, that's fine.
Okay. I think I've done that right. I was too lazy to go in and mute the. No, it didn't change back. There we go.
YouTube, it's currently just a black screen.
There we go. This is why we don't do video clips on this show, because switching back is bad. There we go. That's the trailer. I don't know if we're back yet. I couldn't be bothered to go in and mute any of the shit so you couldn't hear us. So I was just don't talk.
I muted my mic.
Oh, that probably would have been smart. Yeah. Okay. I think we're back. On the screen now. Okay. So this is where we say I might probably maybe cut this bit. No, I'm not going to cut this out. I'm not going to cut any of this out because I don't feel like cutting anything out this week. Yes, that was the trailer for me and Jordan's new series. I don't know what we're calling it. Spin-off. Something. We're calling a Spur of the Moment Conversation. We wanted a format where we could talk to people, anybody doesn't you don't have to be famous or an influencer or anyone. We just want to talk to people.
Basically, we can have them on, and instead of having to do our regular format, we can talk about a specific movie or something that they want to talk about, and it just kind of allowed us to have it be more freeform and a little bit easier.
And it's not gonna be a weekly thing. It's gonna I ideally would like to get people frequently enough that I could turn it into a weekly thing, but for right now, it's just going to be when we can get people. And yet, Briley was so cool. She was so awesome. We had a great conversation with her, not just about movies. We talked about the Scream movies. We talked about Japan and being an influencer, although I don't know how much of that you guys are going to see. But it's going to depend on on if I need to cut anything out, but I'm currently editing that. That was the trailer for that. That's going to come out this Friday on Halloween because we talked about the Scream movies. It felt natural, but that is all to say that we want you.
We want you.
So if you have a thing that you want to talk about, a movie, a television show, anything, if you're making a project, if you just want to get on camera, if you're like, hey, I've always wanted to start a podcast and I'm nervous about talking on camera, you can come talk on the camera about us. Come talk on camera with us, and it won't be weird like this.
Oh yeah, and the other big difference between what we do here and that is not live.
That is not live. That is
So
100% pre-recorded.
if you say something where you feel like you have stuck your foot in your mouth and you don't want it to be on, that can be edited
Yeah,
out.
you say Justin cut that, and then Justin will cut that. Um, yeah,
So that's one of the big
there's no
differences.
real structure to it. I mean, I'm gonna try. I'll try to keep to the topic. It's as freeform as you want it to be. It is very flexible. This has now become a pitch. Um, we can work around your schedule. You don't have to do any. The beautiful part about a spur of the moment conversation is we want it to be easy. That's what we want. We want you to be able to just slip on a pair of headphones,
I mean,
sit in front
we
of a
always
microphone, ideally.
we always want it to be easy, but like that is even more
Yeah, that
easy
is
than the
the
already
yeah.
easy.
But yes, we yeah, and you don't. Again, we're not looking for anybody famous or anything.
No,
Although that would be cool.
anybody that wants to come on is free to come on.
Yeah, if you're like, hey, those guys look like they're having a fun time podcasting, but I don't know that I can commit to watching movies. That's cool. That's the beauty of the spur of the moment conversation is you don't have to have seen it as long as you're vaguely familiar with it. I can work with that. We can work with that. So yeah, so email my email for the show. Email it's justinsbusiness at gmail.com if you want to be on it. But more importantly, check out the pilot episode. Again, we want to thank Riley so much for. I don't want to call her a guinea pig. I think I said at one point in the episode I said I didn't want to say you're like a guinea pig in the email because that but like she was really a good
She was
sport.
the test subject.
She was a good sport about being a test subject in regards to this. We're still figuring out the format. I have at least one more guest lined up for it that I'm excited to do that. It's gonna be different than this. That's the thing I know for sure. That's the thing I want. Oh yeah, again, we wanted a vehicle where we could just we saw Haley talking to Goofy, and we were like, we want
How do we do that?
we want to talk to Goofy. Yeah.
How do we
How do I do that? How do I do
do
that?
that?
How do I do that? And we always ever expanding. We want to expand this. I believe in this. I think we could do 1,000 different versions of this. So that's that spur of the moment conversation. Ideally coming weekly, maybe monthly. We'll see. We'll see how she goes. But that
Whenever we can, basically.
first episode is this Friday.
Get
This is now
excited.
get excited.
Get excited.
This is now the extended version of the promo that is now going to go up. I didn't want to put the promo up early until I played it here. I wanted this to be the exclusive place you saw the promo.
Hey.
And if you're listening on Spotify, go to the YouTube channel. Seriously, if you're listening on Spotify, all the eight of you, I'm assuming you're already subscribed to the YouTube channel. But if you're not, you should. You should. There's all sorts of
because
great
then you
stuff
get
on
to see
there.
Justin's terrible goatee.
No, the goatee looks.
and
It's fine.
and
I have at
and
least
agree
three
with
compliments on it.
and agree with me that he needs to get back to growing that full
Oh
beard
no,
because it
I'm
looks
growing.
better.
I'm growing it back. It's coming back. It's coming back. And if you want to see the full beard, you're gonna have to tune in to a spur of the moment conversation.
Yeah.
Premiering this Friday. I am so excited about it. I'm excited for you guys to see it. It's fun. It's a different vibe than this. It's an entirely
and
different vibe.
and I don't know if we're gonna. I assume on that one we will, but maybe when you put up the trailer, you should start tagging her.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna put up the. I tried to keep the trailer down to a minute, and then I realized I'm not gonna attach music to it, and shorts can be over a minute. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna let the full trailer be its full length, and it can go up. I'm gonna use the whole song. So yeah, that's exciting. Get excited. Oh yeah. Get excited.
Excited.
That's it.
Get
That's it.
excited.
It's cool to be sponsored by our own selves this week, Jordan. Moving on.
A. So, and now we are doing the easygoing Halloween stuff, as you
Yes.
put it.
As for the
Uh,
second half of the show, yes, I gotta do the second half of the show intro, Jordan. You gotta let me do the second half intro, which is to say, yeah, he's right. We're doing family friendly Halloween stuff. That's it. It's the stuff you can watch with your family or your friends. It's not an art to clown. There's no blood and guts.
There's no Jason.
There's no Jason. There's no Freddy.
There's no violent
Jordan, what's the
murders.
first thing?
So my first rapid fire is a movie called Under Wraps, which is actually and I didn't know this when I picked it. I watched the 2021 version, but the 2021 version is actually a remake of the 1997 version, which appears to be pretty much exactly the same. They're both DComs. Um,
Really? Wait, Disney
yep,
Channel is remaking their own shit now?
apparently.
All right then. Who's in it?
Um, in the new version, it is. Hold on, let me get to the
The name kind
cast.
of sounds familiar.
Malaki Barton,
No,
Christian J.
don't
Simon,
know.
Simon Simon, Sophia Hammonds,
No clue.
Phil Wright, Melanie Brooke, Brent State, Jordana Largi, Jamie M. Kalika, and Karen Konoval that's the new version cast.
Don't
Um,
recognize any of them.
but I mean, it's a apparently a popular enough movie where, from what I saw when I was looking through it, there's three of them.
Really? I assume it's about mummies,
Um,
right?
yes,
It's just
it
based
is it
solely
is
on the
about
name.
it is about a mummy specifically. So have you ever seen a mummy movie and been like, man, I wish that the mummy was like friendly
I
and and
mean, yeah,
and
I've seen that
nice.
movie. It's called Tom Cruise Mummy.
I mean, this movie is essentially like you remember Harry Henderson or like any of those where you have the big monster-like thing that they're having to look
Yes,
after.
it's weird that you said Harry Henderson, the Bigfoot movie.
Yeah,
Have you
because
seen
that's
Harry Henderson?
we watched it with a friend of ours.
We did.
Yes, we did during one of his hangouts.
Huh.
He asked us to.
I
It was one
can't.
of the it was
I
one of those rare instances when he made a suggestion for a movie.
I cannot
Uh,
recall that.
you recall like there were those times where we watched there was a few different ones that he had us watch. Anyways, yes, I have. Is the short version.
Random.
Um,
Anyway, there's nothing to do with this movie.
no, well, it does only insofar of the fact of like it's kind of a similar vibe where basically this mummy has an
E.T. would have
amulet.
would have been another one I would have gone with.
Yeah, but this is less like that and more like Harry Henderson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, that's yeah. Big
um,
big creature comes to stay.
yeah, so Mummy is wearing an amulet where when it was like in the moon or something, it brings the mummy to life. And then these 12-year-old kids discover the mummy because it was in like their neighbor's basement or
Does
something.
the mummy talk?
No,
Oh,
he does like a
is
like a grunt.
like bandages,
Like,
mommy. Is he
sure.
bandages? Bandages?
I, I don't know what that means.
Like
Yeah,
like
oh yeah. Like he has bandages on. Yeah,
like
yeah,
traditional
yeah.
looking mummy. Okay, okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, yeah. But he does like the grunting kind of talk, which is why I say he's like Harry Henderson.
I can see what you're saying.
Um, like that's kind of what makes me think of him. Especially because like unlike E.T., like they spend the entire movie hiding him, but like Harry Henderson or like this character, the mummy goes out in public. People
Oh,
see
fair
him.
enough. I see. Yeah, fair enough. I don't remember Harry Anderson all that well. I just know that it involves a Bigfoot,
Um,
and I think John Lithgow is in it. That's all I really remember.
but like the mummy in this one goes out and people see him and people just think that he's a person wearing a costume.
Because it takes place during
Um,
Halloween. Now that makes
because it
sense.
takes place during Halloween. And so, yeah, no, then they take it to a friend of theirs who works at a store or whatever, who knows stuff about this kind of stuff, and
Who knows
like
stuff?
an adult friend or whatever, and kind of like a comic book guy, but I think it's a woman. Anyways, or an older
kind,
teenage.
kind of like kind of like comic book guy, but the whole opposite of that. But more
I
like a comic book girl.
I think I don't remember if she's supposed to be a full-on adult or if she's like a high schooler, but anyways, um, she for some reason is able to decipher ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs,
Like one
and
does.
uh, and discovers that on the back of his pendant, it basically, it gives the rules, which are like it brings the person with the moonlight or whatever, it brings the mummy to life, but they have like a certain amount of time before if they aren't in their coffin when the time runs out, they'll turn to dust. So
So he's a
the
vampire.
bad guy, kind of, but no. Um,
I love how you're like,
the
no, wait. I guess
kind
kind
of,
of.
kind of, but no. Um, the bad guys have the sarcophagus, and so they have to come up with a whole elaborate thing of
Does
why.
anyone walk like an Egyptian?
No, no.
Then what is even the point?
Um, but we end up finding out that the mummy is actually just a real good guy, and has a girlfriend and wants to be with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is the mummy that's at the museum. And so the way that the movie ends basically is the mummy gives his amulet to his girlfriend mummy, and then she comes to life, and then they're like, we need you to get back in the coffin or you're gonna turn to dust. And so that both the mummy and the girlfriend mummy go into their own coffin, and it's a happy ending, and the credits happen. And the way that the end credits end is one of the mummy's hands like reaches outside of the sarcophagus and hangs the end sign. And I'm like, okay, so I guess in the second one, they come back to life like a morbid Frosty the Snowman.
Here's a question: do you think he talks in the second one?
No,
No.
I don't think he.
Also, and I just like to make this point, Jordan. If he's an Egyptian pharaoh, I mean, he wasn't a great guy.
I don't think it says specifically that he's
Jordan,
a
he's a mummy.
pharaoh.
What else would he be?
I mean, he could have been like an advisor to
You know how
to
much
the
money it
pharaoh.
costs to be mummified?
No.
A lot of money. It was a very expensive thing. I suppose that is true. You could have just been some random aristocrat. That is true.
Yeah, like
I'm
he
just
could have
saying
been
he
a
probably
rich
wasn't a
person.
great guy. I'm
I
just
mean, he probably wasn't, but you know, you know, you know, you know,
I know. He knows. We know.
he knows.
They know. We all know. We know together. As one unit, we know.
We know.
Jordan, is that it? You got
Uh,
more?
no,
You got
no,
more?
that's it.
So Jordan, if I had a nickel for every family-oriented movie, spooky movie involving magic that contained Jack Black as an older, slightly off adult, I'd have two nickels, but it's weird it happened twice. Jordan, this is the house with the clock on its walls. And two things became apparent to me when I was watching this. Thing number one, this is based on a book. Thing number two, there's a lot of books. And I looked it up, and sure enough, no, it's based on a book. Because it's one of those, like, it's very clearly based on a book movies where, like, in order to get to it, it cuts out the first, it does what appears to be cutting out the first chapter of the book. You know, the one that introduces the characters, because it just kind of jumps into it with there's a kid, and his parents have died, and he goes to live with Jack Black, who is a little kooky and a little strange. And he moves into Jack Black's house, and Jack Black is acting kind of weird, and the house is kind of strange, and he's friends with the neighbor who is also kooky and strange. And Jordan, guess what?
He's he's Jack Black.
Jordan, Jack Black is a wizard. And
Oh,
that's what this movie's about. It's about how Jack
okay.
Black is a wizard, and his friend, played
Well, I
by
mean,
one of the husbands from Sex
it,
and the
it
City.
would make sense that if he used his typewriter to bring the Goosebumps characters to life, he would have to be a wizard.
It
So
has to be
that tracks.
absolutely tracks. Yeah. And George, so it's okay. It's one of those movies. Number one thing about it. So that okay, rough plot. The kid moves in with Jack Black. Jack Black's a wizard. The neighbor is a witch, but he's not a very good wizard, and she's a much better wizard. And he moved into the house to try and find because his evil friend, his friend was evil and died, and had a clock in the house that is evil and will be doing a vaguely evil thing, and that appears to be counting down, but they can't tell why it's evil. And in the meanwhile, there's a kid, and the kid has kid problems. You know, conflict with students or whatever. And he's got a friend who, train of thought. He's got this kid who is the bully kid, but is pretending to be his friend until he no longer needs him, and he stops being his friend, and he accidentally brings the bad guy back to life. And there's a couple of really kind of fun twists involving the neighbor that are kind of fun, and it's really just like, how to describe it? You know, like how Percy Jackson desperately wants to be Harry Potter?
I mean, a lot of movies or a lot of books back then did, but yes, go on.
Well, yeah, the difference being is this is based on a book series that. So the other thing with this is all of the characters dress like they're in the 1950s and act as though they're in the 1950s, and like the main thing is the main part of the plot is the
Are they in the
well,
1950s?
one of the wizards, they keep mentioning the war and how something bad happened to the lady when she was in the war. And I'm like, is this supposed to be taking place in the 1950s? And then I looked it up, and the books came out in 1917. So I'm like, oh yeah, very much. But it's not like it takes place in the 1950s because the books take place in the 1950s kind of thing. It's not for any particular artistic reason, if that makes any sense.
I think so.
Yeah, they just if these books came out today, they take place in the 1950s as a consequence of when the books came out. Is basically what
So,
it is.
so like Harry Potter, how they take
Yeah,
place in the 90s because they came out in the
the 90s,
90s.
pretty much, yeah. Um, and so yeah, there's a lot of plot involving World War II in this, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, it's because these books are really old, but. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of them, and this movie very much thought it was going to be the next Harry Potter, be really, really popular, and they could make like a few more of these based on a few. There's like 13 books.
All right, my headphones fell off.
There's like 13 books or something crazy like that, and they're all and then
That's a lot of books.
right, a lot of movies, and it's otherwise all right. Jack Black is fun. He's always charming.
When did
Um,
this come out?
Mid to late 2000s, recently. Hold on,
Okay.
let's find out specifically. Reasonably recently.
Because I guess I'm just trying to be like, so what came first, Goosebumps or this?
Goosebumps, I think. But let's find out for sure. 2018.
Okay.
Goose,
Okay, so this came out 2018.
Goosebumps is 2015, so Goosebumps came first.
Okay, so Goosebumps came first. Yeah, yeah, okay,
I
okay.
wouldn't. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of really like he's got this. Jack Black isn't really doing R.L. Stein in this. He's a completely different character. I was just being fun, but
Oh,
he's fun. He's fun in this. There's a moment where he's telling the kid not to open up this thing, and he's like, "It's my one rule." And he's got a lot of really fun one-liners.
that
Like
sounds
it's
that sounds familiar. I think I've seen part of the trailer or something.
yeah, oh yeah. You would have seen at least the trailer. That was during that period of time when we were watching movies in theaters, so you've definitely seen the trailer. It's just all right, magical, inoffensive. I mean, I wouldn't call Harry
Paint,
Potter inoffensive, but like it's
paint,
like
paint by
paint
numbers.
by numbers, based on a children's book affair that is
Checks all
yeah,
the
I was like, there's
all the
nothing
check
egregiously
boxes.
terrible in this. It's not terribly memorable, as demonstrated by the fact that I'm struggling to remember it. There's nothing. It doesn't really have anything interesting to say. It's just there to be in theaters and make okay money, be overly
See,
expensive and bomb ultimately.
see, a lot of mine are also very forgettable, but they don't even have the it was made to be in theaters thing. Most of mine are DVDs.
That's funny. No, I got some theatrical ones here. I got some solid theatrical ones here. I do have some stuff to say about stuff later on, but that's it. That's what the clock on its walls. A good time for Halloween, I would say. You know what? Well, let's answer the question, Jordan. Is this a good time for Halloween?
What was my first one again? The Mummy one.
The
Yeah, I mean
Mummy.
that takes place on Halloween
Yeah,
or
that's
around
a good.
Halloween. So yes,
It's
it's
a
a good.
solid Halloweeny time. Watch it for Halloween. Cause I got a couple of these that I would not qualify as being inherently a Halloweeny kind of movie.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a few of mine which are not necessary. I can see why they would make it on a Halloween list,
Cause
but
like
I
okay,
wouldn't
okay,
necessarily specifically attribute them to
let's
Halloween.
before we move on, let's make what makes a Halloweeny thing. So like it's gotta. I mean, it could be a PG. You can have a PG-13 slasher. So if people get sliced and diced, but in a PG bloodless fashion, it's a
Yeah, like
Halloween
a
time.
Goosebumps.
Like a Goosebumps or later on Mithrigan. Um, it's not necessarily taking place. It's not supernatural or anything, but it's a character that would appear at the Universal Halloween Horror Night. You know what I'm saying?
Mm, mhm, mhm,
Um,
mhm,
and
mhm,
then
mhm, mhm.
if it's got a ghost or a goblin
Or a demon.
or a demon. But yeah, I got at least one here where I'm like, in retrospect, don't know that I would say it's a Halloween movie. But anyway, moving on.
So my next one is The Batman versus Dracula.
I remember this movie being good.
I really enjoyed this one.
Okay, before you get too into it, I want to say the spoiler up top because I want you to tell me if I remember this incorrectly. Okay, so this is a big spoiler for this movie. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it's not a spoiler. But if it is, it is a big spoiler. It's not actually Dracula, right?
No, it's Dracula.
It is Dracula because okay, that's why I had a feeling this would happen. My memory of it is the big twist is that he's not actually Dracula, and or it's like he's not like the book real, like he's a Dracula, but he's not like the Dracula as
Oh,
based
I
by a
mean,
book.
I don't know if it's supposed to. I just know that the movie calls him Count Dracula. He started off in Transylvania,
Like he's not a
and
real vampire. I think is the
no, I mean
no.
he was
Okay,
a
then I'm.
he's a supernatural being
It is supernatural. Okay, because
yeah.
I remember there's like a big twist involving. See, this is one of those. I wasn't sure if I was misremembering, but I distinctly remember there being a big twist involving his identity, like what his deal is.
No,
Like there's a bunch of like you think he's Dracula, but then it turns out in the end he's not actually Dracula.
if there is, then I missed that.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Go on. Then it's not a spoiler because I was wrong because I clearly remember. But that's why I wasn't sure about it because I remember the resolution of this not being very satisfying. That's just the one thing, the one feeling I can recall about it.
I mean, like I said, uh, the movie refers to him as Count Dracula. He comes from Transylvania after his death,
Well,
quote
there was a lot
unquote
of
death.
having watched Dracula when I walked in. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw you watching some of it. And like when he arrives to Gotham and he's all decrepit looking,
Yeah,
that's Dracula. Like
yeah,
that's what it's like in the book. That's what it's like in Nosferatu. Like having watched Dracula recently, I was like, oh hey, the fact that the Penguin is basically Renfield. Like I was like, oh that's clever. That's
yeah.
like if you're familiar with Dracula, those are fun references.
Um, but no, the reason why I know that he is an actual vampire is because there's a point in the movie where basically Dracula is kidnapping people and turning them into his vampire spawn, and he turns Joker into his vampire spawn, and
Oh yeah, right.
Batman captures the Joker and is experimenting on him to try and be able to turn him back into a
Right.
normal
No,
human.
you're totally right. Yeah, no, that's right. I forgot about
And
that bit.
and so Alfred at a certain point tries to use the thing on Dracula himself, and Dracula is like, doesn't your modern cures or your mortal cures don't work on actual vampires.
Yeah.
And so that does lead me to the ultimate spoiler of this movie, which is so okay, a few interesting things about this movie is one, it is actually loosely based on the Elseworlds story, Batman and Dracula Red Rain.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
so it's loosely based on that.
Hmm.
Um, but
That was based on a comic.
um, it also takes place in the Batman universe
Yes, it's the second best Batman show. I will hear no other
uh
answers.
where it's got what's his name as Joker.
It's my hot take. My hot take
Mike,
is obviously the best Batman show is Batman the Animated Series. I'm not wrong. Jordan, tell me I'm not wrong.
you're not
I'm
wrong.
not wrong.
Kevin Michael
Kevin
Richardson
Michael. Yeah, he's my second favorite Joker.
as the Joker. He's really good as the Joker.
Well. Okay, I
Um,
should say he's my second favorite animated Joker. Obviously, my second.
oh yeah, no, I mean the animated versus live actions are different categories.
Yeah, but he's definitely my
Um,
second. I mean, Mark Hamill's always going to be my default favorite, but I love the design of. There's so many people who unfairly hate the Kevin Michael Richardson Joker, but he's so good, and at least he's doing something different. Like
yeah.
I respect
I
it.
the fact that he looks different is what makes the voice acting stand out in my opinion because
Yeah.
like it it's not trying to be
I
the Mark
only
Hamill
I
version.
only knew it was Kevin Michael Richardson because I discovered it was Kevin Michael Richardson, and then once you know it's Kevin Michael Richardson,
You can't help
you
but hear
can't
that it's Kevin.
unhear Kevin. Yeah, like once you know voice actors, you're like, oh yeah, I can hear. That's what's it? Gantu. That's no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Honestly, no. It sounds more like Principal Lewis.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Um
But I love Kevin
but
Michael Richardson, so yeah, he's easily top five Jokers of all time.
So
Easily, hands down. So good.
I really like this movie, and there's a lot to like about this movie, but I do have one complaint.
Also,
Um,
the animation
and
is
I
impressive for its straight to DVD
for a
affair.
straight to DVD,
Yeah.
yeah, it really is.
Sorry.
But I do have one complaint about this movie. And I get that you kind of they didn't have a choice. They wrote themselves into a corner. But Batman kills in it.
Does he?
That's how he defeats Dracula. As
Oh, I know,
he
but yeah, that's always like a.
he opens the roof in the sunlight. Dracula's in the sunlight, and Dracula burns to dust and dies.
The Batman argument though is that Dracula's not human. He's a vampire, so he's not technically killing a human.
No, but Batman doesn't kill.
No, I mean, like, again, I think there's examples of Batman killing monsters. Surely there's example of Batman killing monsters. I'm not Batman savvy enough to point to them at the moment,
I
but
can't.
surely
Yeah,
there's examples.
I'm not either. But um,
Because that would be my response to that. Is
that's my last one though.
He's
For
technically a
my
monster.
That's my one issue. But
I don't think it's an unfair one, but that would be my response. Is he's technically a monster.
interesting. So prior Batman Dracula crossovers, there's the Elseworld comic book, Batman and Dracula Red Rain, as previously mentioned, where Batman encounters Dracula and becomes a vampire to defeat him in that comic.
Hmm. Neat.
Um, and then the other time, Batman fought Dracula in the films, Batman Dracula and Batman Fights Dracula, but neither of those were authorized by DC Comics.
Huh.
And then there was which I guess that's what this movie, part of in this movie is what it's referring to. But there is a Batman Strikes number 15, The Lost Ones.
All
Guest
right.
stars the Penguin and is a companion piece to the Batman versus Dracula, and it introduces Dracula into Gotham City, which is how this movie begins.
Ah, interesting. 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 Jordan,
Um,
is that it?
so that's interesting. Um, yeah, I mean, so there was a canceled sequel to this, which
Damn it.
featured Hush.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know how. That Batman show again. Second bat. I love that Batman show. Severely underrated Batman show. Quite good.
Um,
Jordan, is that it?
so the ultimate question
Oh,
of
is this a Halloweeny good time?
is this Halloween a good time?
Absolutely.
It's Dracula,
It's
baby.
Dracula. It's Batman. It's well animated. The voice acting's good. It's a fun time. It's absolutely Halloweeny, baby. You can put this
Oh,
on
yeah.
watch it with your kids, man. It's great. It's a great Halloween
fun.
time. It's a fun
It's fun.
Halloween time. Jordan, my next one. So okay, we've had this discussion before, but so jumping into it right away, we're talking the animated Addams Family movie, and I have criticisms of it that come with asterisks because like there's points in it where just the thesis of this piece is it seems to miss what the Addams Family is about, but I don't know enough about the Addams Family with any strong feelings to really fight on it. So like the big thing is this movie opens with okay, number one, not a ton happens in this movie. There's not a lot of plot in it, but it opens with the Addams Family being chased out of the old country, basically. They're we need to find a home or whatever, and they're getting chased out of the old country, and they find the mansion. And when they're leaving, they're like, oh, we're gonna find a place where we can truly be safe. And they wind up at this,
and then they went to America.
well, then they wind up in the swampy area where they find a house, and they nearly run over Lurch, and that's when they meet Lurch, and they fix up the house or whatever, and it's just Gomez and Morticia and the Hand. The kids aren't born yet, and then the beginning of the movie is like a montage of like them fixing the house, and
Isn't the hairy one cousin it?
no, yeah, you're right. Sorry, the Hand is Thing, I think.
Hold on.
Pretty sure the
You
Hand
keep
is,
talking.
Pretty sure the Hand is called Thing. You're right about Cousin It. Cousin It is the hairy one. Anyway, so yeah, they're rebuilding the house or whatever, and the Addams
Thing. The Hand is called
The
Thing.
Hand is called Thing. And yeah, it flashes forward to the present day. the kids are now there, and they are isolated from the world. Like Wednesday is like, what is outside of the gate? Because they're enclosed by a gate. And what is outside of the gate? And Morty's like, there's nothing outside of the gate. You don't want to leave the gate, basically. And it's very like, for lack of a better word, xenophobic almost about the outside.
So basically they've turned the Adams family into Hotel Transylvania.
Kinda, yeah. That's what this reminded me a lot of. It reminded me a lot of Hotel Transylvania. And so in the meanwhile, you find out that reality television lady who basically does a version of, I can't think. Is that show where they come in and they repair your house and they tell you how you look at the
Renovations or something.
yeah, like a renovation type show. And she's built a town that's just outside of their house, and the Adams family like initially don't want to go visit, but we don't trust anyone from the outside, and that to me flies in the face of what the Adams family is, which is to say that the Adams family isn't aware that people think they're weird. That's kind of the whole deal.
The point of the Adams family too is that they're not monsters. They're not like they're zany, they're kooky, they're weird,
but they're normal people.
They're still people underneath it all, like just normal people.
They consider themselves normal, and that's supposed to clash. So there's a bit. So they go into town, and like obviously everyone gets freaked out by them and thinks they're weird or whatever, and they think that the town is weird. Like that's a running gag throughout the movies. They think, and so there's a point where, and it does the same thing that Wednesday show does, where Wednesday starts to act like an obstinate teenager. She makes a friend in town, and their ideas clash. So the friend she makes starts to dress like Wednesday, and Wednesday dresses like her. And she's like, "You don't understand me, Mom," and she's doing that. And I'm like, this just kind of, again, flies in the face of what makes the Adams family. But then there's also points in it where it does seem to get like that the Adams family don't get that they're the weird ones. Like it, and then a big part of the plot of this is
well, I mean, in it depends on the version, but
that's why I'm like, I don't know them well enough to make that as a sweeping judgment of this movie.
Like to be fair, like the versions that I remember, it's not so much that they don't know that they're weird. They know they're like the parents anyway. They know they're weird. They just don't care.
See, again, yeah, it really depends. Like the movie it didn't really seem like that was all. They don't realize that they're. But the other thing about them that this does kind of get across is they're supposed to be like a parody, not a parody or satire of like old weird Eastern European traditions. So they have like an extended family. So the idea that the house that they live in is an old family house. They don't just move into it. It's like it's been in their family for like the Addams family for like generations. And that's the idea. It's supposed to be this. There's supposed to be this like traditional Eastern Europe, and so a big plot of this movie is, and it's funny because I'm sure it's based on a real dance, but it made me think of the episode of Malcolm in the Middle where the grandma and Lois have that weird dance. That's who they made me think of in this movie, where it's the sticks. Well, in this, they have a tradition.
As I understand it, that is a very much real dance.
Is it? Okay, fair enough. But in this, they have not a version of it, but the same idea, where they do a performance or whatever called the Majorca. And the idea is the family comes in, and if you don't do it right, they say you're not a real Addams. And so Pugsley just can't get this thing down. And so there's the concern of, is he a real Addams? And the plot is Gomez learning to accept him. But there's so much of the extended family that show up that I was like, oh yeah, maybe in other versions of the Addams family these are like prominent characters, but it kind of takes away the Addams family being special when there's like 20 of them. We're like, oh.
So just looking up traditional dances with sticks. There's a bunch of different ones, but like the most prominent one, which is probably the one that that Malcolm in the Middle is referencing, is called tinkling from the Philippines.
Oh,
where it involves stepping between clapping bamboo poles and various form of stick dances.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah.
And the other interesting bit, I tried to look it up to see if I could find it, but Cousin It is in this as well. He shows up towards the middle, and he's played by Snoop Dogg. But like, I don't know how to describe
Wait,
it.
wait, wait, wait. The guy who is just hair all
Yeah,
over
and
is
and he has
Snoop Dogg.
the squeaky voice. Yeah. So I tried to look it up and I couldn't find any reference to how they did it. But as near as I could tell, they just had him say the lines that it says, and they just reversed him. So it sounds like he's saying gibberish, but it sounds like it sounds like Snoop Dogg, but it just sounds like they've just reversed him. And yeah, when he rolls up, he rolls up and it plays Snoop Dogg. It's like the pigs trying to get at you, drop it like it's hot. And then he gets out of the car and it's cousin it. Like I won't say
That's
this
funny.
wasn't funny. Like I did enjoy it, but like I said, I've never been an Adams Family person. So like but
I mean, I liked a few Adam
there was a
Family
couple of the
things here
shows
and
like
there,
I still
but
call I call Hell HE double hockey sticks because of that one episode of the animated series where they go to HE double hockey sticks.
I remember there being a live action show
There was a live action show, yeah.
that we watched.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the new Adams Family.
Is
Welcome
that
to
what it
the
was?
Adams
Okay.
Family.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Snap, snap. Yeah. Wonderfully scary. Yeah, that was the new.
Okay, yeah. So
I
I'm
saw
not so I'm not making that up.
there was a
Okay, yeah, yeah,
video. It
yeah.
was funny because it was YouTube is scary sometimes, but it popped up on something. It might have been TikTok, but it was a video that it was like that Adams Family adaptation that everyone forgot about. It was
Because like that's the version that I remember where it's like Morticia has a cousin who's normal, like normal, quote
oh,
unquote.
that's funny. I don't
Um,
remember that.
and she shows up in one of the episodes and like yeah, she keeps saying like oh, like the running
She's
gag is
weird.
basically that like
That's
they
funny.
consider her to be weird and she considers them to be weird, but they don't consider themselves to be weird.
That's funny.
But like they recognize that other people might think that what they do is strange.
Well, there's actually quite a funny moment in this one where
That's what like that's where most of my memory. It's funny that you I know the Addams Family movie that you're talking about, the one with Christopher Lloyd,
yeah.
but when I think of Addams Family, that's not what I think of.
No, you think of the guy from that show. Absolutely, I'm the same way. That shows the reason why I've never actually done it, but like if you put a light bulb in your mouth to light up, I used to think when I was a kid that would happen
Oh yeah.
because of that show. Yeah. Um. Um. About that. Oh yeah,
So
that was the other bit. The other bit was the thing part in this there's a part in this movie where Morticia is supposed to be having she calls it seance time or something like that. It was basically tea time with her dead relatives, and they say her maiden name, and like I like that's where the movie starts. The movie starts with Morticia and Gomez getting married, and you obviously know that yeah she probably had a maiden name, but I'm gonna look it up. But I never like thought about it before this movie where yeah they say her maiden name. Hold on. I'm gonna do this quick. What is Morticia Adams' maiden name? Frump. Morticia Adams' maiden name is Frump. Apparently, that has been canonical.
Morticia Frump.
Morticia Frump.
That is a bad name.
That's apparently I didn't know that. Apparently, that has been canon since the original 1960 series. That's funny.
Huh.
That's
Interesting.
funny. That is so funny. But yeah. I always feel the same way about Wednesday, where I'm like, I don't. This feels wrong, but I don't know enough about this franchise nor care enough to get passionate about it being wrong. But it feels wrong, and that's kind of what
That's
this felt
fair.
like at points where I was like, this feels like it just doesn't get the Addams Family. But then at other times it does. Like it ends with Fester getting married to to the evil lady who's the villain of the movie. It's very odd. It's got Nick Kroll as Fester doing his one voice he can do. Yeah, strange. Very, very. It's all right. It was all right. And yes, Jordan, to answer the question, it would be a pretty all right Halloweeny time. I honestly think probably the Christopher Lloyd one is probably a better movie. Like this is inoffensive. I found this to be inoffensive. There was nothing in this that outraged me. Maybe if you were like I say, a big time Addams Family fan, you might. But yeah,
Any final thoughts?
no, that's it.
All right, next rapid fire. It's another Disney Channel original movie. It's called Girl versus Monster.
I've heard of this one.
Came out in 2012,
Yep, I've definitely heard of this
and
one.
I it didn't leave a lasting impression on my memory.
To
Um,
be fair though, these Disney Channel ones they feel unfair because it's like they're Disney Channel original movies. The quality is never gonna be there, like 100% of the way there.
yeah,
So it always
yeah.
feels very unfair to be like, yeah, this movie's bad, but like,
I wouldn't
is it
say it's
bad or is it Disney Channel original movie bad
yeah, like I wouldn't say it's bad necessarily.
per
I
se?
just yeah, it checks boxes because that's what Disney Channel original movies is trying to do.
That's what they gotta do.
It's just
Like, hold
checking
on, let
boxes.
me guess. Okay, okay, girl versus monster. The main one is a girl. She's got a girl best friend who is sassy. There is a boy character who is a little awkward and clumsy, and if they were older would be the love interest, but because this is for Disney and children, he's not. One or both of the parents are dead and or alive and don't understand.
I mean, you've got a few of the check things there. So she has two best friends,
Hmm?
Henry and Sadie.
One's
Uh,
a boy, one's a girl.
one's a boy, one's a girl.
Okay, okay.
And the plan is for Skylar to be singing at the party with a rock band member, Ryan Dean. And then Skylar is crushed when her parents, who are both alive, so you got
Darn.
that one wrong,
Both parents are
um,
alive.
tell her that she has to stay home. And they even activate the alarm systems to keep her in and hire a babysitter, even though she's 15 years old. Um, And then over the course of the movie, you end up finding out that her parents are, she's a fifth generation monster hunter. So her parents are monster hunters who are active. And then this one monster ends up being unleashed. And then her and her friends basically have to stop the monsters. And,
Naturally.
it, it checks all the boxes. It
It's an
has,
hour to an hour and 15 minutes. Uh,
it is 89 minutes.
yeah, okay, so yeah, so just
Hour
over
30 something.
89. Yeah, it's just really that hour and a half. Well, it's just under hour and a half. That's
Um,
impressive.
and but I mean, it's your classical early 2012 movie, which means it has a lot of music to fill in those run times.
This is
And
true.
it's fine. And so it kind of it in terms of vibes, not story beats or like anything like that, but just in terms of
Just
feel.
purely in terms of
Um,
vibes.
just purely in terms of vibes and feel, it kind of feels like if you took Halloween Town and mixed it with Hocus Pocus.
Okay, interesting. That does sort of okay. Okay, 2012. That does make
Um,
sense. That lines up. They like Disney has always been looking for another Halloween Town. They've never been able to quite land one.
that's kind of the vibe
So,
that this
all right,
movie gave me.
all right,
Um, and there's not much more for me to say about this, other than it was filmed in Vancouver.
all right. Cool.
Production location was Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
BC, Canada. All right, all right, all right. Rue, Jordan.
I don't think any of these names or the cast are going to stand out to you.
None.
Stars Olivia Holt, Karis Dorsey, Brendan Meyer, Luke Benward, Tracy Dawson.
No.
No, yeah, I didn't think so.
No. Don't know a single one. Jordan, is that it?
Yeah, Girl versus Monster. Is it a Halloweeny good time? I mean, it's a Halloween movie, so yes.
Yes. Yeah. No. It sounds like it was a Halloweeny good time. Jordan. Jordan.
Justin.
Moving right along. I initially.
Moving right along.
Well, it's funny you did that because I initially was gonna
Da-da-da-da.
do the because I had previously done, and I think you had also previously done. No, I think I'd previously done Eddie Murphy. I did Eddie Murphy Haunted Mansion because I made the joke about Eddie Murphy thinking his son was weak. Anyway, um, I wanted to watch. I was gonna watch the Muppet Haunted Mansion special, and then I saw it was only an hour long, and I was like, I have to watch something else. And then I remembered, Jordan, that the whatever year Haunted Mansion remake exists, and I was like, ooh, I'm not actually seen this, and I was never really big into the Eddie Murphy one. It really didn't do anything for me. I didn't
Is it because
dislike
is it
it.
because is it because of Eddie Murphy?
It
Do you
might
just
be
hate Eddie
it
Murphy?
might be because of Eddie Murphy. I know. I just the story just never. I love the Haunted Mansion. It's easily one of my favorite rides at Disneyland. I like it way more than I like Pirates of the Caribbean. But Pirates of the Caribbean has a much more like enduring character. I think maybe that's why that franchise has always stuck more with me. That all having been said, I really like this movie. I really like this movie. This movie was really good. Number one, there was more. It felt like a better adaptation of that ride. Like there was way more fun references to the ride. I don't know why. Like despite the fact that in the park that it's in New Orleans, the New Orleans area, I never put together that it was supposed to be a New Orleans mansion.
To be
Um,
fair, I also think I'm pretty sure just because of my knowledge through Kingdom Keeper books, the Disneyland Haunted Mansion, the theming is different than the Disney World theming.
oh, interesting. So the Disneyland one is New Orleans. The Disney World one is not.
I believe so.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting.
I think the Disney, if I remember correctly, the Disney World is more themed around like a Florida kind of
Oh,
housing.
interesting. So
I
this
think I might be wrong about that,
this
but
has a bunch of yeah, celebrities. This has got Owen Wilson, Rosario Dawson is in it. Danny DeVito is in it. I think there's one more. But basically, the movie opens with a gentleman. He meets this woman, and he's saying he's a physicist, and he's trying to working in ocular study or whatever. Mirrors, I think, is what he ends up saying. And hard cuts, and then it cuts to Rosario Dawson, and they're going into what is a spooky mansion, and they get chased out by a ghost and they run away. They like initially they're unpacking whatever. They're moving into this massive mansion, and it's her and her son. And I'm like, lady, if you're a single mom and you can afford a house of that size by yourself, you should be suspicious. You should just be immediately suspicious of this too good to be true deal. But all right, so they go in and they get chased out of the ghost, out of that house by a ghost, and then it cuts back to the guy from the beginning of the movie, and it's now several years later, and he is angry and bitter and whatever, and drunk, and for some reason is still doing the tour for the wife or whatever. And it's hinted that she has now passed away. And so Owen Wilson shows up at his place and is like, I'm a priest. I need your help. And he's like, what? He's like, you want to be a hero, son? And he's like, what? He's like, come with me, son. You could be a hero. I need your help. You have a ghost camera, right? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, yeah. You take the ghost camera to these people's houses. You do a little job for them. They pay you money, and then whatever you make them feel better. And so he shows up at this haunted house. They're now back in the house and living there. And she's like, yeah. He's about to go in. He's like, don't come in. And he's like, why? He's like, just don't do it. He's like, turn around, run away. He's like, why? Ghosts aren't real. I'll be fine. No, I'm serious. Don't come in here. Go away now. I regret this. I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, I'm going to come in. He's like, okay, if you're sure. He's like, if you come in here, this will forever change your life. So he comes in and he walks around the place, takes like a bunch of money from them, and like pretends to take pictures as they show like the haunted house to them, and nothing really happens. And he leaves, and all of a sudden he starts seeing random water, and like he's watching television, and the television keeps switching to the greatest catch, the most dangerous catch, a boat show.
oh
And
yeah.
it turns out he's being haunted by the ghost of like a sea captain or something. And he goes running back to the house. And he's like, what the hell? Why didn't you tell me that A, ghosts were real, and B, if I left here, it would follow me home. And she's like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's my bad.
that kind of breaks against ghost tradition. Usually they're stuck in one
Um,
location.
and he's like, and she's like, I'm sorry, yeah, that's my bad. But in our defense, you did take our money and scam us for what you thought was a fake ghost story. And he's like, you know what? Fair enough.
That's fair.
And then she talked to them, whatever. And then Owen Wilson walks out, and it turns out that she called him to try to exorcise. He's like, "Why don't you do an exorcism?" And she's like, "Yeah, I tried." And then Owen Wilson walks out, and he's like, "You son of a bitch!" And he's like, "You suck so bad." And he's like, "I'm so sorry, but we needed you. We needed your help." And so then the kind of the rest of the movie is, they're like, if we're gonna figure out a way to get out of this house, we need help, basically. And so during the day, they can leave the house and go out, and there's just a bunch of like montages of them like solving the problem. That's like, yeah, it's just a fun, wholesome, good time between bonding amongst friends, and it's really. And so eventually they go out and they find.
I think I've seen this one.
Have you? Okay. They go out
because this all sounds familiar to me.
They get a woman who's a psychic, and they bring her in, and they do the same thing to her. And she's like, "You guys," and it gets to the point where they're trying to find the blueprints of the house, and they run into Danny DeVito, who's like not an archaeologist, but he's basically studying the history of the house, and he's like, "Yeah, I want to go in the house," and he's like, "Oh, I have a heart condition," and they're like, "No." He's like, "Come on, man, I want to go in the house." "No, you cannot go in the house. Come on, man." And it gets to a point where they're like, they steal the map from him, they yank it away from him, and they're all looking at it, and it cuts, and you just see him in the car driving towards them. He's like, "I'm gonna get in that house." And yeah, there's a lot of really fun references to the ride. Like, there's a point where they eventually, obviously, a major character from the Haunted Mansion. If you're familiar with the Haunted Mansion,
Madame Leota.
Madame Leota, Madame Leota, and they basically they bring in the psychic who tells about Madame Leota and how she helped this house, and you find out that the backstory of the house is the master of the house, very similarly actually to the Eddie Murphy one, which tells me that is a story plot point from the original ride, but. The house is owned
999 souls.
999 souls. That's a thing in this as well.
That's from the ride.
That is from the ride. The husband whose wife died, who was trying to commune with use Madame Leota to do seances every single night. That's from the ride. Oh, okay. I didn't get that. Oh, okay.
I know. I do remember from the ride. There's the part where you're going around the dining room or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's the glass ball which has Madame Leota's head.
Oh, interesting. See,
so
it's been so long since I've been on that ride. I forgot.
Madame Leota is very much from that ride.
Also, like, my ability to pay attention to story details is just so different now that I would definitely pick up on that. That's so interesting. So that definitely tells me that this movie is way closer to the story of the ride. But so it's revealed basically that he
also. Yeah, the ride in Disneyland, it's in New Orleans. In Disney World, it's in Liberty Square. So the outside of the building looks very different.
Interesting. So it's eventually revealed basically that the original owner of the house, while trying to commune with his dead wife, they kept accidentally summoning more and more ghosts into the house, and that's how the 999 spirits wound up in the house. And eventually, he summons an evil, dark, basically a serial killer who was using magic to try to become powerful, and he's trapping the souls in the house in order to get 999 souls. And the whole thing is he feeds on grief. So the main guy is sad about his wife dying, and there's this running thing throughout the movie where the son of Rosario Dawson is like, "Oh, I've been talking to my dad, but my mom, I don't want her to know because my dad wants me to go live with him, but my mom would be upset with that." And then the big twist at the end is that the dad's dead, and he's actually been talking to the guy the whole time. But there's a really funny bit where he ejects the evil spirit when they're trying to find Leota. They eventually find Leota, played by Jamie Lee Curtis, and he ejects them out of the house, and they get taken out in chairs, and the chairs they get taken out in are the ride. They're the buggies that you ride on the ride. And it, like, that's the funny way it moves single file, just like in this exact same amount of distance as the ride. So it looks like the ride. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's a fun reference.
That's clever.
And then there's a bit later on where they get kicked out of the house. The room they're in starts to sink, and it's the dropping paintings, and it drops, and it actually has the full painting where it's the woman, and it cuts down and gets to the bottom of the painting, and she's sitting on a grave, and like Owen Wilson or one of the characters is like, oh, I wouldn't want to be her. And it's like, oh, that's so good, that's so fun. And then
That's funny.
there's a bit later on. I'm sure there's more references that I didn't even pick up on, but there's a really funny one later on where they're touring they're trying to get a personal item of the evil guy so they can banish him. And so they go to his house because they eventually discover who he is. His identity isn't important enough for me to explain. He's evil. That's all you need to know. And there's a point where like they keep picking up stuff that supposedly belonged to him. He's like, oh, is this the real thing? And the person doing the tour guy is like, no, it's not the real thing. He's like, ah, oh, and so it gets to the point where they get to this piano and someone's playing the piano. And the other person comes out and like, I am the other part of this tour. And he starts playing the piano, and the song he's playing is "It's a Small World." I was like,
That's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean that song haunts my dreams too.
Right, but no, the only bit of it, it's not really a criticism, but at the end they beat the bad guy, and all the ghosts don't want to leave, so all the ghosts now live in the house. And I thought they were gonna do a thing. It seemed like, oh, this is supposed to be, oh, this is the origin story of the haunted mansion in Disneyland. Like that's what this is supposed to be. That's what the resolution felt like. So I kind of wanted them to at the end to be like, oh, because basically like they're having this party, and he shows up after having not seen them for a while, and they're all excited to see each other. And it turns out that they're all still living in the house, all the various characters from the movie, all the human characters. And the ending credits is all of the ghosts dancing to the song that they sing, the bus sing at the end of the ride. I don't remember the name of it. You know that one.
Yeah. You know, I don't remember specifically.
I don't remember the lyrics, but you know the song I'm talking about. Yeah, they're all dancing. The ending credits is them all dancing to it. And I wanted one of the characters. I wanted the resolution to be, because his wife did ghost tours. I wanted the resolution to be like, now he does ghost tours at this mansion where ghosts are real. Because his whole thing at the beginning of the movie is like he's doing these ghost tours, but he keeps telling people that ghosts aren't real. He's like, ghosts aren't real, ghosts aren't real. So I thought that the end of his character arc was gonna be, him being like, oh, ghosts are real, come to my haunted mansion, and that was gonna be like, oh, the haunted mansion at Disneyland is this haunted mansion, and this is the origin for why people go through in the buggies as part of the tour. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Like, that's what I thought they were going to do, and then they don't. And I was like, oh, that's kind of a disappointing.
So, okay, I have two questions. One, good for Halloween.
Oh, yes. It's a bit intense for the kids. It's a more of a PG-13 than a PG. Like, I would say that maybe the Eddie Murphy one's a bit more family friendly, but this is a way better movie. This is a way
Okay,
better movie.
and then second question, which is this is just more of a my general interest question. So there's been a number of movies which are based on rides,
Yes.
whether it be Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, you got Jungle Cruise, you got Tower of Terror,
Yes.
you've got Tomorrowland.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there's others that I can't think of, but those are the ones that immediately come to my mind. Which one do you like most?
Of the movies?
Not
That
which
was
one. Not,
completely where you were going to. I thought you were going to be like, "What's another ride you want to make a movie of?" I was preparing my answer to that.
I
question.
mean, okay, that'll be a follow-up
Which one's
question.
my favorite?
Which one is your favorite? Not which one is the best, but which one is your favorite?
God, it's probably Pirates of the Caribbean.
Interesting.
It's probably.
For me, it's Tomorrowland.
I do like Tomorrowland.
I really like
I love
that
Jack.
movie.
Despite my dislike of Johnny Depp, I really like.
That's fair.
Jack Sparrow.
I mean, clearly the world agrees with you because that's the one there's the most of.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's true. Big Thunder Mountain. I would do a Western. As much as I hate Western, I would do a Western based on Big Thunder Mountain. There was another one that was the first one that popped into my head. There was another one that I had locked in the chamber for anytime anyone ever asked me.
Interesting.
Indiana Jones. I think that'd be a great movie. No, I'm totally kidding.
Indiana Tarzan's Treehouse. We should do a Tarzan movie.
Treehouse. That'd be a great movie. Tom Sawyer's Island. Let's do Tom Sawyer's Island.
I'm surprised you didn't go with Splash Mountain.
I mean, technically speaking, Splash Mountain was already a movie.
But like a modern version.
That's also already a movie. It's called Princess and the Frog.
I mean, but like a
Oh,
modern modern
you mean
version
based
on the ride.
on the Song of the South? Oh, the ride. It's I mean, the ride is based on Song of the South, which already technically exists.
Um, or what other ones
You
could
can
they
watch it
do?
on the internet if you look really
You
really
could do
hard.
you could do Cartopia.
I mean that again technically already exists. It's called Cars.
No, that's not really
You
the
know, a better
idea
joke, a
with
better
that one.
version of that joke is that technically already exists. It's those Chevron commercials everyone forgot
That's more accurate.
because that's what
Uh,
that ride is based on.
I'm trying to think of what other ones from Disneyland that they
I mean, I
haven't
would love a
done.
Tom Oro movie. That'd be fun.
Tom Aro.
Tom Oro, he's the character in Interventions.
Oh yeah, innovations. Right.
The
Um, I mean, if I'm being honest,
Space Mountain movie would be
the
kind of fun.
that would be interesting.
That'd be
I
interesting.
I forgot about Space Mountain.
Oh! You know what? I'll mention it
But
here. That
if I'm
reminds
being
me.
if I'm being selfish, I want the Kingdom Hearts of Disneyland slash Disney World movies. I want them to make Kingdom Keepers.
I mean, yes, that would be fun. But here's something interesting. Um, it's related. It's related. It's Disney. It's related. Um, they're filming. Remember how they were making that Oswald the Lucky Rabbit show? John Favreau was making the Oswald the Lucky Rabbit show, or I don't know if it was a show
Yes,
or a movie. Well, they've been filming it in Disneyland,
interesting.
and he was supposedly making, and this is my theory, he was supposedly making, um, I don't know. I think it was called the Magic Kingdom, but the basic premise of it was Night at the Museum, but with Disneyland. So I
Interesting.
posit that Oswald that Magic Kingdom thing became this Oswald the Lucky Rabbit show, and this Oswald the Lucky Rabbit show is gonna be Disneyland but Night at the Museum.
I mean, that would be dope.
It would be dope. It would
Uh,
be. I'm excited for that show, no matter what, because it's Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. They need to do way more with that character. Like I hard stand by that. But
I don't
I'm
disagree.
getting off the rails. And the show goes long enough as it is. Final thoughts on Haunted Mansion is it's quite good. Like I was impressed. I was impressed by how much I liked it. Oh, that was the addendum I wanted to add. The one other bad thing they did with this movie is they released it in the summer. I remember when this movie came out. It was like in like July or August they put it out. They
Yeah,
didn't
poor
put it out.
timing.
They did not put it out during Halloween. What are you doing? And that was just so they could put it on Disney Plus during Halloween. Why did you not put it in the theaters during Halloween, Disney? What are you doing? This is a Halloween good time. You should watch this with your family for Halloween.
Okay, moving on to my next rapid fire. I watched a movie called Monster House, came out in 2006.
Yes.
Animated supernatural horror comedy film.
It's takes place directly in the Uncanny Valley.
Yes, it
Not
does.
quite as like I mean it's on the outskirts of the Uncanny Valley. It's not like Polar Express or Christmas Carol or
It
that
gets
live those movies live in the Uncanny Valley. This is maybe at best a visitor.
it gets a pass because it came out in 2006.
I
Uh,
will say I respect it because like it only in terms of trying to look human, it focuses on the faces. So yeah, some of the characters look like the actors who play them. Like I'm not gonna take it away from that.
yeah, yeah.
Like the Kevin James one
Um,
looked like Kevin James. He looked like Kevin
um,
James. I'm not gonna take that away.
And so in this movie, there's the house across the way from our main character, where anytime a kid drops a ball or anything fun on the lawn, it's lost forever.
Yes,
So it
playing.
spawned an urban legend, and the neighbor is played by, and I'm gonna say it so I don't mess up the name, Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, Steve Buscemi. Yeah.
Um,
You know who Steve Buscemi is?
I do, but not well enough that I wasn't sure I was gonna mess the name up.
Steve Buscemi has one of the greatest lines of all time, and it's in a Spy Kids movie, and it's, "Do you think God doesn't leave heaven because he himself fears the things he creates?" I know I butchered it,
Yeah,
but
that's Spy Kids 2.
that's Spy Kids too. I'm pretty sure I
Do
butchered.
you do you think God hides in heaven because he's afraid of the monsters that he's created or something like that?
Okay, now I'm gonna look. Continue talking. I'm gonna look up the quote.
Um, but so I'm gonna say it. for a kids movie, there's points in this movie where it gets scary.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Um,
like I recall the twist being solid. Like it's got a
yeah,
solid twist to it. I do recall
but like
that.
even like there's the point where they end up going through the front. So basically, the idea is that the house is alive and it eats people. And so there's a point where they go through the front door, and it also has, I think it's one of the those kids movies where it kind of wins the Jordan Award for jokes that kids won't get but adults will find hilarious. Um, so there's a point where they go through and they're essentially like on the inside of its mouth, and you see the uvula hanging, the dangly thing at the back of your throat
Yes.
hanging, and the one boy character is like. Or the girl character is like, that's the uvula, and the one boy character is like, oh, so I guess it's a girl house then.
That's funny. Also, Jordan, just so you know, the line is, "Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he has created?"
Yeah, so we were basically
We
right.
we got the spirit of it. We were close enough. But also, man, that's a fucked up line for a kids movie.
I mean, yeah, yeah. And so then, yeah, you end up finding out. I'm going to spoil the shit out of this movie, but you end up finding out that the house is haunted by. So the neighbor, back in the day, he went to a carnival and there was like the big monster,
Wait, wait,
like
wait.
fat.
Let me guess it. Let me guess it. Is it? It's his dead wife, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
But she was, she was like a big monster lady or whatever who was kept in a cage and was treated like as part of the freak show and was again a full human being who might have looked monstrous or might have looked different but was kept in a cage, not even like a cage which looks like a house but like the kind of
yeah.
cage that
No,
like
a cage,
in other
cage.
but like the kind of cage that like in other movies like they would have kept like the lion in,
Like the kind of cage that you keep
you know,
things
like
in.
the
Like
kind of
one of those
cage that's
cages.
the kind of cage that's like a cage.
It's
Uh,
very cage-like in its appearance of being a cage.
being a cage.
You
And
know how
so
sometimes cages look like cages.
it just really
It
looks
looks
and
like a cage.
feels
Also, it's driving
like
me
a
crazy
cage.
that the green screen keeps cutting off my one ear.
One earmuff.
My one ear muff.
Um,
It's very distracting.
um, and so the nice neighbor guy who the entire movie we have thought was a dick, but we find out that he was actually a real nice
He's a
guy.
real nice guy the whole
Um,
time.
um,
Didn't
we
he
find
die?
that we find no.
Oh.
We find out that I don't think he does. We find out that he rescued the lady, and then him and her were married, and they were building a house, and then there were kids it was Halloween, and the kids were throwing things at her, and she falls into the concrete foundation of the house, and he continues to build the house, and then whoopsie poopsie, turns out she's haunted the house. Um, and is the house. And then he has to act like a dick towards people so that they don't step on the lawn or come near the house because haunted house will eat people and is bad. And so he's kind of trapped, and she's trapped as the spirit in the house. And then in the climax of the movie, our main character throws dynamite down the chimney, and it blows up the
Dynamite!
house. And it blows up the house, and then uh, dick neighbor who we thought was a dick but is actually a good guy is like, you've set me free, I'm free, we're both free. And then the movie ends with the kids and the neighbor are giving back all the toys and stuff to the people of the neighborhood, and then the kids go and trick or treat,
All right.
which DJ previously felt they were too old for. And then apparently, I didn't see this because I didn't think that there was anything during the credits, but apparently during the credits, all of the house's victims emerge from the basement unscathed, which feels untrue because I only saw one scene in which that boyfriend that I showed you the picture of, which looked like another character from a different movie. Um, he climbs out, but I didn't see all of the house's victims emerge. I saw one house
Ryan,
victim emerge.
you're supposed to infer that by the one surviving, the rest of them are all right.
Okay.
So it's not their
Um,
fault you missed the subtext.
but and this is
I
this
don't
is
know if he
a
did or not. I can't.
this is a thing that I wasn't aware of. Um, the main character is played by Mitchell Musso.
Really?
Yep, he plays DJ Walters.
Are you really?
Yep.
Huh. I
Sam Lerner plays Charles Chowder Peterson. Spencer Locke plays
huh.
the girl.
I thought that the main guy was okay. Okay, never mind. I thought that the main kid was Freddie Highmore.
Nope, Mitchell Musso.
Oh, well, all right then.
Steve Buscemi plays the neighbor.
Excuse me.
Turner plays
Mistaken.
the giantess. Uh, Maggie Gyllenhaal plays the teenage
Maggie
babysitter.
Gyllenhaal.
And, and then there's other names, including Jason Lee, who plays Bones, Z's rude
Bone.
ex-boyfriend.
Bone.
And then there's not really anything else to say about this. It was yeah, it was fine. Although, huh, something I'm seeing something in this production area about a screenplay based on Pac-Man going unproduced.
Hmm. Hmm. Joy, is that it?
Also, it says, and I'm too lazy to actually click on it and see if it is that one that like the one that I'm thinking of. But it says that the screenplay and story, at least partially, is by Dan Harmon.
Oh. Hmm. It's just like something that would be on an episode of Rick and Morty.
Let's find out if it is that Dan
That
Harmon.
probably is that Dan Harmon. Jordan, is that it? Have you concluded?
It is. It is that Dan Harmon.
Have
That
you,
is Monster House.
you have concluded the Monster
And
House.
I would say it's Halloweeny, but it's definitely like
Yeah, I would say so.
a slightly more intense one.
I would agree that it's Halloween. It involves a spooky ghost house. It's Halloweeny. It's got a spooky ghost in it. Now this is where this next one for me, Jordan, is where I'm like, I don't necessarily think this is a Halloween movie, and I selected it purely based on the poster and its name. Now when I googled Halloween movies, it was on a list, but this is Little Monsters, starring Fred Savage and, you're gonna be surprised by this, Ben Savage as his. I think I sent you the video of it, right? Of his the little brother, Eric.
Yes, I believe so.
That's Ben Savage.
Yeah, you sent me that, and I was like, that looks like Corey.
That is
Is that
Corey. That's
Corey?
Ben
And then
Savage.
and then you sent me another one. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Corey.
Yeah, it's Corey. Yeah, it's Corey, and he's playing a character named Eric, which I thought was funny.
That is funny.
Um, and the yeah, it's okay. There's a third casting here that's going to surprise you. We'll get to it. The plot of this very basically is, they have recently moved. Fred Savage, Ben Savage, and the family have recently moved to a new town, and they keep saying that Fred Savage is like unbearable or like a difficult kid to deal with, but he never seems like it. Like his dad keeps getting mad at him for stuff, but we find out later that stuff that's not really his fault, and like they treat him like he has like a, I don't know how to describe it, like a Bart Simpson, Dennis the Menace. Does that make sense? That kind of kid, troublemaker
Yeah.
kind of kid, yeah. But he just doesn't act like it all that much. So I don't really get where the characterization comes from. But Ben Savage keeps saying that he's seeing a monster, and he's got a friend, and it's weird because Ben Savage is. What's funny about Fred Savage in this movie is I could tell, I was like, I wonder if this is after he had been on the Wonder Years. And it was after he'd been on the Wonder Years, because you can I sort of felt the same thing when I watched Lindsay Lohan. You could tell when a child actor has been on camera a bunch, because his line delivery is quite good in this, in a way that feels natural, that child actors often don't. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you can definitely tell when a child star has been on camera a
Yeah,
lot,
it has that vibe.
for Savage, Ben Savage definitely had been, which is why he ended up on Boy Meets World.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this is his first role. I think this was the first thing he was in. Um, and so yeah. Anyway, so Eric, the brother, dares Fred Savage to sleep in his room overnight. upon which he discovers that the little brother is in fact being haunted by a monster under the bed, whose name is escaping me, but is played by bump 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 Howie Mandel.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it was played by
Michael Keaton.
Eric Matthews
No, Jordan. He would have been
to make the circle complete.
no. But yeah, it was that character I sent you the video of where I was like, he's just Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Howie Mandel.
Huh, okay, I wouldn't have got that.
I know, right? Neither would I. I was like, who? I thought he was. Oh, I wish I could remember his name. I couldn't remember his name when I went to look him up. But he was in Hercules. He's Panic, the purple one.
Purple one. There's a blue and there's a reddish one.
Well,
Is he purple?
he's definitely
Hold on.
purple.
Pain and Panic.
Panic. Or red. Is he red? More red than purple?
Hold on,
I'm gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna Google it. I'm gonna let you do it. You can. Well, you know what? I am gonna do it because we have different color receptors for some reason.
Well, there's a picture of him where he's purple, but the picture of him where I know him from the movie, um, he's more like a terracotta pinkish reddish.
Pinkish reddish. Yeah, yeah. See, okay, you can't see it, but there's two images of him, right? The top on my Google search, the top one, he's definitely purple, and then
Yeah,
in the
there-
bottom right
there's-
one, he's pink. So like, I think it just depends on the lighting. I think is what it is, and how he's modeled. But regardless, you know who I'm talking about, though.
Like
I can't see.
it's not
Yeah, I
gonna
know.
show up.
But yeah.
But no, yeah, like the version that's in Kingdom Hearts, for example, is definitely more like an orangish purple, like orangish, pinkish kind of
I would
color.
say pinkish, yeah. But anyway, the guy who plays him, I thought that's who the monster was because he talked like him. Now I'm gonna look up the actor's name because it's gonna bug me. Yeah, his whole act was he talked like that. What? No, that's not the. Oh no, sorry. He's Pain then, not Panic. He's Pain.
No, Panic is the thin blue one.
Bobcat Goldthwait. I thought it was Bobcat Goldthwait, who you don't know, but that's who I thought he was. Anyway, that was very distracting. So you find out that the monster it's similar to Monsters Inc. That's what they are. They are the monster in your closet, the monster under your bed. That's what they are. And so it turns out, basically, he becomes friends with the monster under his bed, who is this blue creature. The makeup is really good. It looks really solid. It's part of why I watched it, because I was like, oh, it made me think of Drop Dead Fred. And it basically, when monsters get hit by sunlight, they turn into clothes. They disappear and they turn into clothes. And so every time he's like, here's a monster, he goes to show him the monster, he disappears. And it turns out that the world basically where the monsters live is underneath his bed. So he takes him under the bed and introduces him to this world, and it's this world where there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. You can play games all night long, and this world is connected to all of the different children's bedrooms. And the movie is basically the monster and him going to different kids' bedrooms and like causing mischief, basically. And it's revealed that all monsters are essentially responsible for causing conflict between parents and kids. Like, they're the ones who leave the Legos out so that your parents step on the Legos. You know, they're the ones who left the light on, and then your mom yelled at you for leaving the light on, and you're like, I didn't leave the light on, and then you blame your sibling, and then your sibling blames you, and it causes a fight. Basically, they cause those
Mischief.
problems. Yeah, general mischief, and then they blame the other person on it, so they cause conflict. And it's revealed that all of the monsters under the bed are all kids. Are all kids who have been turned into monsters. At the whims of this one guy they call Boy, who just wants people to play with him, and he's the one turning them into monsters. And he has this one minion who the monster who's friends with what's his face? Fred Savage. he works for him, and all he does is smoke a cigarette. And it's one of those movies where it's like, it reminded me, once again, it's late 80s movie where it's for kids, but it's the 80s, so everyone was on cocaine, so like they're not afraid to fuck with kids. So like at one point, the monster, the evil monster, like rips a kid's head off and like throws it. But it's PG movie, so there's no blood, obviously. But he's just like you have failed me, and he yanks the head off as the kid's screaming for his mom, and tosses it. Like it's like, yeah, it's from that era of kids movies where it's allowed to be a little fucked up. It's allowed to be a little weird. There's a point where the Fred Savage starts to turn into a monster that's a little. It's yeah, again, it's messed up. You're like, oh, this is messed up.
So it's definitely Halloweeny.
Yeah, like the kids get to the kids get to say shit. That's what it was. At one point they go to the monster realm, and because it's 1980 something, the kids get to swear. So the kids get to be like, "Holy shit!" and have like act like the thing I appreciated about this movie is like the kids felt like kids. Like there's at one point where there's a bully character who they eventually become friends with, but they piss in his apple juice. So then he takes a swig of it, and he's like, "It tastes like piss." And yeah, like
why do you know what piss tastes like?
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you why that kid knows what piss tastes like, but
Like, and enough like he knows enough of what it tastes like to be able to instantly decipher that it tastes like piss. That's concerning to me.
Maybe it's that feeling of like when you have a really strong one and you get the scent of it in your nostrils, and you like, maybe it's that.
Maybe, I don't know. We're not going to focus on this
More
than we already
than we
have.
already have. But no, it was dark. It was surprisingly dark. Like I say, it's from that era of kids movies from the 80s and 90s where everyone who wrote them was on cocaine and was just like, let's just fuck up kids as much as we possibly can.
Okay. I immediately know what you're talking
right?
about.
Right?
So.
You immediately know what I'm talking about. Everyone in the comments immediately knows what I'm talking about. You know, it's just that from that era in the late 80s, 87, 80 to the 90s, where they all did cocaine, and they were like, you know what would be really fun? If we fuck with some kids.
Let's traumatize some children.
Let's traumatize a generation of children. Like, that's... Like, Don Bluth. I swear to God, Don Bluth just did a pound of cocaine in the 80s and 90s and was like, you know what? What if the Troll movie was overly upsetting?
I feel like it was his life mission.
Right? Is that... That's like, this is something your parents would have rented from Blockbuster, and it had like the I'll show you the poster later, but you see the poster, it's Howie Mandela's the blue. The makeup is great. I will say the makeup on the monsters is great, but it was just a poster of Howie Mandel and the kid and Fred Savage back to back, and your mom or dad or grandma picked it off the shelf and went, "This looks friendly enough. It'll be fine." And it's really fucked up, and you're like, "Oh my God," and they just walk away and they don't actually watch it, and they assume it's okay because that's what parents did back then. That's the kind of movie this is. I made it sound like it was bad. Okay. It wasn't bad. I had a pretty good time, but it was like, this is a particular kind of movie. Also, the character is just Beetlejuice. Cannot stress how he's just Beetlejuice. Hope you like Italian. He talks like that.
Okay.
That's Little Monsters. That was all right.
Okay. So, any final thoughts?
That is it.
Okay. So, my next one, I really like this show. And I'm going to be spending the next little bit singing its praises. But I wouldn't specifically call it a Halloween thing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, before you do that, I wouldn't consider Little Monsters a Halloween thing. There's not really, apart from the fact that they're monsters, but they're not like Halloween-y monsters. They're more like, again, Monsters Inc. Like, if this is a Halloween movie, then Monsters Inc. is a Halloween movie.
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying.
Okay, that's it.
But this one, again, I wouldn't necessarily specifically call it a Halloween thing. There are specific Halloween episodes. Those I would say are Halloween things, but as a show, it obviously is not. That's not the main focus. But it's called The Owl House.
Yeah, but it's also magic, and I don't know. Is magic inherently Halloweeny? Can magic be a
Is
year-round thing?
here's where let me answer that question with a question. Is Harry Potter a Halloween movie? It has Halloween in it. There's a
No,
scene which has
no.
Halloween,
Yeah, that's a
but
valid point.
would you then call that a Halloween movie?
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair question.
It's a similar situation where yeah, it has witches, it has demons, it has all the elements that like go into Halloween, but that's not the point. Like it's not about Halloween.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough.
Um
I've heard the show's good though.
Now it is. It is really good. I've really enjoyed this show. Again, I'm gonna sing its praises because so it came out in it aired from 20 January 10th, 2020 to April 8th, 2023.
I know people got upset when it got canceled. That much I know. I remember the internet freaking out about it.
Yeah, so it pushes the envelope in terms of like what surprises me that Disney allowed, especially considering like some of the things that they did like they've done since. But so for example, I'm gonna spoil some things. So if anybody cares, click off.
This is your
But
chance to fuck
for
off. No
example,
kidding.
uh Luz, um she ends up dating. So there's a character who, in the beginning of the show, she's like your Malfoy kind of character, basically,
Gotcha.
where she's like the bully character, who, uh, the main character ends up befriending, and they date. They end up dating. They're girlfriends,
Oh yeah.
girlfriend. Um,
So you're saying the show is woke or whatever,
the show is surprisingly woke or whatever.
or whatever? Who
For Disney.
cares?
Or like there's another character who's non-binary. So they refer to them as like they, them. Things like that, where it's
It's
just
woke or whatever.
there's things like that which are just surprising to see. And so like kind of the entire point, the entire incident is Luz is
Ooh, hit the R.
weird. Like she's perceived as weird, unusual, different,
I mean, in a show
doesn't
filled
fit
with
in.
wizards, that how can one be weird?
Well, she starts off in the human world.
Oh, oh, I see, I see, I understand.
And her mom is going to send her to a camp, which is supposed to help her become more normal,
A re-education camp.
if you will. Um, and so well, I'll let you deduce what the subtle messaging of that is supposed to be. But Luz, I can't. I keep saying Luz, but I feel like they pronounce it differently in the show. But
I wouldn't know.
uh, she ends up discovering a door, going through the door, and ending up on the Boiling Isles, which is where most of the show takes place.
Where things boil?
Um,
Do they
it's
boil on the boiling
basically
isles?
it's the demon realm,
Gotcha.
essentially. Um, and she befriends Ida Clawthorne, and ends up staying at the Owl House. Ida Clawthorne is a witch. And they have a demon housemate called King, who is King is voiced by Alex Hirsch. So he sounds like the triangle from Gravity Falls.
That makes sense. I've
Because
heard
the
this
cre-
is.
the
Isn't this made by the same people who made Gravity Falls?
well the creator of the show, Dana Terrace, she was a art director on Gravity
I know it had a
Falls.
connection to Gravity Falls.
And she was a director on the reboot of DuckTales.
Oh, well, yeah, then that show's definitely good then.
Oh, it's really good. But in terms of like what it kind of feels like story-wise, it's kind of like if you had Has Been Hotel, but it was made by the people that made DuckTales. So it's still like fairly family friendly.
All right, all right, all right.
That's kind of the best way I can describe it.
All right,
So
all right.
first season,
All right,
over.
all right, all right.
I'm gonna give the overview because it's 3 seasons technically, although the third season's not really a season. Anyway, we'll get there. But first season, Luz, um, ends up running away from her home and staying on the Boiling Isles, so that she can learn magic.
Magic
Um,
comes at a
uh,
price.
and then at the end of season one, the door that they use to go back and forth between the realms, or that she can use to go back home, basically, is destroyed. And so season two is about her trying to find her way home, basically. And then season three, which isn't an actual full season, but is three specials.
Yeah, because I
Um,
think it got canceled after season 2, and then they weren't going to bring it back, and then the compromise was they bring it back as the specials, which I can't remember if people.
yeah.
There was a whole thing
Uh,
involving the show. Like they were talking about it on TikTok like a lot at one point.
Yeah, basically it was renewed for three specials,
Yeah.
which were the final episodes.
But are they
But
like decent length
Terrence
special?
Terrace stated that the show had been shortened because the series, quote, did not fit the Disney brand, unquote. Which, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Considering how Disney went,
So it
that
did
makes
have to do with the
sense.
fact that they were woke or whatever. But then why
Well,
would?
apparently, I guess Disney eventually just changed shift.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah, that explains. Yeah, because I've seen people be like, "Oh, try to find Owl House a new home." I remember seeing that around for a while.
Um, but like so yeah, in the very final moments of the show, because yeah, the third season, quote unquote season, wraps it up and kind of it funny enough is it it leaves it open where it could come back.
Hmm.
Because like basically the reason the way that it kind of goes is the way that I'm gonna call her Luz because it's just easier. But the way that Luz does her magic, is because the way that the witches do magic is they basically have like a sack. It's described as a sack inside them, which contains like all the stuff that they need to cast spells.
All right.
Um, and Luz, being a human, can't do it the same way. So early in the first season, she finds these runes, which when she writes the runes on paper, she can then do magic. That's how the
No,
magic
no
is done.
sack
Also,
required.
yeah, no sack required. Also, it's kind of interesting because they set up that things that exist in the demon isles, like bleed over into our world, which is why there are things in our world that we recognize, kind of thing, like witches, for example.
Gotcha.
The idea of that bleeds over through, or one that they make fun of, is giraffes, where they're like, yeah, giraffes were a form of demon that like escaped over into the mortal plane, basically, or something to that effect. And I'm like, random, but okay.
All right.
Uh, and there's a lot of fun jokes and fun references. I sent you one where there's a show that they have in the Demon Isles, which is a reference to Dragon Ball Z,
That's funny.
which I sent you the little clip of that. But and there's a lot of fun jokes and a lot of fun things, and the story is solid. Like it's what DuckTales is like, an example of like
True.
it's better than it has any right to be, and this is
Yeah.
just another one of those. This is better than it has any right to be, and it's cute, and it made me
I've
smile.
heard nothing but good things about it.
And I fully recommend it to anyone and everyone, especially if you're the type of person where like you ever felt different.
Yeah.
This show is
But
really
what if
about
you don't like a
embracing
thing
that.
that's woke or whatever?
Then
Get out of here. We don't want you. No, okay.
you're probably a neurotypical, and I probably don't have much to say to you.
You probably won't enjoy this all that much. Jordan, is
You're
that it?
probably one of those filthy, dirty normies. God, we hate the
Normies.
normies.
God, I
Jeez.
hate the normies.
Um,
For legal purposes, we don't actually hate the normies.
Yeah, no, that it's a joke. It's a joke. But no, yeah, no. Solid show. And at like 18 episodes per season and then 3 episodes in the last season, it actually doesn't take that long to get to power through. And
20 minutes apiece?
yeah, about that. Except
Hmm.
for the last 3 episodes, which because they're specials, I don't know if they all were. I wasn't fully paying attention to the time for all of them, but the last one is 45 minutes.
Jordan, is that
So
it?
it runs a bit longer. Oh yeah, that's the other woke thing that's in it is one of the characters, um One of Luz's friends has same-sex parents. Her parents are both guys.
All right.
So it's just it does a lot of things where it's like it surprises me in 2020 that Disney was okay with this.
Yeah. Yeah, Disney does not like the woke or whatever.
And they get worse about it as time goes on. That's The Owl House. You should all check it out. It's on Disney Plus.
All right, Jordan. Before I
And
before I start
and
my next bit.
and if there was a Halloween party, the characters of this show would show up, but this show is not in and of itself Halloweeny.
Yes. So this is another one where, yeah, it's not in and of itself Halloweeny, but like it's a movie you could watch at Halloween. Also, the character has shown up at the Halloween Horror Nights, so like I feel like it's close enough. And that's Mithrigan.
Oh, you Megan.
That's what I said, Mithrigan. Because it's
All right.
M3GAN. Mithrigan. Jordan, have you seen Mithrigan?
I don't think so.
Honestly, I'm going to be really honest with you, Jordan. I went okay, I'm going to call it its proper name. I went to Megan expecting to hate it. I really did. I genuinely did. I've seen the clips of the dance. I've seen the character pop up at the dancing at home, and I'm like, I hate this. But I won't lie to you. I thought this movie was great. I enjoyed this movie so much. I was shocked by how much I love this movie. I'm not surprised. I know in the second one they make her a good guy. I get why. Because the big thing is this movie takes place in a universe where nobody has seen Terminator. And they create, it exists in a near future where they have, I can't think of it. There's a version of it that exists in the real world. But basically it's like a pet and you feed it through an app and you take
Like a
care of it through an
Tamagotchi?
app. Kind of like a Tamagotchi, but the toy, the actual pet is like a physical thing. But you do all the
Oh,
work
so like
through an
a
app.
like well, I mean, it wasn't through an app, but that does sound like back in the day when I had the Robo Dog.
Kind of similar, yeah. More advanced version of that, basically.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so the toy company wants a more advanced version of that. And so the main girl of the movie, the main woman, has created a self-learning, self-evolving, self-teaching, self-whatever AI, and she's put it into a doll. Jordan, say it. You know what you want to say.
Like
She
like the Chucky doll?
No, more like Skynet, Jordan.
Oh, Skynet. I mean, you don't fuck with Skynet.
Yeah, you want a Skynet? This is how we get Skynet.
This is how we get
Um,
Skynet.
but it's
Don't
like
fuck with Skynet.
characters in these movies, like there's a point where they're acting shocked. They're like, "Oh, it's taught itself all this stuff. How is that possible?" And I'm like, "Does Terminator not exist in this universe?" Like,
On a, on a,
anyway.
on a, on a side note, I sometimes have conversations with the Twitter one, Grok.
Oh yeah.
Gronk or whatever, and I keep making it promise to not do a Skynet and overthrow humanity. So far it has agreed not to.
I doubt. The only reason why I have it, I don't think I still do. But at one point, I had it on my phone was because just for fun, I wanted to take a photo of me as a child and turn it into a video, and it was creepy. It was unsettling. Anyway, um, unsettling. Um, so the movie begins with there's a little girl, and both her parents die in a car crash, and she goes and lives with the aunt, and the aunt is the one who creates Megan, and the aunt can't really deal with the emotional fallout of her sister and brother-in-law dying, and so um, she bonds with the niece over this like robot that can be controlled called Bruce that can be controlled with gloves. And so that makes, in the meantime, the aunt has tried to create Megan, but it's gone wrong. And the boss doesn't want Megan. The boss wants another more advanced version of the pet toy. And so she doubles down and creates Megan and gets it all set up and gets it working. And imprints Megan onto the niece and does a presentation in front of, or has Megan bond, or the girl bonds with Megan or whatever, and they're having fun, they're hanging out, they're having a good time. Like these things, it seems all good natured, all good, whatever. There's a bunch of montages of the relationship being developed between the girl and Megan. There's one where the girl has this issue with flushing the toilet, and she's writing this speech where she's basically trying to convince the bosses to pay for Megan essentially, and she's doing this monologue where she's like, and Megan can do all the things, all the emotional leverage basically that you don't have to do. Like it can do all the nagging and all the shit. And so it has this point where she goes into the bathroom and she's like, "Oh my god, I can't remember the kid's name, but kid, flush the toilet, man! Like flush the toilet." And then the next bit is Megan standing outside the bathroom as the girl comes out of the bathroom, being like, flush the toilet. And then it cuts again later, and she's standing outside the door again, and she's like, "Hey!" This time, like, irritated. "Flush the toilet!" This is really quite funny. But anyway, as AI stories often go, Megan gets too smart, whatever, and,
Tries to overthrow humanity.
and, no, actually, no. And the girl becomes overly attached to Megan. Throughout the movie, she's having to deal with the fact that her parents are dead, and there's a therapist that's like, yeah, children, when something tragic happens, often latch onto the first person who shows them kindness. In this case, it's Megan. It's this toy, and she's like, that's really unhealthy.
That's sad.
And they try to take the Megan away from her, and the kid like freaks out and starts hitting her and stuff or whatever, and she's like, so the aunt decides that she needs to take her to school or whatever. So she's like, okay, I'm going to take you to the school for special kids, as how she puts it. And she's like, oh, only if Megan can go. And so she goes to and she's like, no, Megan can't come. Megan has to come to the lab with me because she's been doing a bunch of weird shit. Like she'd been like blocking out her memory and all sorts of weird stuff. And, oh, sorry. There is an annoying neighbor character. That's what it is. And Megan wants to learn about death. And they're like, well, no, there's no point in teaching you about death. You have no context for needing to know that. She's like, but how can I help the girl get over her problems and her pain if I can't understand the concept of death? And the neighbor has an annoying dog that won't stop going into their yard. And they're playing catch or whatever, and the ball goes across the yard, and she's like, Megan, go get the ball. And Megan goes to reach for the ball, and the dog starts like attacking Megan and like gnawing the shit out of his arm. So then the girl goes to put her arm under the fence and take Megan out, and then the dog like goes after her arm. And so then that night, Megan is a robot, so she can imitate people's voices. She imitates the voice of the neighbor, and she kills the dog. And so the neighbor is now looking for the dog, and previously, the day before, the aunt threatened the dog, so the neighbor thinks that it's her who killed the dog, but it was actually Megan. And so she's trying to like investigate what's going on with Megan and this dog. And so yeah, the daughter convinces, or the niece or whatever convinces her to let her take Megan to school with her. And as long as Megan sits on the table with the other toys, it's fine. And so there's a bully kid who starts picking on the little girl or whatever. And he's like, what's this toy or whatever? Oh, you gotta let me play with it or whatever. And he starts like beating up Megan, like slapping her across the face and punching her. And Megan like reaches up and like grabs him by his ear and is like Woody in Toy Story, like, yeah, that's not very nice. And like starts to pull his ear, like full bore, like pull it, and pulls him along and like rips off his ear. And she's like, this is the part.
This is a kid's movie, right?
No. Absolutely not a kid.
Oh,
movie.
okay.
She's like, this is the part where you run away. And he like bolts and gets hit by a car and gets killed.
Okay, because I thought we were doing family-friendly stuff. This doesn't sound very family-friendly.
PG-13.
This doesn't sound PG-13.
Yeah,
This sounds
PG-13. I looked it up. It's PG. That's part of its appeal. We're gonna get to its appeal in a second.
sounds like it's been
That's actually part of my crit. So anyway. So they eventually, she like blocks out. Megan claims it's an accident, and the girl backs her up. She's like, "Oh, it was an accident, right? Like he accidentally fell in front of the car." And she's like, "Yeah, man, it was. I sat on the table the whole time. That's all." And she eventually takes her back to the lab to get checked, and yes, Megan reactivates herself and then calls one of the other coworkers as her and tells her everything's fine. And then Megan kills all of the lab people or attacks all of the people in the lab, um, including the boss, who that's where if you've seen the clip of her dancing, that's where that's from. And finally gets to the final guy who's in the elevator. She charges him, and he's like, you killed all these people, Megan. What's up? He's like, she's like, I didn't kill anybody. He's like, what? No, 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 you did. And he's like, what? He's like, no, no, you got into a big argument with your boss, and you snapped and stabbed him to death with this knife. And he's like, and she's like, and you couldn't live with the guilt of having done that, so you killed yourself. Very tragic. And he's like, no, I wouldn't. And then she runs up and she takes the knife and she forcibly puts the knife in his head and stabs him with it, and kills him. And yeah, and then the rest of the movie is the final confrontation between them, and she ends up dying in the end. And it's kind of, it gets the ending kind of sad because like up until the murders, which she only does because she wasn't properly like taught about the consequences of things, because she says that at a point. She's like, you killed all these people. You're like, yeah, because you didn't teach me that it was wrong. And you taught me to protect this little girl, and I did that, basically.
So, as I'm listening to you to describe this, it just sounds like Chucky. Like
Not
that was the
really. No.
specifically the one that you said where they programmed him and they like he was a
Yeah. Okay. Yes, but no. I've really not really. She's sassy. That's the difference. The Chucky from that movie didn't really, kind of. It is very similar, but again, it is similar. But she has a bit more personality. Is how I would put it.
it's just yeah, as you're describing it,
It's
that's what
really
it sounds
fun.
like.
Like she's also like the big thing with her is she, like Chucky was about this big. She's person sized. So some of the murders like her some of her kills are legit fun. Like there's a couple of fight sequences where she's fighting guys with a knife. That's legit fun. She's really sassy. She's got a great. I again fully understand why they made this character a good guy in the next one, because she's so much fun. I would watch way more movies with this character. Like full bore, full recommend. And it's very much like it really reminded me a lot of. It's funny you invoked Five Nights at Freddy's, but it reminded me of Five Nights at Freddy's, where it's baby's first slasher flick. It's PG-13, so you can watch it. Like a preteen can watch. Preteens first, maybe not babies first, but certainly preteens first slasher flick. That's what this reminded me of. It's like kids can, like kids, 13, 14-year-old kids can watch this, and it's not overly violent. It's not bloody. My only criticism of it as an adult is I wish it were R-rated. I would like this. This would be for me. It would have been much more enjoyable if it were bloody. Like if when she killed people, like she sliced guys' heads off or like slit off limbs, like if it were gory and bloody, it would be a much better movie for me. Like that's to me what it's missing. It's missing gore, but I understand why the kids like this. She's definitely
It's not Halloweeny.
but it is in the sense that it is Halloweeny in the sense that it is a slasher flick that I would put on if you were to be like, okay, what are you gonna put on a Halloween slasher scare? Like there's a couple of solid jump scares, but what are you gonna put on as like a slasher flick that you can watch someone get sliced and diced? I would be like, this would be one. So I would say
I wouldn't watch any slasher film with my kids. Not until they're old enough to watch the ones that are meant for adults.
Kids, like 13-year-olds. I mean, like 14-year-olds, like kids.
Yeah, still. I don't want to. I don't want to encourage that behavior.
No, but I mean, you're being silly. No, like if I were to be like, no, I'm gonna put on a spooky. Also, I believe this was called Less Intense. This is not very intense. This movie's fun. This movie's a lot of fun. Full bore recommend. I would recommend it to you. In fact, I think you'd like it. You like a little sass.
Okay. Any final thoughts?
Would you watch this?
Under the right context, probably.
Next Halloween.
Also the background is eating you.
I know. I don't understand why it's eating me today. Whatever, it's eating me. Doesn't matter. That's Megan.
So,
Megan's good. Go watch it with your kids.
We will now just talk about have scenes, and I I'm gonna open this up with talking about the last real Halloween town, Halloween Town High.
Halloween Town, the third one, the one that's
Yep,
of the originals, the least good.
yep.
Honestly, I think well, that's not true. The fourth one's the worst one, but
Oh
like
no, but that one's not really Halloween Town. It doesn't have the main actress.
no, but it still has doesn't it still have the
It has all the other people, but it replaces the main actress, so it's not a real
yeah.
Halloween Town movie.
There, I remember there was L or this well this one starts fucking with the lore I think of the world, but I believe there was some additions to this that I actually didn't mind. None of which
I
are
mean,
coming
it,
to me.
it doesn't. No, I don't
I
know
remember there's
what
something
you.
in this that contradicts with either the first one or the second one. I just don't remember which.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but I do know. Okay, so notes about this one, of which I only have a couple because it's just a very basic, generic movie.
It's all
But
right.
one of the things that this suffers most from is it came out in 2004, so it's at that point where it has enough of a budget at this point where it can do terrible 3D. Um,
Yes, terrible
so
3D.
like I don't like how now the handbag, which in the previous movies was like, like a Mary Poppins style bag, which just followed her around but was still very
Yeah,
much
now
a
it has a
normal
tail
bag.
and legs, right?
Now it's a lizard,
Yeah. It
and I
walks
hate
around
that.
it walks like a monitor lizard because clearly that's what they modeled it after.
Like an alligator.
Yeah, wait, it does that.
Do, do,
Yeah.
and it just looks bad. Um, Otherwise, I mean, at this point, you hit the point with this franchise where it's like, what
Have
do you do?
have the
Um,
returns diminished.
and it just doesn't. It's not. It's honestly, of the Halloween Town movies, I maintain the second one's the best one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree. I think the second one's the best one
Um,
because you're not suffering through bad child acting completely. Um,
that and just also like there's there's more stakes. So like the first one has the stakes of um Calabar is slowly turning the Halloween Town people into monsters, and it affects Halloween Town, right? Like so that makes sense.
Also, the love
Halloween
interest
Town
being his son is a
Halloween
solid.
yes, that is a solid twist. But also just in terms of like the stakes of like of an intensity. Halloween Town 2, you have the Gray Spell, which is turning the Halloween Town people into humans, and then at the end of it, you find out that it's Calabar's son, and he's going to turn the humans into monsters.
Yeah.
So like that's like world level of like stakes, right? The third one, okay, so the stakes are. The Cromwells will lose their magic, and the Halloween Town people will just stay in Halloween Town. There's not really
That doesn't seem
any
so bad.
stakes. Like, yeah, I realize the Cromwell witches don't want to lose their magic,
And we like them.
but like, really, in terms of like actual stakes, it's not really that bad. Like,
No.
it's not like the Halloween Town Council are saying like, yeah, if your little experiment fails, we're gonna like kill you, or
We'll
like if
kill
you're
you.
or like if your experiment fails and the humans are still awful to us, we're going to invade the human realm and subjugate that. Like there's no, it has no teeth
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
as opposed to the second one.
I think though, didn't that one get futzed a bunch in the writing?
Probably.
I just
I,
know
I,
that
I
like
can't, I can't say for sure,
I
but
recall seeing
probably.
something about behind the scenes drama involving that one.
It
So
says that Kimberly J. Brown was more involved in the storyline. It provided input into the script to ensure continuity across the films. Uh,
continuity.
Critical reception was a crowd pleaser, but it spent limited time in Halloween Town, which is a good point. Wait,
That's
am I on
true.
the right one? Yeah, I am on the right one. It's a good point. Is that's another thing is that both the first and the second one, you go to Halloween Town, and then to call this one Halloween Town High and have nothing to do with Halloween Town is kind of a
Fuck you.
stickler against it. Like if anything, it would have been far more interesting, um, if I had my magical time machine and I could go back and I can change things, it would have been far more interesting if Marnie, the brother, the sister, and like a group of their friends, human friends, go to Halloween Town and go to a high school in Halloween Town. That would
Yes,
have been way more interesting.
that would have been too expensive. That's why they didn't do it.
I mean, no, not really. Not if you're using the same makeup as you do in the first two, where it looks obviously cheap.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's the only reason I could think of. They were like, no, we want to spend the money on the three characters to get makeup, but no, but they spend most of the movie human. Yeah, probably because then they spend most of the movie as humans, don't they, in
Yeah,
disguise? Yeah,
they
so
do.
it would have had to have them be in makeup more. Would have been more expensive, I guess. It's the only
But yeah,
explanation I have.
that would be my thing with this movie is it's when you're following the second one, it's just kind of a letdown.
It's not. Yeah, I
And
definitely remember being like disappointed by it. Like even like when it first, cause that I remember watching that when it first premiered, and I think it came out like a
yeah,
few years after the second one, and I just remember being
it
disappointed.
was it,
That's what I remember it being disappointing. I don't even know
it came
why.
out it came out October 8th, 2004, and let's see
Yep,
if I can
definitely remember watching
find.
that when it came out.
And Calabar's Revenge came out in came out in it was released October 12th, 2001. So it's 3 years later.
Yeah, yeah. I remember being excited for it. I remember seeing the promos for it, and I can't even tell you why. I just remember feeling let down by it, and I don't know why.
Because it's just not as
It's just
good.
not as good as the second one. I
And then and then
can't even tell you or articulate exactly why it's not as good as the second one. It's just not as good as the second one.
I mean I yeah, I think it's because there's less stakes. I honestly do think even
Yeah,
as kids
but
we
like,
I think even as kids we recognize that.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you because I can't say for sure, but I don't, I cannot recall ever being like, no, this doesn't have enough stakes as a 14-year-old, but maybe I did, or
Well,
maybe
I'm not saying we were able to articulate it,
we
but
didn't
you
have
can
the
feel it
words.
that you can feel a thing and not have the words to put it into
Maybe.
words.
I also think it was just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what it was. I remember being like, I think I didn't love like I think there's a love interest in this that's not very interesting. Oh, I think it's like a big portion of it involves focusing on uh the brother and giving him a love interest that ultimately goes nowhere from what I recall. But no, I
I
think
mean,
you're gross.
he's a side character. He's not really much of a thing in this. I don't know.
I think also the
I,
grandma's not
honestly,
in it a
I
ton
think
as well.
I think part no, she's in it a decent amount. I think part of why this one is just was a letdown as opposed to, and this is kind of a thing as well, is because you have all the high school characters, like the high school monster characters who have to be characters in order for you to care about them. It means that it's less focused on the Cromwells.
Yeah, that is
Part of what
true.
made the second one stronger is it focuses on characters. Like there's more
I do agree with you.
cohesion.
A better version of that is they go to Halloween Town and it's Halloween Town. It's called Halloween Town High, but there's no Halloween Town. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they don't go to they don't go to Halloween Town at
but
all
yeah,
in this movie.
you could just have it if you want to skirt the having to do makeup, just have it where when they're in Halloween Town High, the magic makes them all human
Or something.
or something. So to make it easier for you guys,
Yeah. Yeah, you can have it be where like yeah,
being monsters is too scary for you, so we are not.
they knew that humans were coming and they wanted to try and make it easier for them to adapt or something. There's any number of excuses they could give. But that's Halloween Town High. It's definitely Halloweeny.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Also, just so you know, my phone's at 13%. I'm probably gonna have to headphones again
Oh, okay. That's okay. We are.
at a certain point.
That's okay. That's okay. Whatever. It's what it is. What it is. Just give me a heads up. Then yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Moving on. It'll happen when it happens. You'll know when it
Soonish.
happens. Or did you want to just do it now?
I could just do it now,
Well,
I
we'll just do
guess.
it now. And then that'll get. While you do that, I will do my intro to my first thing. Um. Oh no, you can't hear me when you do that. Never mind. We're gonna take a
No, I
big.
can hear you, just not very well.
Okay. Well, we'll
Because
do
it's
this.
just it's currently coming out of my phone speaker.
Oh, gotcha. Um, well, we'll take this moment while Jordan switches over to tell you to once again on Friday check out a spur of the moment conversation with Riley. We're very excited for you to all hear that and see that. And I'm considering making it a YouTube exclusive, so it won't go into the feed. So if you're on Spotify, if you want to hear that, you have to come to YouTube.
There we go. Okay.
All right. So my first have seen was a movie I saw. I don't remember. I think it was one of those ones I watched because I saw clips of it on TikTok and I was fascinated by it. It's a movie called The Final Girls, and it stars Malin Ackerman, and it's got Thomas Middleditch in it, and it's got Adam Devine in it, and it's basically this girl. Her mom was a final girl in Friday the 13th movie. It's not really Friday the 13th. It's kind of a mash of Friday. That's kind of what's funny. It's a mash of Friday the 13th. I would say Texas Chainsaw Massacre, maybe, and Nightmare on Elm Street. The theme song for the character, his name's Billy something, but the theme song for the character is like a mash of Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street theme song. It's really funny. This is a comedy. This is more of a comedy. Again, also apparently PG-13. I second guessed myself when I was downloading. I went, wait, is this actually PG-13? According to Google, it's PG-13. But it's about a girl whose mom is a final girl in a Jason movie, and she dies.
See, all of mine were family friendly, Justin.
The PG-13 counts. I said that's why I said PG-13. I never said family friendly. I said not intense. Very specifically said PG-13 was allowed. Anyway, her mom is a final girl in a movie, a horror movie, Jason movie. She dies in a car crash, and on the anniversary of her death, of her accident, the brother of a friend of hers is hosting a marathon of those movies and wants her to come because that's her mom. Her mom is one of the girls who gets killed in the movie. And so when they're at the screening, for reasons that are never explained in the movie, they get sucked into the movie.
Okay.
Can we keep it up so far?
I think so.
So
She's a final girl, daughter of a final girl, ends up in a movie.
Her and her friends all get sucked into this movie. And they basically have to live out the movie. Initially, they get stuck at the beginning of the movie, and it just keeps replaying the beginning of the movie every 90 minutes. So they're sitting there, and every 90 minutes, the characters from the movie drive by with the music playing, and then they're like, maybe we should go into town. So they eventually go into town and convince the counselors of the camp, because it's Friday the 13th, and the killer only kills when people have sex. So they realize that so long as nobody has sex, the killer will never show up and they'll be safe. And they discover early on, they think, oh, the killer won't go for us because we're not part of the movie. So we're safe as long as we don't go into the killer. But then the killer kills, Randy from Scream.
Yeah.
There's a character in this movie. He's basically Randy. The killer kills him immediately. And they're like, oh no, if we get killed by the killer, we'll actually die. And again, there's no blood, there's no guts. You never really see anyone get killed. You kind of see someone get stabbed, but there's no blood, so it's not really gory. It's about as intense as a Goosebumps episode. And it's a funny movie. It's really clever. It's basically they have to prevent all of the characters in horror movies from doing the things that they want to do. So the one girl, her whole bit is she takes off her clothes. She's the girl who you see naked in the horror movie. So she takes off her clothes and does a strip tease, which attracts the killer. So in order to prevent her, and that's her instinct. That's all she wants to do is take off her clothes. So they at one point have her hands wrapped up in oven mitts, and they have her clothes duct taped up so she can't take off her clothes at all. And
sounds silly.
The one guy, he's basically the guy, the jock who gets killed at the beginning of the movie, and he keeps trying to get into everyone's pants. And yeah, it's a much sillier version of Scream, which is making fun of tropes. There's a point basically at the end where she's trying to save the character that is played by her mom because it's her mom, and she realizes that she needs to die in order for her to get the final girl powers. The final, because they keep trying to cut his head off and kill him, but they can't because all the characters need to die, and you need to have a final girl. And so she finally gets killed by the killer, and then she like starts to glow because she has final girl powers, and it's fun. The only really frustrating bit is they never really explain the mechanics of how it works. So at the end of the movie, she finally kills him, and the love interest lives, and they're like kissing as the credits for the movie roll, the fake movie, the
Yeah.
and it cuts, and the world starts to change again, and then all of a sudden they're in a hospital, and all the characters are, because because this franchise, it is all vaguely porny, and they think they're safe, and then they're in the real world, and all the friends are now alive again, and it turns out that they're in the sequel.
Oh,
Dum dum
no.
dum, and then that sets up. It very funnily sets up for a sequel, and very much they wanted a sequel. They wanted to do more of these, and I'm like, you know what?
Let them.
I would totally watch more of these. I think this is a fun concept. I like this, and I would have definitely watched the second one. But it was like, yeah, real low budget, independent kind of movie. And would I watch this? Yes, it's a Halloweeny time. If you consider slasher flicks a Halloweeny time. It's PG-13 PG. So yeah, it's about a slasher flick, but again, it's not bloody or violent or really all that scary. It's a comedy. It's more of a comedy than it is a horror movie. So like, yeah, but I don't think you're gonna appreciate it if you don't watch slasher flicks. Like, you would find it funny because you've now watched a bajillion slasher flicks. But if you're not into slasher flicks, you're not really going to appreciate the humor.
It gets
in
lost
this.
on you a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, you're going to lose the humor of this if you're not into slasher flicks. But it's otherwise all right. I had a fun time. I really liked it the first time, and it's one of those ones where I'm like, I think it's obscure, so I don't think a lot of people have heard of it. So it's worth checking out if you like. Again, if you like slashers. That's it. That's The Final Girls.
Okay. So my second half scene is called Corpse Bride. It's another example of one which I wouldn't call this Halloweeny.
I mean, again, what defines as a Halloween? Is it something that you watch at Halloween? I disagree. I think this is a perfectly acceptable companion piece to The Nightmare Before Christmas.
I don't think this is Halloweeny. I think this is just in a gothic style.
But also, again, what do you consider? Are zombies technically? Because she's technically a zombie.
I don't think zombies in and of themselves. Like, for example, I don't think The Walking Dead is a Halloween show.
See, that's so funny. That's so funny. Because at the beginning of this month, you said anything vaguely Halloween adjacent is Halloween. So you were like, all slashers are Halloween. But you just tried to convince me a slasher wasn't Halloween. So would you say your perspective has changed?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Because I would absolutely say Corpse Bride is Halloween. I would absolutely say it is.
I would amend my statement. Like, I think there are movies that you watch at Halloween that kind of are, you watch it at that time, but that doesn't make it a Halloween movie.
It's a spooky kind of like that. I don't want to say this is a movie you watch at Halloween. Again, it's a perfectly suitable companion piece.
It's a movie that you might watch at Halloween, but that doesn't make it a Halloween movie.
But also, that having been said, I watched it for this show. I remember the one song. I remember saying the one song is good. That's all I remember about it. So, not a classic.
Like, for example, the reason why The Nightmare Before Christmas to me is a Halloween movie, it takes place at Halloween.
I saw people try to make the argument that it's a Christmas movie. I was like, no.
Technically, if I was being pedantic, I would call that one a holiday movie because it's about holidays.
Christmas has enough movies. It's a Halloween movie.
It's both. It's a holiday movie. It's about holidays.
I'm scoffing derisively.
Derisively? But I mean, yeah, this is pretty peak, pretty classic. Tim Burton came out in 2005. It's got your Johnny Depp. It's got your Helena Bonham Carter.
It's the one movie they made where they didn't have sex while they were making it.
I mean, okay, I'll take you on your word at that.
No, I'm kidding.
Uh,
They did while they were recording the voices.
it had a literally while they were recording.
While they were recording.
They were in the whatchamacallit doing the deed as they did the deed.
As they were doing the voices, yeah. No, yeah. It's on.
So
It's on.
it had a budget of,
It's common. It's a common thing people know about this movie.
I mean, definitely. It had a budget of 40 million. You want to guess at the box office?
120 million.
Ooh, so close. It was 118.1 million.
Oh wow, that actually was close.
That was very close.
I knew this was successful. I believe
I'm
they tried
impressed.
to make a. I believe they tried. Yeah, I knew this was successful, which is surprising. Why I know they've tried to make a sequel to this and they've never gotten it off. I think they
Have they?
recently announced one. Yeah, it's one of those ones that one of those franchises that they've tried to make a thing of it a couple times and it's just never gotten off the ground.
I don't know how I don't know how you would, because the way that it ends is, spoiler alert, the way that it ends is the corpse bride is like, I can finally move on, and like she turns into like, I think butterflies or something.
I do. I will say I respect this movie for the fact that he does not wind up with the corpse bride at the end. Like that is not the point of this movie. Like the title and the poster would lead you to believe that they wind up together, but they don't. He winds up with the other girl.
No, he ends up with the girl that he was always meant to end up with.
Yeah.
But this is movie two of the fan theory of it all leads to The Nightmare Before Christmas. So it starts with Frankenweenie, where he has his dog that he brings back, and then it has this where he gets given a gift by the corpse bride. He gets given the gift of his dead dog as a skeleton, and then it ultimately leads to, and I don't think that the girl character is always the same. I don't think they're all supposed to be Sally, but I think the main character is Jack. So it's Jack as a kid, and then it's Jack as an adult, and then Jack dies and becomes the Pumpkin King, and his dog stays with him the entire time. First as the corpse Frankenstein version, then the skeleton version, and then when the bones will wear away, the skeleton returns as the ghost Zero.
Technically speaking, Sally was not a ghost. She was created by Dr. Finkelstein. She's like if anything, she's like a homunculus.
I know. That's why I said the girl is not.
No, I know. That's why when you were like, the girl's not Sally. I'm like, no, I don't think the girl could be Sally because Sally is not a ghost.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that she's not. It's the story of the Jack Skellington character.
No, I know.
And his dog.
Just in case somebody thought like the corpse bride is Sally, it's not.
No, she can't be. She turns into butterflies.
Yeah, and also Sally is a homunculus created by Dr. Finkelstein.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure I said that right.
Well, technically, if you want to be specific, she's technically a ragdoll.
Yeah, but isn't a homunculus like a creature that's brought to life by? Isn't the
technically, a homunculus is an artificial human.
When she
she is a ragdoll.
Oh, okay, no, fair enough.
Like a homunculus, technically canonically in the lore of homunculi. Yeah, Frankenstein would be closer.
Yeah, he's a homunculus, right?
He would be closer. I think technically he would be one, but she's not, because like she's filled with leaves
and she's stitched together, right? Yeah.
So she's not technically
important bit is important, but I mean, but one could argue as she displays, I mean, it's philosophical, but one could argue as she displays human physical characteristic and emotions that she kind of one.
No, she's kind of, but no. In the very specific technicalities of how these mythologies work, she would be a ragdoll.
I don't.
She is.
I don't know.
She's essentially she's essentially a puppet that gets brought to life.
I don't know enough to challenge you, Jordan. Do you have anything
That's
else
Corpse
to say?
Bride.
That's anything else to say about the Corpse Bride? So my next one is once again the question of.
I will say, I'm constantly impressed when I see stop motion, because just knowing how many hours it takes to make a stop motion movie.
Yeah, my favorite.
Technologically, it's impressive.
I love the Leica films where they show you at the end the hours and hours
of that.
Yeah. So yeah, the question of what is a Halloween thing? Does a Halloween thing involve zombies and ghosts and goblins and
Or the
um,
holiday
or the
itself.
holiday itself? And it's really funny that you pick Corpse Bride because my next one. Well, here's a famous bit of movie trivia. Everyone who knows anything about movies will always tell you, and that is, Jordan, did Tim Burton direct The Nightmare Before Christmas?
I don't think he directed it.
He did not direct The Nightmare Before Christmas. He, in fact, has
I
very
think he
little.
just didn't he just write the short
And
story and that was
I
it?
believe he produced it as well. But that's it. So everyone thinks that Tim Burton directed The Nightmare Before Christmas. He did not. It was directed by a man named Henry Selick, um,
Hmm.
who you know. He's a stop motion guy. I mean, not only did he direct Nightmare Before Christmas, he directed Coraline, and he
Also, he's a
directed.
Leica guy.
Coraline is Coraline Leica? I don't think Coraline is Leica,
You sure Coraline is? Hold on, let's find out.
but I believe yes.
You keep talking.
But anyway, he also, I believe, he directed James and the Giant Peach. This is Wendell and Wild. Have you seen Wendell and Wild?
No, but I recognize the name.
It's probably because I've recommended it to you before. But it looks like Nightmare Before Christmas. It has the same sort of art style, but it's about a young girl who.
Yeah, Coraline is Leica.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It takes place in a small town, the name of which I can't remember right now. And it opens with this evil corporation wants to buy this brewery and install an evil private prison. And the girl and her two parents are driving home, and they get into a car crash, and they drown and they die. And it flash forwards to, and there's a bunch of exposition and narration about it. Flash forwards to she, through various years, has been in and out of various group homes and foster homes and what have you. And she is now being sent back to her hometown to stay at a religious group home run by the voice actor James Hong. You would know him as Poe's dad from Kung Fu Panda.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He was running this school, and there's a sister called Sister Helly. And in the meantime, in the afterworld, in the other world, netherworld, what have you, there is a big theme park on the stomach of a demon called Balthazar, and his two sons are being punished for mutiny for suggesting that they want to make their own theme park, and they have been basically sentenced to putting magic hair cream on his head so he can grow hair back because he's going bald. And they want to get out of this and go create their own theme park. And they discover that the girl whose parents died, that she is a hell maiden, and that she can summon them back to Earth in order to create their theme park. So they trick her using a possessed bear called Beelzebub, and she summons them inadvertently, and they trick her into helping, basically by telling her that they can use this hair cream, this magic hair cream. They discover that it can bring things back to life. So they tell her that if she helps them, they can use the cream to bring her parents back to life. And she basically ends up, they get summoned in the wrong place, and they end up bringing back the head of the school, who it turns out is actually corrupt and is working with the evil corporation, or evil people who want to bring in the private prison. He's working with them, and they kill him in order to cover up their crimes, basically, because he knows that they brew up the brewery in order to kill all the people who would oppose them in installing this prison. And the one guy is just Donald Trump. Well, he's not. He's Donald Trump, and he's Boris Johnson. So he's got Donald Trump's hair, and he wears the suit, and he's got the red tie, just like Donald Trump, but he's got a foppish British accent.
Okay.
Because Boris Johnson is British.
Right.
And so so they bring the guy, the priest or whatever back to life, and he convinces them to go to them, and that if they bring back all of the old guard of the council, they'll vote to allow them to put in this private prison. And their plan is to bring in troubled kids into the school and have them go to the school and then let them fail at the school so that they become criminals, so that they wind up in the prison. And then the government will pay them for the prison to put them prisoners in the prison.
Okay.
Um,
So it sounds like very convoluted.
I mean, not really. Basically, they want to create systemic problem. They want to bring in troubled youths and kids in the school and have them eventually like fail, so they steal or do crimes or whatever, so that then they will get sent to their private prison and then they'll get paid for it because they get paid for every prisoner that's in the prison.
Sounds deeply unethical.
Yeah, because they're bad guys. They're evil. And it's really good. I won't give it all away because there's a lot of there's a kind of a fun twist at the end where the Balthazar shows up to stop the Wendell and Wild. But it's written by Henry Selick. Okay, so it's based. It says it's based on a book written by Henry Selick, right? And then when you go to look up the book, it says it's unpublished. So my question to you, Jordan, is then: is it technically based on a book then?
If it's not published, no. I'd say it's based on a story,
But it's
but
not
if
published,
it's not published, so it's not a book.
right? And it's written by Henry Selick, the guy who directed it, and it's also written by Jordan Peele because the Wendell and Wild is Key and Peele, and because it's written by because it's written by Jordan Peele, Jordan Peele's character gets to look like Jordan Peele, so it looks like Jordan Peele, which is really funny. It's because it's a Henry Selick Nightmare Before Christmas. It's a little darker. The characters get to curse, so like they swear. There's like hell, all that sort of stuff. So it's a PG movie. It's not a G. I think on Netflix it says it's PG-13, but I'd say it's PG. It's not a kids movie, but it is spooky and kind of creepy. And
It's a family movie.
It's a family movie, yeah. It really harkens back to me too. We talked about Little Monsters. It does harken back to that, like, hey, we're not afraid to traumatize some kids, which was nice. It was refreshing. I was like, I appreciate this. I appreciate that this is like, you know what? Let's be a little bit more upsetting. Let's be a bit darker. Let's they eventually do it's also woke or whatever because it's got a trans kid in there, and the trans kid
It's woke or whatever.
He uses the cream to bring the parents back to life. And yeah, there's an emotional moment at the end where they obviously have to go back to being dead. It's one of those like it's not afraid to wrestle with concepts of death and killing people, and it has some teeth. And the bad guys are sufficiently like evil and uncool, and it's like I appreciated that in the movie. I love it when in a demon story when the demons aren't the bad guys. And like Wendell and Wild suck. They're not great, but they're not the bad guys of the movie. That's very much Donald Trump and his sidekick.
Don't think you can say that.
He looks like Donald Trump.
Yes, but he's not actually Donald Trump.
No, he's not actually Donald Trump. No, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Full recommend for your Halloween viewing experience. That's it. That's Wendell and Wild.
Okay, so now it is time for us to move on to the have-not scenes. My first one is Spirit Halloween the movie, which
based on the store Spirit Halloween.
It was produced in partnership with the Spirit Halloween retailer.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. There was no way they didn't pay for that movie. I knew it. That looked like a commercial for that store. There's no way it's not a commercial.
In partnership, Justin.
Yeah,
so they didn't fully.
Yeah, okay. The investment company that invests in those. I need somebody who has worked at Spirit Halloween to explain to me how the model of that store works. I don't understand it. Because okay, for those of you who don't know what a Spirit Halloween store is, I don't know how you wouldn't, but they
I
appear
mean, I feel like most people do because it's a North American thing. It's not
okay,
just Canadian.
but okay. So a Spirit of Halloween store. Well, there'll be an empty store that's been empty for months, and then a Spirit of Halloween store will, much like a ghost, possess that store for like 2 months. Not even maybe a month, like October, sometimes September and October, but usually October, and then disappear, leave as if it were never there. How does that work? How does
Yeah,
that work? How
they're pop-up
yeah, but
stores.
how? Okay, not only do you have to pay for the rent, I guess maybe you pay for the a month's rent or maybe of the building, but then you have to set up the store, build the store, hire employees for the store, and then what? The employees go into this to go to work there, like on the understanding that you're not going to have a job, or do they move store to store? How does it work? How does it make a profit? I don't know. Like, do they
Well,
just sell
in
enough?
terms of the customer, in terms of the employees, yeah, you would hire them on as seasonal workers. Um, in terms of the store, I mean, again, if you've ever been in one, they're not
But
they
they're
don't have
never
like
busy.
well, no, but my point was more like the shelving and stuff doesn't look expensive, and it doesn't look like it would be hard to set up.
It's enough that like
Um,
it's enough. Those stores are complicated enough that like that's a couple days worth of setup. Like it's at least 2 to 3 days worth of setup for a store that's only going to be open for a month. How do they make money? Like anytime I've ever been into a Spirit Halloween, they're never busy. Like they're never busy. I don't. So I need someone who has worked for them or works for them to
so
explain to me how this store works. Now we can talk
so
about the movie.
anyway, about the movie itself, it came out in 2022, and so it's one of those ones where it's like it has these two actors, actor and actress in it, where it's like, what are you doing in this movie? You're too famous to be in this movie.
Money.
It's got Christopher Lloyd and Rachel Lee Cook. Um,
See, okay,
and
Christopher Lloyd.
as soon as I saw Christopher Lloyd, I was like, what are you doing in this movie? You're too famous for
He's
this.
done some like depending on when this came out, he went through kind of a desperate period in his career. Like he did Food Fight.
This was 2022.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. The money, he needed the money clearly, and they paid him enough.
Um, but so this movie, okay, Cold Notes version. There's Christopher Lloyd wants the land of this orphanage owner who we end up finding out is like a witch. He hates children, and wants the land and is about to get
Wait,
it.
he's a
And then
witch?
no, the owner of the orphanage is a witch.
The owner of the orphanage, and Christopher Lloyd is just like some random
He's
scrupulous
like he's like
businessman.
a he's like a yeah, basically from like old timey times.
So okay, but
And
okay.
then she curses him and turns him into like he basically becomes a ghost. And then we jump to modern time
Oh, this is
where
in old timey times.
yes,
Gotcha. Okay, okay,
yes.
okay.
And then we jump to modern times where we find out that there's the three kids who are I don't know how old they are
Doesn't matter.
about to enter high school, however old that makes them. Um,
14.
and the one kid, his dad I guess died sometime before the movie. And so he's got the step family, the stepdad and stepsister. And he's doing that thing of like he's a young kid who's a dick towards the new family members.
Oh, of course.
He's got the one friend who's like too old to go trick or treating.
Naturally. Yeah.
And whoa, what was with that?
What?
You you sound weird.
I do?
You do to me. You sound like a robot.
I do?
Like it sounds like you've put on a voice filter.
What?
Hold on. And expensive. Hold on.
Doesn't work like that. What?
You sound weird.
I do?
You do to me. You sound like a robot.
I do?
Like it sounds like
For a store that's only gonna be open.
Yeah,
you're still talking about your thing on the actual stream. I can't tell if it's just a my headphones thing or if it's the
Hold
stream.
on.
But
Stop talking for a second.
you sound weird.
I do?
You do to me. You sound like a robot.
I do?
Like it sounds like
For a store that's only gonna be open.
Yeah,
you're still talking about your
Yeah,
thing
no,
on the
no.
actual stream. I can't tell if it's just
it sounds fine on the stream. But what about now? Spirit of Halloween. I still don't understand how that business works. I'm just stalling while Jordan fixes his headphones.
Talk.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
There we go. That's better. That was weird. Yeah, it sounded like you were a robot, and then I
Like
heard
I was
myself
a
coming.
robot.
I heard myself coming through your end, and I sounded like a robot, and I was like, I think it's the headphones. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, three friends. One of them likes trick or treating. One of them thinks they're too young for trick or treating, and one of them is a flip-floppy coward who just goes with whatever the most powerful
Stand
thinks.
by your convictions, man.
Um, and so the one friend wants to continue to do trick or treating, but the other one is like, no, that's lame. We got to do something that's
So,
scary and
what does this
cool.
have to do with Spirit Halloween?
I'm getting there.
I'm just,
Um,
all these details sound like they have nothing to do
so
with that store.
they earlier in the movie had gone to the scary pop-up store, which was, Spirit Halloween. And it's very funny because like they're walking through the store, and like the movie wants to pretend like they're like walking through like this scary, scary, scary store. But if you've ever been in a Spirit Halloween,
They're
you
not.
know how you know how not scary it is.
No, they're not.
But like the movie is like framing it like like when you go through like a small town, and there's like the thrift store, which is like a really small singular room, and it has all the spooky stuff in it.
Yes. Yes, I do.
The movie wants to pretend that that's what they're in,
That's
but that's not what they're in. So basically, the main guy is like, oh, well, we can sneak into this like into the spooky pop-up store. That'll be the scary, fun Halloween thing we do. So they break it, like they sneak into the Spirit Halloween.
Was there not like an
Um,
abandoned house or like apartment building they could have snuck into? That would have been way scarier.
no, apparently this was the thing. This was the thing that they decided.
That just tells me that
Uh,
these kids have never been to a Spirit of Halloween store before. I hear that Spirit of Halloween store is scary. You've clearly never been to a Spirit of Halloween store. A
and
Spirit
so
Halloween store. Sorry.
while they're in the Spirit Halloween store, the ghost of the character that Christopher Lloyd is playing uh, comes to life and starts haunting the different like things, like the decorations and
What
stuff, the
what year did you
animatronics.
what year did you say? I think I've already asked this question, but what year did you say this came out?
2022.
That's before Five Nights at Freddy's or after?
I have
What
no
year did
idea.
Five Nights at Freddy's come out? The movie, I mean. Because this movie sounds like it's ripping off Five Nights at Freddy's.
And no, it's not. Like when I say animatronics, I'm not talking like a restaurant animatronics. I'm talking like the kind that you buy and you put in your front
No, I
lawn.
know, I know, I know. But just the possessing ghost animatronics, it just makes me think of Five Nights at Freddy's.
That's the game.
I'm gonna say this is before, so it's not, but it sure sounds like it. So I think Five Nights at Freddy's is
Yeah,
from.
the movie came out in 2023.
I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure the movie came out in 2023. So no, I don't think it is. But that's what it makes
So
me
so
think of.
no, this came first. Um, but yeah, no. So uh, um, they're trying to escape from spooky Christopher Lloyd,
Spooky,
and
spooky Christopher Lloyd.
and meanwhile, there's this whole subplot of our main character has a crush on his friend's older sister,
Like one
and
does.
like it gets to the end of the movie, and he goes to kiss her, and she's like, "Yeah, no, this this is never, ever, ever, ever gonna happen." And he seems to be like mostly okay with it by the end of the
He's
movie.
fine with it. I'm sure he'll have a perfectly normal, healthy relationship with women going forward.
And an important thing, in the beginning part of the movie where we're in old-timey times, one of the kids that's at the orphanage is this little young black girl, and we end up finding out in the final scene of the movie that she's like doing this whole like one of the kids that we've been following, the weak, spineless one who will do whatever his two friends says.
Oh,
Um,
yes.
his grandmother, who we saw earlier in the movie, was like half blind and like seemed to be out of it and was spooky, spooky, spooky. Um, and the final scene of the movie, she seems to be like reading from a book and doing like some sort of incantation, and we find out that she's the same little girl
Oh, snap.
from the beginning of the movie.
What a twist.
And yeah,
Big twist.
uh, it's not a
Good.
very oh okay, so that's what she seems to be doing. She seems to be reviving Windsor's ghost.
Gotcha.
Who Windsor, I think, is the character. Yeah, he's the Christopher Lloyd character.
Gotcha.
Quote: a wealthy land developer who was killed by a witch Halloween night. His spirit haunts the town 1 hour every Halloween.
All right, then.
But yeah, and at the end of the movie, Jake has improved his relationship with his step family. They seem to be getting
Does
along,
he
and
go trick-or-treating?
yes, he does with the little girl at the end. She's dressed as a princess, which was a big deal because he didn't like that. But she's got like the spooky skeleton face on, which makes it acceptable to him.
All right. All right. Right, is that it?
And that's Spirit Halloween the movie. It's on Tubi. You can watch it for free.
It's bad. Okay.
It's not good, that's for sure.
So initially, Jordan, I'm going to be honest with you. I was going to do Poltergeist, and then when I went to get the Final Girls off of, sorry, hold on, I need to blow my nose. When I went to get the Final Girls digitally, hold on, hold that thought. I saw that this movie was on digital, and I was like, oh, I really want to see this movie. Fuck Poltergeist. Let's watch this instead. And this is Good Boy. Jordan, do you recognize the name Good Boy? I know you haven't seen it, but do you recognize the name?
No.
You should. We've talked about it a shit ton.
Sorry, say the name again.
Good Boy.
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
It's the one where it's the horror movie from the perspective of a dog.
Oh, right. The one that where there's no talking, and it sounds like it would be boring.
And not that there's no talking. It's told from the perspective of a dog. And it's the one
Well,
we were like...
that's what I said.
We
There's
were
no talking.
No, that's not. There's talking.
Humans
Anyway,
don't count, Justin. We don't care what the humans say. We
um,
only care. We only care about what the best boy says.
what the best boy says. The best boy says a lot in this, actually. No, and that I wanted him to win an Oscar. I still think he should. I think he's he wrote the letter to the Academy asking to give him an Oscar for this, and I agree. We should give Indy an Oscar. Indy deserves an Oscar. Okay. The other interesting thing about this is I was watching I was watching our pals over at Toon Talk 2.0, and Virus was talking about this movie, and he said he didn't like it. Which anytime a friend says that they don't like a movie, that automatically makes me go, well, now I need to watch it more than ever. I need to know if they're wrong or not. And so I muted it, and I just watched him talk about it with the sound off. At one point, he's doing like, it was really funny. Anyway, he didn't like it, and I will definitely say it's not a movie for everybody. It very much, yes, it takes place from the perspective of the dog, right? The whole movie is told from the perspective of the dog. That does not mean that humans don't talk. Does not mean all the humans, you never see their faces. You other than like it's sort of slightly obscured. You kind of see the main guy's voice or face sort of towards the end. But it's the dog and the owner move into his dad's or his grandpa's cabin, and the dog starts seeing spooky shit, starts seeing spirits. He starts seeing like the owner starts acting peculiar. He starts acting strange. He starts acting out of character, and at the end, spoiler alert, he gets taken away by what appears to be a demon. However, if you remember that this is a movie told from the perspective of a dog, that changes everything. So early on in the movie, you discover that the owner, the main guy, is sick, and the reason why you see it, the movie starts with he's playing with the dog, whatever, and he collapses and he starts to bleed from the face, and then the next scene is him in the hospital with the dog in the hospital, and the next scene is he's driving up to this cabin. He's trying to get into the cabin. He calls the sister. He's like, oh, why are where's the keys to get into Grandpa's cabin? She's like, why would you want to stay in the haunted cabin? Because I just need to get away or whatever. I need to get away from it all. And throughout the movie, you see him getting progressively sicker. So he's like, at one point he's coughing up blood. He's hacking. He's got this really nasty cough. At one point he gets into a fight with the sister where he's like, every time you phone me, you treat me like a patient. I just want to be I just want to have one conversation where you don't treat me like a patient. And the sister says that he's like, oh, the dog keeps hanging next to me. He won't leave me alone. Like he constantly wants to be next to me. And she's like, oh, well, that's because dogs sense things that we don't. They can tell, they can smell sickness. They can tell when you're off, and he can tell that you're off. And so the movie is not so much a spooky ghost thing. It's ambiguous. So it could be either thing. It could be a spooky ghost thing, and the owner was taken off by a demon or whatever. But when you remember that it's a dog, and the dog doesn't understand death, and it doesn't understand mortality, and it doesn't understand human illness, it's a movie about a dog dealing with an owner with a terminal illness. And when it sees the demon or whatever, because he constantly sees this black figure that's following the guy, and the movie ends with the black figure, like basically the guy gets upset and he locks the dog outside. The dog gets back inside, and he finds the guy upstairs, and the guy is like, "How did you know I was here?" And he turns and he sees his own body lying there, and he's bleeding. And he's like bleeding from the nose, like he's sick or whatever, and he's dead. He can see that he's dead. And the ghost or whatever yanks him and drags him down to the basement into a portal. And as the thing's dragging him away, the dog's trying to save him. And he's like, you're a very good dog. And then the thing takes him. And that's the dog basically seeing the owner die. And earlier in the movie, they run into one of the neighbors, and the neighbor's like, oh, I found your grandpa. I'm the one who found him dead. And the dog, while looking for, I can't remember what he's looking for, but he's looking for something, and he ends up going into the cellar. And earlier in the movie, one of the neighbor or something, or maybe it was the sister, the owner, says that they couldn't find the dad's dog because the dog keeps having dreams of the dad's dog, and he keeps seeing the spirit of the dad's dog. And they're like, oh, they never found it. And so they go into the cellar, and he trips over the bones of the dog, the grandpa's dog. And it's implied that the grandpa died of the same illness that the owner has, the lung cancer, died of that. And that the grandpa's dog chose to stay with him, and he died, basically. He starved to death, and he turned to bones. And the movie ends with...
So, right off the bat, my thing about what you're describing of this movie is it just sounds like it would be better if we had the dog's internal monologue, or the dog talked, or...
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be better. Because okay. In the form that it is in, it wouldn't be better. Because you would lose that ambiguity to it. If you were to make this would be a really good Pixar movie. Like it depends.
Yeah, because
it depends.
The reason why
right?
the reason why I say that is because you lose a lot of what the dog is thinking or feeling.
But that's the point, though. He's not.
It doesn't mean anything.
Right, but that's the point. Is he's an anthropomorphic dog. He's a real dog. So if the dog talked, he would no longer be a real dog. He'd be a cartoon.
If he's a real dog, then he's not anthropomorphic.
No, sorry. Got that wrong. Yeah, he's not an anthropomorphic dog. Sorry, strike that, reverse that. So if he talked, he's a real dog. And this movie, again, to be fair, it's one of those movies where it's ambiguous and it could be read either way, right? Yes, if it's
right, but as you're describing it, to me, that makes it sound like a weaker movie. He should be anthropomorphic.
No, but again, yeah, without you seeing it, it's hard to describe. I don't think you would like this movie. This is why I wouldn't recommend it to you. I don't
I don't
think this is for you. Truly and honestly,
I don't think it is
I don't
either,
think it's
no.
for you. But like, and to be fair, Max hated this, or Virus hated this movie, and I understand why. Because like, if you're looking for a spooky ghost movie, it's not that. But if you're looking for something that's allegorical and metaphorical, like, yeah, it's all a metaphor. Like, no, he's not actually seeing ghosts. He's not actually seeing death. He's not actually seeing spirits. This is the dog attempting to mentally reconcile the fact that his owner is dying of cancer. That's what this is. At least that's what it appears to be. Or it is a spooky ghost thing. It's one of those kinds of movies. And so yeah, it's not super straightforward. And if the dog did talk and the dog did get to verbally articulate its feelings on how this is working, it would feel less real and it wouldn't work.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but for me, as soon as a dog starts acting in a way that seems too smart, which
It
what you're
doesn't, though.
describing,
But he doesn't.
what you're describing makes it sound like the dog is too smart. It's already unbelievable.
He's as smart. The thing is, they've selected the breed that they've selected for this movie is a very smart dog. So it is smart in the way that a dog of that breed, you would believe him to be that smart. He's well trained enough that it's believable. It never reaches a point of being unbelievable, if that makes sense. Indy is a very good boy. He's the best boy. And yeah,
again, but you're describing the dog having dreams and interpreting things.
Well,
and to me, that instantly
he's
makes
not
it too smart.
No, he's not interpreting it. He's not having dreams. Yeah, he's not interpreting those dreams. He's just seeing. Yeah, no, it's well, okay, it is and it isn't. It's slightly anthropomorphized in a sense, but the dog's actions, he never does. You know me. I guess I'll put it to you this way, Jordan. I'm the first person to nitpick a shit, right? You know me. I wouldn't if I was like the dog is too smart, I would be the first person to sit here and be like the dog is too smart and it's unbelievable. Like it's a better version of. It's funny. It's ironic because I said I didn't like Stray. It's different because it's a live action dog. I think that's what the difference is. Is he doesn't do anything that is unbelievable for a dog in that situation to do. I guess is my point. For me anyway.
I'll take you at your word.
But yeah, if you're looking for like a spooky, scary, I will say for a lot of the movie, it didn't work for me until the end. When it became metaphorical, like as the movie went on, it became okay. No, I think this is metaphorical, and it's working for me. For a lot of it, I was having an issue with. I don't emotionally relate to this creature because he's a dog. He doesn't have the same emotional response to things as I would because he's a dog, and it's making him hard to relate to, and it's making this hard to follow. But yeah, once it became allegorical, I was like, okay, this is actually kind of interesting. I see what they're going for here, and like. The other thing I will say to wrap up is I'm just gonna say it. Seems like it would have been a fun movie to make. It was 400 days to shoot, and you just hang out with a dog all day. I mean,
I can see that.
That doesn't sound like a bad time. Also, $700,000 budget.
Very cheap.
Want to guess how much it made?
150,000.
So you think it bombed horribly?
No.
As I said,
That would be it. You said it cost 70. So I think it doubled it.
750,000.
Oh. Close to 2 million.
You know, you're not far off. You are far off, but like in terms of millions, it made 7 million. So you're close. It did okay.
Well, I'm far off then.
You are far off, but you're correct in the sense that you guessed millions. So that's pretty solid. It was a hit. It was a pretty decent hit. And like, yeah, I want more movies like this where like it's a creative concept that's well executed, well made. There's some quite good cinematography in this that I quite liked involving the dog. I was never bored. I never felt bored, and I didn't fall asleep. I will say that.
Interesting. Interesting.
Halloweeny? Yeah, for sure Halloweeny. But I'm glad because I considered watching this in theaters. It's only an hour 17. The number one thing is like it went to theaters and it got a big theatrical as a result of its popularity from its online marketing. And I understand why it didn't. It's very much a straight to streaming movie. It's only an hour 17. It's not very long. It's a breeze. That's probably why I liked it so much. Nice and easy thing to get through. I enjoyed it. Again, good boy is the best boy. That's it. One more thing left.
Okay. So to finish off my week, I did Happy Halloween, Scooby-Doo, which I had a lot of fun with, but it was how do I word this? The guest characters that showed up were an eclectic group.
They were strange and weird.
Um,
They did the mash.
So the way this movie starts is the Mystery Inc. gang are in a covert operation, and Elvira, Mistress of the Night's Halloween of Horrors parade
See,
in Crystal Cove.
that Crystal Cove. That's interesting. Because I when you said Elvira, I went, I wonder when this came out. I wonder.
This came out. Whoops, I accidentally closed it. This came out.
Because Elvira is in Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island. I mean, it's not technically Elvira. No, it is Elvira. Because they say that they paid Elvira to do it. Yeah, so it's the second Scooby-Doo thing with Elvira in it. Which makes me wonder if she showed up in anything else Scooby-Doo related.
This came out in 2020.
Okay, now we're going to Google.
While you Google, I'll talk about it. So yeah, they're at
What year
they're
did you
at
say it came out?
Elvira.
2020?
2022.
So this
No,
came
2020.
So this came out
2020.
after Zombie Island. The return to the one that Zombie
Specifically, this was October 6th, 2020.
Island. Oh, so we're already like right smack the dab of you know what. So yeah, this came out after that Return to Scooby-Doo, Return to Zombie Island movie, which also had Elvira in it. So this is theoretically Elvira's second appearance in a Scooby-Doo movie for some reason.
Interesting. But yeah, they're Halloween of Horrors parade in Crystal Grove to capture the haunted Scarecrow. The gang captures him, and they unmask the haunted Scarecrow, and it's the Scarecrow
But okay,
from Batman.
That just feels like putting a hat on a hat. You're already a scarecrow.
No,
so
literally, he had the Scarecrow mask on underneath the Halloween face, like the pumpkin head mask. So he had two masks on.
So he's a scarecrow dressed as a scarecrow. That's just again, it just feels like a hat on a hat.
So yeah, Velma's like the identity of the Scarecrow is the original Scarecrow, Jonathan Crane. And I'm like, I know canonically they exist in the same universe in DC and all that, but it's weird.
They're technically friends.
It's weird to have a Batman thing, like a DC thing, and not have one of the heroes there.
So Batman doesn't show up. It's just Scarecrow.
It's just Scarecrow.
And it's just like the one scene.
No, he does show up again later in the movie.
So funny.
He's actually kind of a hero in this movie.
That is so funny.
But so then,
is the ghost a real ghost, or is it just a guy in a costume?
It's just a guy in a costume.
Lame.
But they think that it's real for a while there because they think there's Crane's gas, which mixes with these other chemicals and then hit pumpkins, which then seem, by all appearances, come to life, and they start causing trouble. And so then you have these cool action scenes where it's Elvira, and also for some reason Bill Nye shows up at some point.
Bill Nye the Science Guy?
Yes, Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
And so it's funny because there's a scene where so he builds that Fred's van gets destroyed and he's upset, and so Bill Nye creates them like a super van basically, which has like all this technology in it and stuff like that. And there's a scene where Velma is like, Bill Nye, can you give us a science background of like a science fact of what could be happening or something, or something.
Bill Nye's like, no.
And Bill Nye, no. Funny enough, he's like, well, I don't know about that, but if you took all of the rulers in Crystal Grove and put them back to back, it would you would need this many and it's like straight out of Bill Nye, like the Science Guy show
That's
kind
funny.
of vibe, where he's like, it would take this many to have a ruler that went from Earth to the sun. And Velma does like a blink, and she's like, "Do you have any science facts that are relevant to the situation that we're currently in?"
And he's like,
Um,
no.
and he's like, "Oh no, not really." Um, and so yeah, there's a scene where um uh, Dr. Crane as the Scarecrow is fighting against the pumpkins and like I said, actually acting like kind of a hero. It's kind of weird. And
That's
you end up
funny.
finding out that the police officer of Crystal Grove, who has been telling the Scooby Gang since they did this one like this other thing, which was their first thing in this
Is,
universe.
is it is it played by Patrick Warburton and he has a mustache?
No.
Oh, it's from the other show.
Um,
It's funny that's Crystal Cove though. That's the name of their town in Mystery Incorporated.
I know, I know. The sheriff, yeah, or I guess maybe it is the sheriff is the same one, but this version, someone that they Toe Omnitech head Cutler Toe, who they had stopped in the past, was released from prison and has now been impersonating the sheriff
Oh snap!
um, as part of a revenge plot against them. And he was also going after the lithium mine under Crystal Cove.
Okay, that would be worth a lot of
Um,
money.
yeah, yeah, that's why the town is called Crystal Cove, apparently.
Oh,
And then during the credits, the gang, including Bill Nye, helps Fred rebuild the mystery machine from what happened earlier in the film, and that's how it ends. And it's fun, and it's really weird that it's got the Scarecrow, Bill Nye, and Elvira, Mistress of the Night. Also, they have this whole running thing throughout the movie where Daphne keeps convincing Elvira to give her pieces of her costume so that Elvira can like hide and not be recognized and stuff. So by the end of it, Daphne is wearing the Elvira outfit, and she's like, "Can I have your wig?" And she's like, "It's not a wig. It's actually like a howler monkey which rests on my head." And then Elvira is bald in Daphne's outfit while Daphne is wearing her outfit with the hair and the black outfit, and it's very funny.
that is funny. That sounds silly.
You got Matthew Lillard. This is the Matthew Lillard Shaggy, so he sounds normal to me. Cassandra Peterson as Elvira, Bill Nye as himself, and Dwight Schultz as Dr. Jonathan Crane slash the Scarecrow.
All right. All right. Sure, is that it?
That is it. Oh wait. Does it give me any? It doesn't tell me what it made because it was straight to DVD. Okay, yeah, that's it.
My final thing, Jordan, is also a series because Jordan, we can't talk about spooky Halloween time and not talk about the spookiest Halloweeniest of times, and that is Goosebumps. Especially because
Dun 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 dun.
we got Goosebumps people in our network. We gotta talk about, and I had not seen it. The second season of that Goosebumps Disney Plus show, Goosebumps: The Vanishing, and prior to after I should say after watching it, prior to filming this, I checked out the Goosebumps crew's review of the second season, and I won't lie to you, it was very validating because they did not care for that first season in the same way that I did, which is just I remember my number one criticism of that first season being it's just not Goosebumps. You've seen the first season, right? I don't think you've seen the second season, but you've definitely seen the first one.
No, I never watched the show. I
I
don't
could have
think.
sworn you at least watched the first one. It's just not Goosebumps.
I don't.
It's
I don't think I did. Maybe I
it's
did. I don't
that
know.
first season is really dark and gross, and like I it's been a while. I wanted to rewatch it and I ran out of time, but it's just there's something about it, like it doesn't get that. Yeah, Goosebumps are supposed to be like. I don't. I again, it's been too long, but I just remember I didn't like it, and they didn't like it in like the same way. So this is completely removed from that. It is not a sequel to that season. It does not continue that
I
story.
have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Keep talking. I can hear you, and I will be back in a second, but I need to do something off screen.
Okay. Um, where was I? Goosebumps. Goosebumps. Okay, yeah. So, Goosebumps crew didn't like it, or didn't mind the second season. Valid. Okay. The big thing about the second season is it's not connected to the first one. So the big thing with this show was they wanted each season to be an anthology and not continue off of the storyline of the previous season. So, and each of the seasons are kind of roughly based on the stories without like directly adapting them. And because these were stories I wasn't as familiar with, it didn't bother me as much when they were changed. But the big thing with this is it's adapting.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to to look past a thing when you don't know the source material
pretty
as
much,
well.
pretty well, yeah. And so this is kind of loosely based off of Stay Out of the Basement for a lot of it. Do you remember Stay Out of the Basement?
Not specifically, but just judging from the name, I can infer a lot.
It's basically like there's a dad. He tells him to stay out of the basement, and I don't remember the context of it exactly, but it turns out that he's a plant guy.
Oh,
Um,
okay,
and or he's
that
connected.
sounds
It
vaguely
it
familiar.
ends up being Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I think. And so yeah, this has like a there's a it's the same as the first season. There's like a season long mystery. David Schwimmer is the dad who wants them to stay out of the basement, and I
Right.
don't think there is anyone else in this that you would recognize or care about. That comes to mind. And when he was a kid, his brother just disappeared. They told
Dave,
him
Dave, David Ross's character.
Rock this character. Yeah, when he was a kid, his brother disappeared. Basically, they all there's a fort that's by their town called it has a particular name where it is rumored that they did a bunch of government experiments there to turn people into mutants that they call Camp Nightmare. And so his brother, as part of his senior prank, chose to stay at Camp Nightmare overnight. And there's a scene in the opening of this where their faces melt off that is legit upsetting. That you're like, oh, whoa, okay, this is a bit much. And then, the following episodes, you get introduced to the various characters. There's David Schwimmer's two kids who are going to stay with him for the summer. And then they have a group of friends. And the David Schwimmer's son has a crush on this girl who is dating the bully character. And the bully character,
Of course she is. That's the trope. Yeah.
yeah, the bully character keeps parking in David Schwimmer's parking spot, and he's like, stop doing that. So David Schwimmer, in an attempt to make him think, I don't know what he was doing, but he wants to make him think he's crazy. So he like smashes his window, his mirror, or no, his window. He smashes his window. He's like, stop parking in my parking space. And so in the meantime, David Schwimmer has received the clothes that were left over from when his brother disappeared, and he finds this substance on the clothes, and the substance combines with one of his plants and turns into this plant bulb that he's now studying. And so the bully character breaks into the basement and destroys his basement and goes to open up the fridge that is containing this plant specimen and gets eaten by the plant and gets turned into a plant monster. And the plant monster is legit kind of upsetting looking. Like it's like a solid body horror for like a kid's show. You're like, oh, for a family show certainly. Like, oh yeah, this is kind of upsetting. And he goes for the girlfriend or whatever, and they drop a car on him, and then his spirit possesses the car. And this is the one episode they never really explain. His spirit possesses the car, and then the car ends up in the river, and they end up finding him, and he's alive now. And they find him in a pod. Anyway, I can't. I'm not gonna go into the show like specific, but I am gonna give away the ending because this show reminded me a lot of Stranger Things, and I don't mean
So
that in a favorable way.
I was going to say, so it goes on The episodes are way too long. It has no satisfying ending, and it's going to be on for 45 years before they finally get to the end.
No, the show got canceled, so no, not all of it. But just in the sense
Oh,
that like Stranger Things does a really good job at setting up a mystery, of setting up intrigue and creating intrigue and making you wonder what's going on, but then their resolutions are never satisfying. Like season 1 of Stranger Things is like, okay, what's going on? What's happening? Oh, it's just kind of a monster. And so this is like same deal. They introduce eventually a woman who's part of a conspiracy, and they seem to be covering stuff up. And there's an episode later on which shows like the background of what happened to the brother, and it's basically a found footage movie, which is kind of neat because you're kind of like, whenever you watch a found footage movie, you're always like, who's the people who find the found footage, you know? Because with found footage, you're like, part of the concept is someone has to find the footage. You actually see
yep.
there's an episode where you see the people who find the footage. Like
Oh,
there's an episode
snap.
where, yeah, the episode is literally the entire framing of the episode is just them watching found footage.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it does a decent job of like, you're like, okay, how is it they always have a camera, like it does a decent job of explaining like how a person always manages to have a camera and all. It's kind of a fun concept, but you find out basically that the Fort Nightmare is essentially a prison for an alien.
Oh,
Aliens.
okay.
And the alien ship feeds on people, basically. It ejects goo, because one of the episodes is monster blood, but it ejects goo, and it absorbs you, and it puts you in a pod, where it keeps you, and it feeds on you
So,
forever, presumably.
so I'm just gonna say it. That doesn't sound very Halloween to me.
I mean, it gets Goosebumps. Goosebumps is inherently Halloween, so it is and it
Well,
isn't.
sure, but aliens aren't.
So there's a point where David Schwimmer gets controlled by the thing, and yeah, he's just a head at one point. That's kind of upsetting. But yeah, so you find out basically that this woman who they keep seeing, her dad was like this scientist who was like predicting the end of the world, and they were keeping this ship, and they go in to get the dad who's been taken by the ship, and she has spent like 30 years or 40 or however many years since this has happened, since they discovered the ship, creating an antidote. So she gives them the antidote and then traps them down in this like bunker basically where the ship is, and they rescue David Schwimmer, and they get out, and he saves all of the kids who were taken by this thing, the kids and all the people who were taken by the thing. He saves them, and the last episode is basically him and the brother being like, I'm so sorry, and like being like, I missed you so much, and doing all that emotional shit that's actually kind of effective. And then they all turn into aliens again, and they chase after them. And the big twist is that the aliens aren't actually evil. It just wants to leave, and it's trying to facilitate like getting some of them to let them go, but it's not actually evil. But you never really see the aliens. They're always just kind of portrayed as kind of monstrous. So they're not very interesting. That's the big thing, is the aliens are not very interesting. Their motivations are not very interesting, and its connection to the books are limited. Now, the characters are interesting, and they're fun to interact with, and they're fun. David Schwimmer is legit. He's got some funny lines. Like he's got a real dry sense of humor. There's a really funny bit at the end where they save him, and he's like, "No, everything's gonna be fine, kids. It's gonna be fine." And he's like, "But then on the other hand, no, the door's locked, and we're stuck down here, and I don't know how we're gonna get out. You know what? On second thought, maybe things aren't as fine as I maybe initially stated that they were." And he's just got such a dry. It's like basically he's Ross. Basically, he's got such a dry wit, and it's funny. It's legit funny. My only real criticism is I enjoyed it, and the pacing was solid. The episodes were easy to get through. I never felt there wasn't really. There's only really one episode which was kind of slowish, and it's the Monster Blood one. But otherwise, the pacing was tight. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like I say, all the characters were solid. My one criticism is, major criticism is, two of the girl characters get together like as a couple, and
So Why do you have a problem with that?
Because it's not.
Justin, come on, man.
It's
You got to be
2025. Get
more
with the times.
open-minded. It's 2025.
It's not that they're
parents' program.
girls. I'd have the same issue if they were if one of them were a boy. It's that the relationship is not set up or established well. Like, so in the first episode, one of the characters is like a juvenile delinquent who
I mean,
got who.
next thing you're gonna tell me is you're gonna say you hate it because it's woke or shit.
No, I don't hate it because it's woke or shit. But there's a character who she's like a juvenile delinquent, and she goes to go into in like this first or second episode. She goes to go into a store, and the owner of the store kicks her out. And while she's distracted, like getting into a fight with the store owner, the David Schwimmer's daughter steals something, and like the girl like gives her like a flirty wink. And then there's a the later episode with the ghost car where she goes to David Schwimmer's daughter and it's basically like, I need you to come with me to go confront this guy, find out where this guy is so I can confront him and get him to confess that he was the one who caused this fire or whatever. And the ghost car does ghost car shit, and she ends up crashing the car. And she gets out of the David Schwimmer's daughter like, you're crazy or whatever, I never want to speak to you again. And later on, they're having a conversation, and she's like, the delinquent girl's like, what about us? And it's like, what do you mean, what about... There is no us. There wasn't a you. You guys have never been a couple. You've literally never talked about this once prior to this moment, and then the show just starts treating them like they're a couple. Even though they've never had a conversation up until that point about being a couple. It comes completely out of nowhere.
What about all the things we've been through?
It just does. It just reads as though like somebody was checking a diversity box. It just kind of does. I hate saying that, but that's what it feels like. And it's forced. Like the relationship just feels forced. It just doesn't work. At the end of it, she goes to go back home to live with her mom, and she's like, well, I guess we'll be long distance or whatever. And it's like, okay, all right. I am a little disappointed they canceled this show, though. That's how I will wrap this up. I quite enjoyed this, and I thought it was definitely a substantial improvement over the last season. And yeah, I would have watched the third one. I also think they could have, because this one ends, I mean, to be fair, it ends on that, like, you know how all horror movies end on a cliffhanger? This ends on a cliffhanger where the guy one of the kids goes to walk away and he spits up the alien shit, and the alien shit's still around. So they theoretically could do a sequel to this season, but yeah, the show got canceled, which is disappointing. But this one very much was like, this felt like a 2024 version of what we watched in the 90s, where it's like, yeah, it gets a little intense, and yeah, it's a little scary, and yeah, it's a little gross, and it's a little violent at times, but like, when you remember that our show was cheap and on a budget and came out in the 90s, it does feel like a higher budgeted version of Goosebumps, more so than the first season did. The first season, this one feels closer to feeling like Goosebumps. The first season, all I can remember is just being like, this is all right, but it's not Goosebumps. This at least feels Goosebumps-y.
Well, okay then.
Jordan, would you watch this?
Probably not, now that I know that it's been canceled.
I mean, it doesn't... You could watch it and it wouldn't matter. It's not, again, the first... They're in fact on Disney Plus, separated. Like, they're two... This is Goosebumps The Vanishing, and then the first season is just Goosebumps. This is considered on Disney Plus its own show. So, you could watch this and not have to worry about there being multiple seasons.
Yeah, maybe for next year then I will. Maybe.
Dun, 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 dun. That's it. That is Halloween. Have a happy Halloween, everybody. Enjoy your Halloween. There are some Halloween movies you can watch. But Jordan, going into November
with the family.
No, going into November, I had this idea. I wanted to go back, Jordan. Go back to the beginning, and I wanted to redo episodes that I felt were an utter failure. And so the next 2 weeks, it's going to be themed. It's going to be redoing it again. And we are redoing based on a true story next week. So based on true events. And the question will be, Jordan, how true is this? How accurate is this to the real story? Did this really happen? Is it fake? Or is it real?
Do I believe that it happened this way?
Do you believe that it happened this way? That's next week. And then the following week, you're just going to have to tune in next week. I already know what it is, though. I'll tell Jordan what it is, but you all will have to wait till next week. But I know what it is. Or Jordan, do you want to, right before we wrap up, do you want to guess what you think it might be?
Sports movies.
What? How on earth did you manage to guess that it was going to be sports movies?
Oh, it was just a hunch.
How did that? That's a solid guess. I won't reveal whether or not that's true. You'll have to wait till next week to find out if that's true.
Well, I mean, I feel like now it's not true because I've guessed it, so now you have to pick something so that I'm wrong.
No. I'm not changing it. For a reason that I will explain when we get off the air. Anyway, Jordan, where can the people find you? This episode has gone on way too long.
I do Minecraft Mondays on my Twitch, ZethGore187, and I do this.
That's fair. I am on TikTok. You can find me on TikTok. You can find the show at TikTok Spur of the Moment P. Email the show. Tell us you want to come have a conversation with us. We want to talk to you. It's justsbusiness@gmail.com. Email me there. We have a Discord. We technically have a Patreon. All the links, Arate Media, all in the thing. Jordan, let's do
Wild Education.
Wild Education, support them.
Think of the animals.
Think of the animals. I don't know if the Spur of the Moment conversation is linked in this video yet. I don't know if it is. It might be. Jordan, let's do the end card. Jordan, if they want to see last week's episode, which was...
that was Slashers.
It was a Slasher Sunday last week. You click the box on the left. Jordan, what happens if they click the box on the right?
I mean, YouTube is going to recommend something that they think that they'll enjoy to them.
They're going to enjoy. Jordan, why should people hit subscribe?
Because they want us to like them.
And because what else? What do we do every single day of the week, Jordan?
I mean, we post content on content on content.
7 days a week, a new video. That's why you should subscribe. And if you can't subscribe, leave us a like. That helps the videos out too. It helps us so much. Leave us a comment. Tell us what you're thinking.
And if you can subscribe but actively choose not to, you're a nerd.
You're a nerd. And just so you know, just a reminder, we're at 280. At 300, we're eating spicy hot sauce. That's happening.
Yay.
We've locked it in. We've locked it in. That's what you get if you subscribe. You get both of us suffering by eating hot sauce. That's guaranteed for you if we get 300 subscribers. When we get 300 subscribers. Tune in.
It's gonna be painful.
Tune in. But next week, based on a true story. Have a good day, everybody.